and you'll be doing the exercise here. And then we'll give about, I don't know, enough time, let's say, and then we'll bring you guys back hopefully in about 20 minutes, and then we'll get into the rest. But yeah, go ahead and do 5A and 5B for this breakout rooms. And if you have any questions, please let myself or Tony know. And yeah, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, rooms are open. Have fun, everyone.
Elmira, are you still here?
Hey, Arthur.
Hey, Arthur.
Hello. There you go. So yeah, I haven't been able to open up Ubuntu properly through the LMS, and
Okay.
I still can't see any of the class recordings that we're supposed to have.
Do you mind sharing your screen real quick?
I need to have enabled. So
Oh,
it's disabled.
harsh. Yeah. Oh, actually, that
Go
might
ahead and
be
try
everybody.
again. Excellent.
Awesome.
So I need to keep it like this, just so I can even open the program, and then from here I can open it back up to look, and I come here, it says I have no class recordings available, and then over here it just says that I have one from Monday, and I also have the one from April 3rd on the first course.
Can you use the arrow button, Arthur, to go left or right? Yep. So those are the recordings there. So even though
okay.
yeah. So if you click that recording, you should be able to see the recordings.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And then for the labs, if you go on the very left where it says practice labs, very left. Yep. And then if you click launch lab, yep.
And then is the cord for Ubuntu here?
I think you just have to click next at the bottom. Yep, I agree. And then click start lab.
Now this part could take some time.
Yeah, were you at
Okay.
least were able to get this far?
No, I tried. I just went reading off of what the activity was saying, and I couldn't figure out how to open up Ubuntu, so I tried to download it directly onto my thing. See?
Okay. Good thing you spoke up, Arthur, because if this kept up, it would have been even worse.
Yeah,
But
I'd
no, that's
messaged
good.
Starlight about it last week, and then I
Okay.
talked to the LSM. I think I don't remember her name right now, It was
Yeah,
Anusha,
right.
and she just told me to see if I could update anything, and I saw that my browser and my laptop needed a software update.
Yeah, yeah. I think they probably thought that you had access and then you lost it. So they're like, oh, try to update um or get the latest version of the browser. But it looks like um if this is the first time you're accessing this, this to Tony's point, it will take about 5 minutes. But then you should get um that screen with the panther and like the pointy eyes. And
Similar
then
to what we saw when Sean started it up earlier.
right, and then you click activities at the top, and then you get into the terminal, and basically you can do all the activities. So is it safe to assume that you're sort of behind on all of the activities from last
Yeah,
couple
so
weeks?
I've been
Okay.
trying to access this for a while now. I've messaged Star about it a few times. Starlight,
Yeah.
and she recently got me in contact with Anusha last class, and that's all I've been able to get through so far. I've been reading through the activities like in theory to do the
Hmm.
work, but I haven't been able to open it up and do it myself.
Right. Okay. No, sounds good.
Frozen?
Yep. Just was that me? Did I froze up?
I
No,
think it's his camera.
yeah,
Okay.
my camera is showing me frozen. Weird.
Okay.
So one thing I will point out, so that we can try and be able to catch up, check for when Sean or I have our office hours, and then try and be able to schedule with us, so that way you can be able to go ahead and have some one-on-one time where we might be able to help you up and get you caught to speed somewhat.
Yeah, this is what I messaged you on Monday about for us to meet on Friday.
Excellent. So yeah, so in a little bit, it should be finished loading up. Once it's loaded up, you can be able to go ahead, and this is going to be the environment. This is where you're going to have your Ubuntu running, and that's what you'll be able to go ahead and use and follow along when you're doing the exercises.
Gotcha.
Excellent.
Hmm.
If you're able to still control
Um,
somewhat of what's happening, you might be able to go ahead and stop your video. That might help you out a little.
I'm trying, but it's saying to make Zoom close the program or wait for program to respond. So I
Hmm.
feel like if I close, I'd just be leaving the meeting completely.
Yeah, you would leave the meeting and you'd have to come back in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can join back real quick.
All right. All right. So I'm going to assume it's going to take him a little bit to be able to go ahead and join back in, but I'm glad he reached out. He did message me just before class began and said, "Hey, I've downloaded Ubuntu. What do I do next?" So I was like, "Are you accessing it through the LSM?" And then he's like, "No." I was like, "Okay, stick around after we go to breakout rooms. We're going to help you out."
nice, nice. Yeah, that's good. That's good. He let you know and Starlight know. So um,
Hmm.
but yeah, he's gonna have some catch up to do though.
Definitely.
Couple of weeks. Yeah. Elmira, are you still here or is you having issues? I feel bad for David. He's out there alone. Do you want to move
Yeah,
him to
but
somewhere else?
we can definitely do that. I originally put him there because it was seemed like Elmira and Arthur for the longest time, and I can kind of see why he had it off. Elmira
Okay.
and Arthur had their cameras off, so that was going to be the room for those that didn't have their cameras on while
Oh, okay.
you were
Oh,
talking.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. Right,
but it
right.
seems like Elmira's not there, so she hasn't joined, and Arthur is having his issues. So,
Who's
yeah, we can
David? I
maybe go
don't
ahead
think
and
I've
move him.
met David before. Yeah.
Let's see.
What's his last name? trying to remember who it was. David. David.
With the fact that like for half of the time that we've had so far, that they've kept their emails instead of names. It kind of makes
Oh,
it
yeah,
hard to
yeah.
kind of connect sometimes, but
Yeah.
yeah. Any particular room you would like me to put David into so that way he's not by himself?
Anyone's fine. I think that will have 4 people. So just
Let's go ahead and try room 5 because most everybody's has their camera on there, so it wouldn't hurt to have somebody that doesn't have their camera on, I think.
yeah. All right. Let me get a cup of water real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. See you in a bit.
Yep.
Hey, Arthur.
Hello.
All right, so hopefully your machine was able to go ahead and start up. Did the virtual machine actually go ahead and launch and get to the Ubuntu desktop?
Yes.
Excellent.
Oh my God.
All right, then. Any questions in particular with being able to go ahead and get through the exercises so far?
No.
Okay. In that case, let's see about getting you into one of the rooms, and that way you can be able to go ahead and join in, be able to go ahead and try and be able to get through some of the exercises we have for you guys today. Let's see.
Hey guys, welcome back. Just had to restart my VM here, so let me go ahead and reset this up real quick. Is this big enough, or do you guys need it a little bit bigger? One more. Hopefully
Sean
it's
got
big enough.
a question.
Yep, go ahead, Antonino.
In the permissions line, what is RWXR? What's the second R?
RWXR, this right here, the second R here.
Yes, this is
So
something like this.
yeah, so just to summarize, we have 9 bits that control the permissions of that file, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, even though there are 9 continuous bits, if you will, think of it as if they're divided into a group of 3s, right? The first 3 is for the user or the owner of that file. The second set of 3 is the group, right? And then lastly, the O is the other. So each of these 3 could be RWX, RWX, RWX. So the second, to answer your question, the second R in the permissions is letting the Linux system and the user know the group has read permissions.
Oh,
Right.
But I meant like in the owner group
Oh,
that I put in the comment section, it has another R, RWXR.
RW,
And I think
R in the comment section, you said? Hold on. Oh, in the Zoom
Yes.
comment? Okay, hold on. Right, that is the second R, right? So basically it's saying there's RWX. So what I'm reading is RWX, RX, RX. So Rachel has read, write, execute. The chef's group has read and execute, and everybody else has read and execute.
So in other words, that second R that you see there isn't really parts of the owners group. That's the first bit. That's the beginning of our group category. It kind of appears broken up because we have it that there's no write permission. And so we see that space, that dash in between that kind of seems like it's breaking it up. But really that R is the beginning of our group section.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So the dash in between doesn't mean that's the separator. That just means it doesn't have right. Right. So there's no dash here. Erase that. Right.
so.
So
Basically, it's
so
RWX, then RX, and then RX.
exactly. So this R is not part of the owner. It is, again, it's a logical separator here. So after the 3 RWX bits have been set, now we're dealing with the second 3, which is for the group.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, kind of threw us off. All right. Thank
It
you.
does, yeah. Now that you mention it, like those dashes in between makes it look like the first 4 is for the owner, the second 2 is for the group, and the last one is for the other. But yeah,
Thank you.
perfect. Yep. Any other questions? All right, if there's no other questions, let's get started on our third, or not third, activity, what is this? 6? What is this? Activity 5C, dealing with, I think one of you asked us, how do we install and remove like applications or commands inside a terminal? And I think this was like a couple weeks ago, and I remember saying, "Hey, we're gonna cover that in just a bit." Well, now that's basically what we're gonna go over. So, again, so we sort of understand how to navigate through the file system using the terminal. We know how to create, files and directories. We know how to copy them, remove them. We know everything how to do internally, right? So anything that we sort of manage with the permissions, how to access it, how to open files, how to get contents, all of that we know how to do, or at least we sort of learned about it. How do we control stuff that's outside of our terminal, right? If there's a binary, a code somewhere that I want to install downloaded and installed on my terminal, how do I do that, right? Well, every distribution has what's called a package manager. So think of the package manager as this application manager, if you will, right? It's going to manage all of your packages, and packages, in essence, it's like a terminal that you could run, like an application they could run in the terminal, right? Or even outside of it. We're gonna run some applications that will basically run as a terminal command and as an application for the operating system. And the way we, manage, meaning download, install, update, upgrade, all of that sort is through what's called a package manager. And within a Debian managed or Debian flavor operating system or Linux, we have what's called the APT, Advanced Package Manager. I think it's what it's called. You see, what is APT? Command line interface. Oh, that's not that great. But it is the tool that we use to manage basically different applications. I don't want to say application because I want to get us to get familiar with using the term package, right? Let me see here. Let's see. Yep. Okay. So in the let's see, right here. So in Debian base, we use what's called the APT, Advanced Packaging Tool. But I do want to just mention quickly other types of these package managers. You have the Yum flavor, right? So basically the actual commands themselves don't change that much. It's just different interface for the different operating system, different flavors, right? If you're using Apple, you might have heard of Brew, right? Obviously, I don't think there is one for Windows. I might be wrong. I might have to get back to you on that one. But so there's Yum, DNF, APT. There's the older version of APT, which is APT-get. There's also some other ones they mentioned here. Zipper. I've never used this one before, but there's Zipper. And the reason why I do want to just make sure that you guys are aware is because if you're on a different flavor, you won't be using APT. You might be using Yum, but the actual command itself, like the syntax, will be very similar, right? We're going to go over some of the syntax today, like how do we look at different packages? How do I install them, right? That syntax will carry over to different flavors. Like if it's whether it's apt install or Yum install, it should be very, very similar. Okay. We're going to go over all of this now. Okay, cool. We'll go back to the lab here. So the first thing is, let's do apt, since our wasn't that very helpful. You could also get into the man pages, but let's go apt-help. And they give you a list of commands that you could use, right? So you could do apt list to list the packages based on package names. You could do search. You could show, which basically gives you the details of the package. You could then install, reinstall, remove, and basically the name suggests exactly what it does, right? Auto remove, update, upgrade, full upgrade, edit sources, and satisfy. I guess the satisfy is the only thing that's sort of ambiguous. But basically it says satisfy dependency strings, right? So if there's anything that's dependent upon that package being installed, it will get that resolved, right? So as an example, let's do a quick command here. Give me 1 second, guys. So let's run apt update, right? Let me do sudo apt update. I forgot, I just restarted my VM, so I have to give it new sudo permissions here.
To kind of
So-
jump in there, when you guys
Yep, go
notice
ahead.
that you run a command and you get that notice right there, like we did, that it says permission denied, your first thought should be, let me try running this again with sudo. because chances are 95% of the time that's going to be your issue, that you just need those elevated privileges.
Good point. Yep, you're absolutely right. And sometimes it depends on where you're running that command from as well, right? Sometimes your current working directory could have issues as well. But to Tony's point, I would say 90% of the time it is that you don't have that correct permissions, right? But let's walk this through real quick. So I ran the sudo app update, and I have these like hit one. Maybe just kind of walk this line by line. So when I say that you could look at different packages and install them, well, those packages aren't necessarily in your Linux. We have to go out somewhere into the internet and say, hey, give me a list of all of packages. Well, this basically tells you where to go to look for that package, right? It's telling you to go to the archive.ubuntu.com to say, hey, Ubuntu operating system, right? Or in this case, this is where what we call a repository or repo. We're going to this actual website here and saying, hey, give me the full list of the packages that you have that I could look at and perhaps download and install. Focal is a nickname for the Ubuntu version that we're on. And in release basically means that this has been signed off, right? So I'm not getting it from some random repo. This is a legitimate repo that's signed by Ubuntu, that this is the latest and the most up-to-date package list that Ubuntu has, right? It has different, okay, this is the same one. So it says get 2, get 3. So basically getting different amount of these packages. It has hit 4. So it actually going to a different place here. So Microsoft repos VS Code. Again, it has its own name, and it's been signed off by Microsoft. So we're basically listing out different locations to reach out to say, hey, I'm trying to update my Linux terminal here with the latest package list of latest packages. Can you give them to me? And as you can see, we've got some information back, right? And we do a lot of get to get different sort of information. But I do want to say, we do have control over where we reach out to. Basically, we could set different repositories to reach out to get different type of packages. Perhaps it could be a different application. It could be a previous versions of those applications. Whatever the case might be, we could set this in our config file to say, hey, I don't actually want to go to Ubuntu. I want to go somewhere else, right? But that's basically what it's saying when we say sudo app update, is to go out there and give me the latest package list so that I will have up-to-date versions, up-to-date applications or packages that I could look through and interact with, right? So now that we have that, we could do something like, again, let's do clear apps -- help. Let's go over apps list, see what that does for us. As you can see, it's basically going to list out all of the package names that it knows of that I could download from, right? Again, all of this is from that Focal or wherever that it got from, and the actual file itself. Let me go ahead and do another one. You could also do search, and you could actually search for anything that you can search for. It's going to actually look for the name, and I believe, let me do this, firewall. Yeah, so it not only looks for the name, but it also looks for what its description says, right? So it says IP table extension for bypassing content filtering firewall. So it's able to capture that as well. So you could use the search command to basically enter your keywords for the package that you're looking for and download and install on your terminal that way. Now, the one that I want to demo real quick is called C Matrix, right? And it's the first one here. And it basically simulates the display from the matrix. It's a very simple command that I could run, and it's going to make my terminal simulate the display from the matrix. So let's go ahead and install that, right? So the command is apt install in the name of the package, which was C matrix, right? Okay, again, to Tony's point, if you get permissions denied, are you root, right? One thing that I kind of like about terminal is it gives you pretty detailed explanation on why you're getting the error, right? So let's go ahead and run sudo. And I don't know if I told everyone about this trick, but I could technically run the same command with sudo apt install C matrix. Or if I run this command and get a permission error, I could do sudo space exclamation mark, basically to say, hey, run the last command with sudo, right? So now it's going to go out to the repository and it's going to download the package and it's going to install. So now, again, if I don't get any errors, it means, it worked. So let's go ahead and verify. I'm going to run the which command on C matrix. And notice it is installed under user bin, right? So let's do clear. And again, once it's under user bin, I don't have to specify the full path. The terminal already knows where to look for the C matrix command. So I'm just going to run C matrix. And notice now I get the matrix display on my terminal. It's a pretty useless command, but it's cool, right? But it does what it does. But I just want to do a quick demo on how to use that the package manager to search for the packages that you want, install it on your box in your terminal using the apt install, and test it out, right? I don't know every package that's out there, but the package, oh, actually, let me do this. For the packages that you don't know about, let's say you were searching for something and then you found something that could be interesting. You could also do apt show and the name of the package, and it will give you some additional information. It will give the version, all of this sort of metadata here, where it's actually coming from. So you could, if you want to look at the source code, this is where you look at the source code. You could also look at additional description. So you could say screensaver for the terminal based in the movie Matrix. It works in terminals of all dimensions and have the following features: support terminal resize, screensaver mode, any key closes it, selectable color, change texture, scroll rate, all that sort. So if it's something that you're not very familiar with, but it still hit your keyword search, you could do the show package name to get additional information, right? And I'm sure if I go to the actual GitHub page, I'll get a lot more information from the README page as well. So just FYI, if you want to test out the apt command to go ahead and search and download a new package, by all means, these are some of the tools and the resources you have to do that, right? Let's say I'm done with this command or this package and I no longer want it installed on my box. You could do apt remove the name of the package. And again, hey, permission denied, are you root? So I'll do sudo bang bang. And it says, you can read all of the sort of metadata, but the important thing is, hey, it says the following package will be removed in all caps and C matrix. It says, do you want to continue? Yes. And once that's done, now if I do which C matrix, it shouldn't appear, right? Because it doesn't know anymore. It's not there anymore. The binary has been removed, right? So that's pretty much it with APT. There's a lot of actually, let's do one more. Search. There's a command called htop. Now, the reason why I want to go with htop is because we are going to go over a similar command for exercise 5D. So I do want to go ahead and search for htop. It says here, interactive process viewer. So let's go ahead and install it. apt install htop. Sudo, please. Now, if I do which htop, I get user bin htop. So if I just do htop now, I get this cool, terminal application called htop. It's basically very similar to the top command, which we're going to go over for exercise 5B, but this is more of a human readable top command. So it's called htop, right? Again, we're going to go over this later on, but just wanted to kind of give you another walkthrough example of how to search for different packages and how to install it, right? Any questions on the apt command? Now, there is another command that does somewhat similar thing. It's called dpackage or dpkg. And it is the package manager for Debian. Now, it's not as interactive as the apt command, right? But you can use the dpackage command to manually install these packages, right? One of the, let me see, dpkg -- help. Oh, there's a lot of options here. Let's see. Yep, so you could do something like dpkg-i to install a Debian file name, so a Debian package. Let me see, you could do -r to remove. So it's a little bit more manual in its, I mean, it's not that much manual. I mean, you still have to do an app install, app remove for that as well, but you just have to give it the .debian file name, right? It's not going to reach out somewhere and find it itself. You actually have to get it and then install it manually. That's what I meant by manual. The other one you could do is -l, which will list out packages. Let me see, let me do that real quick. So let's do dpkg-l. Let me see if this is, I'm trying to remember if this is all of the packages available or just the packages that has been installed. Let's see. Yeah, I think these are all the packages that are available. So you could look at from the packages that are available here and then go ahead and download the package and install it. Again, you can't just select the package name and install it from the dpackage because you actually need the actual Debian file to interact with, right? Let's see. Now, so I do want to give you an example on how to run that. So I do want to give you the third option real quick that people use so that I can demo the dpkg command a little bit better. So the command is called wget. What is wget? It's called the non-interactive network downloader. Don't worry about all of this. Just think of it as a network downloader. It's wget, right? wget. You're gonna go out to the web and download something into the terminal, right? Or into this Linux operating system. So in order to do this though, you give it the command, but you actually need the URL where to download this file from, right? So I have this link here, copy. Can't paste it. Oh, there it is. Oh, no. Would be good. Paste. Awesome. So what that did, but right, if I basically do ls here. Oh, actually, that didn't work. Let me see here. If we get paste. Let me see. This actually needs to be in one file. Give me 1 second. Let me just make that a little bit bigger. Awesome. So that just had to be in one line, not in two. So wget and paste. Okay, so now notice how, let me just get rid of all the index ones real quick. Okay, so now notice I have this .dev file. So I can then start using the dpkg -i install this Python Debian package, right? Again, it says, hey, require super user privilege. Cool. Sudo bang bang. And now it's gonna go ahead and okay, there's some errors. Error processing package Python dash install dependency problems leaving unconfigured errors are kind of Python. Python less than 2.8. Python is not installed. Okay. Let me see if I could do that. Actually, for this one, I could probably just do apt install Python. It should download the latest one. Not sure.
So while Sean is kind of troubleshooting that in the chat, somebody had asked if the packages are typically complete, or would we sometimes have to download something and then still have to go and download something else later on? We're going to see that's kind of what's happening right here, right? So when we're trying to be able to go ahead and use the dpackage command, that's usually more of a manual situation, as Sean was explaining. And so we are getting the just one file and we're trying to install it. Now, as we're seeing, when we're trying to install that one, it says, hey, we have some issues in trying to be able to install it because it has these dependencies for other files. So when we're doing a more manual approach like that, you'll typically have to go ahead and try and be able to make sure you have everything necessary for it. When we're doing more of our apt, so we're doing it through sudo apt install, it usually tries to be able to go ahead and pull all the dependencies itself. Now, sometimes we might have a broken link or something may not work. And so that's kind of what was happening here. But for the most part, when we do it as our apt installer, it'll try to be able to go ahead and get everything necessary that it can if it has access to it and download it along with the file that we asked for. But if we're doing dpackage, that was more of a manual thing. We have to make sure we're doing that ourselves.
Yep. Thank you for explaining that, Tony. So just to kind of recapture what just happened, I tried to, so if I do ls, I tried to install this Debian Python Debian package. It failed, saying there were some dependencies. I needed to have at least Python 2.0 to install 2.2 Python 2.24. So I used the app installer to install Python. It ran into some issues, but it said, hey, I didn't read all of the error messages, and I tried to scroll back up to give you an example of what it would say, but it got it basically got ate up by this app search that I ran. But what it's saying is, if you, for the ones that try to install but fail, you could do what's called fixed install. And after I ran that, basically my Python was correctly installed, which I could verify from here. If I do which Python, it tells me that it has been correctly installed. And then I was able to run this command again, epkg-i with the Debian package, and I did not have any errors, meaning I was able to update or install the 2.24 Python on my terminal. Go ahead, Antonino, you had a question?
Oh, yes, I do. Does Linux screen these websites or anything that we're downloading for security issues?
Can you repeat that question? You said, does Linux monitor websites?
Well, I mean, prior to using the app, and it brings back a bunch of websites or a bunch of packages that you can download. Does Linux screen these packages prior to download for any
Oh, I see what you
security
mean.
reasons?
So like, yeah. Right. Now that is
there like a
a security
pre-screen?
concern. Right, yeah. So that is a security concern. To answer your question, yes, but that could be another form of an attack. Let me just kind of explain. So every open source, you technically could contribute your own source, your own code to the open source. Now they have to review that code to accept it into the open source library. But let's say if you have, if that sort of revision wasn't in place, you can introduce a malicious code into these type of repositories, and people who then download from the repository and basically get compromised, right? Which is called supply chain attack, right? So you're saying, hey, maybe I'll change either this code or get it installed or look for it from a different repository with the same name. There's different types of attacks that could leverage what you're saying, that sort of oversight of the new code being introduced to the packages. But in general, open source, before it gets added onto any of the libraries, any sort of new code does get reviewed. But to your point, there could be some oversight and a vulnerability could be introduced there. Did that answer your question, Antonino?
Yes, it just seems like we're able to download open source packages and links. I'm just wondering where the security provisions come in play.
Part of it does come in play from where the website is, right? Because technically, we can add to the list of repositories that it will check and look for when we're trying to ask for something to be installed. So part of it should be that when you're looking at that list, you're using only trusted repositories, right? Locations that we know that they do go and make sure that the stuff that's there is, for the most part, as Sean explained, kind of checked and make sure that it's good quality stuff. It's not something that's suspicious. It's not something that's fishy. And so could you be able to add a repository link that doesn't do that, or is a known place for malware or other stuff? Technically, yes. So part of it is on you, right? What links, what repositories are you having it going and looking at? And are those trusted? And so then if you know that the link that you're putting there, the repositories that we have are trusted websites, then you know that they're doing like Sean explained, to go ahead and keep stuff secure on their end as well.
Right, so I understand they come from repositories. Is there an administrator who has oversight of what we're putting in a repository? Because it seems like we can just add one. Is there someone actually checking the security behind it?
I think if you're looking for like an answer in terms of like, hey, is any of this company accountable for a vulnerability that gets introduced? Ultimately, for any open source, it's no. Like, open source basically means everyone could contribute, and it's everybody's responsibility to basically security check, right? If this was an actual company that we pay for like a license, and somehow we found out they were hosting a malicious package and I was able to download it and now my system's compromised. Well, there's some accountability, right? I could say, hey, you company A, like, why did you review this package and now have this malicious package on my endpoint? Well, for open source, everything is free, right? Everything doesn't require you to, and at the same time, it's almost like a double-edged sword where because you're using all of this for free, there really isn't like an accountability aspect to say, for you to say, hey, Ubuntu, like you have this malicious package in your repository. Well, who is Ubuntu in this case? Well, it's just an operating system that everybody contribute to. There is companies out there that sort of manage it, right? Even this Ubuntu, if you go to the Ubuntu website, there's new versions coming out constantly. So there is oversight on what gets introduced, what gets added on. Now, are they accountable that there's a malicious package that got slipped into the repository? No, right? They'll just go ahead and remove it. But there is oversight, but it's not something that we could say, hey, you're responsible or you're accountable for making this secure. It's everybody's responsibility at that point. Does that answer your question, Antonino? Okay, cool.
One way that you can picture it is kind of like how Android works, right? Android has the Play Store. And so that's kind of like their repository. That's the location that they officially have all the software that you can be able to download and install for Android devices. The difference here is that our repositories don't have that same accountability like Sean was talking about, right? If you download something from the Play Store, you're expecting that somebody over at Google to be able to go ahead and have it work with their Android systems and to be able to have it in the Play Store, to be able to host it there, that somebody went and reviewed it and made sure that it was secure or that it shouldn't be malicious. But as Sean explained here, it's all open source. So it's all kind of community kind of gated, right? It's the community itself should be looking at the source code, should be reviewing it, should be going ahead and making sure that everything is okay. And then if something is found out to be incorrect or to be vulnerable or to be malicious, then they can be able to update it. If it's just a vulnerability, they can be able to try and fix it. Or if it's malicious with that purpose, then they can remove it. But it's not technically accountable in the same way that Android and the App Store would be accountable, right? So there's that separation. It's very similar in that aspect if you think about how the Play Store works or how the iOS, the App Store works, right? We're going out to this location, we're downloading what we can find there to be able to go ahead and use. But those are hosted and run specifically by those companies, whereas this is the community, the open source community. And so there's no one that's one organization or one person that's held responsible for those things.
Awesome. Thank you for that explanation, Tony. All right. Let's do one more example. So I'm going to do the same thing. wget, right click, paste. And that's another .debian package that I'm going to wget, which is webget, basically downloads that file. And it says, hey, you have your ZenMap 7.6 version saved. So if I could validate that by using ls. Now, again, let's do dp kg-i ZenMap install. You don't have privileges. Let's do sudo bang bang. I got some errors. Let's see, depends on mmap. Okay, I don't have mmap installed. And I don't think apt will have mmap. Let me see. It might. Okay, I saw mmap here. Okay, so I'm going to install mmap real quick. Apt install mmap sudo. Okay, this thing again. Apt fix broken installs. Let me go ahead and run that. Sudo. Okay, I'm gonna run the which command on mmap. Cool, I have that installed. Let me go ahead and reinstall my Zen map, sudo again. All right, now if I do which Zen map, I should have, yes. So now that I have Zen map installed, I can do Zen map. Yeah, that's fine. And again, this is what I meant by it doesn't have to be strictly in the terminal. You could download applications that you could run through the GUI as well. ZenMap is the GUI version of Nmap. We're going to talk about Nmap most likely during the red team phase. We might discuss it in the network units. It's basically a network scanning tool. But Nmap has a lot of functions and options. ZenMap is just a GUI version to help you, access Nmap in an easier manner, right? But just want to demonstrate that it doesn't have to be through the terminal. You could run commands and you could basically start applications. So that is apt, dpkg, and the wget commands to look for and to download different packages and install them, manage it, and so on and so forth, right? Any questions on those three commands and what we just did for the package manager? If not, Tony, if you could create the breakout rooms, let's do another short session and come back and finish out the last exercise.
All right, rooms are open.
Hey, Tony, it says Willie is not assigned.
Chances are that they accidentally left and then came back. So I believe they're in
okay.
room 4. So I'll go ahead and add them back in.
Cool, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, excellent.
Awesome. All right, Jeremy, Elmira, are you guys having problems joining? Maybe, maybe not.
So Jeremy might be AFK, and then Elmira, if you remember, they're the ones that didn't join the room last time. So
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know if it's a network issue or if they're AFK, or I don't know if they could hear me.
mhm.
Oh, Wales. All right, well, I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's try to close out the rooms in like 10 minutes. So 9:55, we'll get everybody back and finish out the day with the last exercise.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Okay.
See you in a bit.
Yep. Hey guys, welcome back. All right. So we are at the last exercise. And I think it is the most important one out of today, if you ask me, right? Because the term process, if you're familiar with computing, is an abstract sort of instruction, right, that we tell the operating system to do on our behalf, right? If you're more familiar with Windows system, I'm sure you have, right click and open a task manager before, and inside your task manager are a list of processes that are running from the operating system on your behalf, right? It could be something that you've read, right? If you're running some sort of an application, that application just doesn't run magically, right? It has a process that we tell the operating system to run so that we could have this application running on our display, right? There's also processes that we don't run, right? There's some processes that the operating system runs on itself to, make sure the network is enabled, to make sure the operating system is functioning as it's supposed to, right? There's a lot of processes. There's more processes that are run on the back end by the operating system than the ones that we run ourselves, right? The reason why I say processes are very important is because from the blue team, from the cybersecurity perspective, a lot of times when we do investigations, we start from the process, right? To see, okay, what process is running on this operating system? Is every process running legitimate processes? Or are there any processes that are running that is suspicious or that could be malicious, right? Are there any processes that are that have any network enabled, right? Are there any processes that are reaching out to the internet? Whatever happens on the system or the operating system is dictated by the process, right? There's nothing that gets done without a process. Process is basically instructions that we tell the operating system to do X, Y, Z, right? So if there are no processes, there aren't anything being done on the operating system, right? If it, very high level, that's how you could think of processes. So if we see any action that was performed, we could backtrack and look at the list of our processes to say, okay, what caused my operating system to download this malicious file? There has to be some process that told the operating system to do that, right? If I see some malicious network traffic, I look at the process to say which process reached out to this domain or this URL or this IP address to communicate with this malicious actor. Whatever we're trying to investigate, we could backtrack to the process to say, okay, where did it begin? And then that answer is where the process, we could look at the process to give us that answer, right? That's why I say it's very important. We're going to get back to this both in red team and blue team. It is a core sort of understanding that we need to have what processes do and how we could use processes to basically answer some of our questions. Now, with that said, how do we actually interact with processes from the terminal, or how do we look at what processes are running from the terminal? Like I said before, there is a GUI version of Windows called Task Manager. If you're using Apple, there's a process called Activity Monitor or something along those lines. In terminal, there is not like a GUI version, but we have a terminal command, right? Oh, where's my, here it is. So if I use the command top, what is top? It's a display Linux processes, right? We looked at htop before, but now we're going to look at top, right? So if I select top, again, notice my prompt is gone. So now we're looking at a terminal-based application. So this basically gives us the top processes that are running on my Linux box. And when I say top, I'm talking about which one is using the most memory, which one is using the most CPU. These are the most active processes. There's probably hundreds of processes that are running in the background, but we're seeing the top sort of resource heavy processes that are running on my Linux box now. As you can see, let me just kind of walk through. At the top here is the sort of metadata, how many users, how many different tasks, how many are active, how many are sleeping, how many are stopped, how many are zombies. Zombie processes are a unique process where we have what's called a parent process and a child process. So basically a parent process is a process that spawns another process. And now it becomes a parent process, and the new spawn process becomes a child process, right? Now, usually when you exit a program, all of the child process gets basically stops, terminates, and then the parent process terminates. In the case of zombie processes, the parent process terminates before the child process gets a chance to terminate. And so without the parent process, the child process now becomes a zombie process. It doesn't have a formal way to exit itself because the parent is gone, right? Anyways, that's what they mean by zombie. They don't mean, like a flesh-eating zombie in this system here. But anyways, there's a bunch of metadata here that tells you how many are free memories that you have, how many are total, how many are being used. You have the swap space. Swap space, it's just another term that we use to store the volatile memory into our non-volatile memory, which is our RAM and our hard drive or soft drive, right? Soft state drive. What I do want to look at and focus more time on is the bottom portion here. So this is the actual processes, right? So you have what's called the PID, which is process ID. So every process has a unique ID, right? The user that actually spawned this process, so fstack, DCB, root, and any other user that might be on this system, if they have any sort of process running, it will show up here. The PR and NI, it basically tells you the priority the operating system has placed on these process. So the higher the number, the lower the priority. The lower the number, the higher the priority, right? You have the virt, which is for your virtual memory. You have the res, which is for your RAM. You have the shared SHR for your shared memory. The state, the CPU percentage that it's actually using up, the percentage of the memory that's using up, the time that it's been running, and the actual command that spun up this process, right? That's very high level of what the top command gives us. There are some commands you could run inside of the top command, such as if you do Shift U, so uppercase U, you could say which user, right? If I'm looking at down here, now we're given sort of this top command prompt that's asking you, hey, enter which user you want to look at. I could say fstack, only give me the processes that are being ran by the user fstack. So you can sort of sort and interact with the top command by giving different commands, right? The other one that I could give is if I type the capital M, notice now it's being sorted by the memory usage, right? If I want to look at which process is using the most memory, I could use the capital M. Now I'm just typing in the letter here and it's doing that in the background. There isn't like a prompt that tells me, hey, what do you want to sort by? I'm just using it in real time. Now, if I type in T, right, it sorts it by how long a process has been running, right? So it's sorts by the time. And then let's do P for CPU, right? And now it's going to sort by the top CPU usage, okay? And then you could also do N, capital N, to say I want to sort by the PID, right? And you could also kill commands by doing K. Now, by default, it's going to kill the process that's at the very top of your top command, right? And it tells you, hey, by default, do you mean 12779? 12779. I don't know why that might be a different one. 12779. Let's see. Not sure what this one is. I think it. Let me try this, see if the top command will finish out. Let me see, by default, kill it. I'm not sure what happened there. Let me try that again. So let me give the K command. 12870. I'm not sure if this, let me try this one. I'm sure this is gonna fail. Yeah, let me do it this way. Let me go ahead and change the actual order. So let's do okay, so let's do kill. Yeah, so when you do the K, it will kill the first command or first process that shows up. Now, if there's a different process that you want to kill, you'll give it a different PID. So let's say if I want to kill this top command, I don't know if I could kill itself in its own command, but let me give it a try. 12298. And we'll do the signal 15. Let's do 9. I will go over what these are. Okay, so and we're going to go over just exactly what happened here, but notice how my terminal has broken out of the top command, and now I got my terminal back. So basically, inside of my top command, I was able to kill the top process, and now I'm back in my terminal, right? So let me go ahead and type clear, just to clear out my space here. And let's do top again. Go back in here. So again, if I want to kill top process inside of the top command, that's what I would do. But let's say I want to kill some other command. Let's do this. Let's do it by user app stack again. And try to find, let's do this. I'm going to cat, I forgot what it was. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. Actually, we could probably do this. Tail-F. Tail-F. Let's do, let me touch a new file real quick. New file. And I'm gonna do new file. So basically what this does is it's going to try to get the latest entry of a new file. Instead of just saying, hey, give me the last 10 lines of new file, it's basically saying, hey, keep looking at it. Keep looking at it. And if there's any new content that gets added to new file, display it out here. The reason why I did this command over the other command is because I want this process to keep running, right? And now, let me see if I could actually find it. Geez, this is gonna be a little bit difficult. Let's do this. Yes, we're gonna talk about PS in just a sec, but let me go ahead and find the actual PID here. So the PID that we're interested in is 13115. So let's go ahead and kill it here. 13115. So now if I go back to my tail command, notice how it says it has been terminated, right? Because I was able to find the PID using the PS command and then grep for tail. I found my PID here. Again, we're going to talk about the PS command in just a sec, but it's just another command that we could use in replacement of the top command. And then with that PID, I was able to kill it using the top command, right? Using the K option, right? It's not really an option. I just press K on my keyboard and it'll tell you which process do you want to kill. Now let's try that one more time, right? Because I do want to tell you the difference between terminated and kill. All right, so let's go ahead and run that command again. So now, again, it's constantly running the tail command against this new file for any new entry, right? Let me go ahead and find that new process ID, which is 13286. So I'm going to go ahead and kill and say 13286, I think is what I said. And notice how it says, hey, what signal do you want to send over to kill that process? There is the 15, which is sig term. You're saying, hey, signal to terminate. There is also 9, which is sig kill, right? Basically, it's a more of a disruptive way to terminate or to kill a process. Now let's go ahead and send the signal of 9. Go back to my command here. Let me make that a little bit bigger. And notice how it says it's been killed, right? So it's a different way to end a process. Terminated is basically saying, hey, exit out of that process in a proper manner. So it does what it needs to do and it terminates itself. Killed doesn't have that sort of formal process. You get that signal, you just kill that process immediately, right? But just different sort of signals to end the process. So that's it. That's pretty much it on the top command. There's different ways you could interact with it, sort it different ways. We could also kill it, or kill processes using the top command. And to exit out of the top command, as always, you press Q. That should get you out of the top command, right? Any questions on that before we get into the PS command? All right, if there's no questions, let's go straight into what is PS. It says report a snapshot of the current processes. Again, remember top was real time and it was interactive, right? It was, you see the processes moving up and down, all these numbers changing, right? It's very real time interactive with the current list of processes. With the PS command, it is a snapshot, right? And for those of you who might not know what snapshot is, it's basically an instance of the processes running at that moment in time, right? So it doesn't change. So if you kill a process, you don't get the new process ID, or it doesn't update our process list. If you create a new process after you run that command, it's not going to show up on that list, right? So let's run PS by itself to see what we get. And notice how we get a very simple, almost too little information from the list of processes, right? When we ran that top command, we saw hundreds of processes running in the background. With the PS, we just get 2. And this is why we always need to give it additional options with the PS command, right? Before I used ELF, right? But in short, it's basically EF, which is extended full format. Now, if you go into the help page or the man page for PS, there's a lot of options. And a lot of times you use some of these options to help you better remember, right? I use ELF because it's easy to remember. But in essence, I believe E and L are the same, right? There's a lot of options that you could interchange the letters, right? But if I use the PS-EF, I should get the full extended list of the processes running at that time, right? And to understand what each of these columns mean, let's go ahead and pipe this into the head command. So now we get the first top 10 lines, right? Again, we got the user ID, which is the user. We got the PID, which is the process ID, unique process ID. You have what's called a PPID, which is the parent process ID. So this is where it's spun from. You have the C, which I'm not 100% sure what that is. I have to get back to you on this one. S time is the start time. TTY is another term for terminal. So which terminal did this command start from? You have the time, so how long it has been running. And then you have the actual command. Now, it's interesting because if you look at the 0, there is no PPID, right? Basically, this is what operating system starts off from. SBIN init. This is how Linux starts from. This is almost like if you look at Windows, there's the I forget which one the Windows one was, like SBC host or some of the kernel level processes. This is for Linux, right? It starts from SBIN init, and then from here, oh, the other thing I want to mention, anything that's inside of these square brackets, it's being run by the kernel. So it's being run by the Linux. You don't actually run these. Anything inside these square brackets, it's run by the kernel itself, right? But if you look at these process IDs, they are the actual parents of all these child processes, right? So this kernel thread, I don't know if this is kernel, but this threading process has initiated all of these in the background to actually make our Linux work, make our Linux operating system work, right? But later on, let's do this real quick. If I do, again, if I run this command, this tail-f new file, and then I go here and let me make this a little bit bigger. And if I run that ps-elf grab tail, notice I have the PID of 13.846 and the parent process of 12.826. Now I could assume that this parent process is the bash, right? Because the bash is the process that started this new process of running the tail command. Now, if I want to verify that, let's go ahead and grep for 12826. And notice that I have a parent process, or the process 12826 is my bash, right? So bash is the parent process of this tail command that I've run. We could verify that 12826 is the parent process, right? And so on and so forth. We could backtrack all the way back to the SBIN init, right? Because we're saying, hey, everything that started from that initialization, and then from there, I could see that I ran the bash command, and then from the bash command, I ran my tail command, and I could see that here as well. Okay. Let's see. There are another option that I want to go over, which is ps-aux. So A is, I believe, all. User, U is for, I believe, user. I'm not sure what X was, but we could look this up in the man page real quick. Let's go man, PS, search for X. Is X available? No. Oh, okay. It's actually here. Note that ps-aux is distinct from PS. Oh, no, that's not. X. Oh, this is going to take me a while. I'll find that out later, let you guys know in Slack. But for the purpose of time, let's go ahead and run the AUX. You get a little bit more information. So let's go ahead and pipe that into head to see what other information we've got. So again, we got the user, we got the PID, now we got the percentage, CPU percentage, memory percentage, VSR is virtual memory, RSS is the RAM, TTY again is the terminal, stat is the status. So I think these are like inactive, S should be active. But again, I might have to go back and double check that. The start time, the time that has been running for, and the actual command. Now, again, just to kind of reiterate, there are a lot of different options we could give it, and each options that we run will give slightly different results, right? So it is a little bit more customizable than the top command, but just know the difference in that top command is real time. So as I run new commands and new processes, that list is going to change. Whereas the PS command is a snapshot of the instance when I ran that command. So it's going to collect all of the processes and different options for those lists this specific moment when I ran this command. Whereas the top command is a real-time update to what's going on for that Linux box, right? Any questions so far? I do have one more thing I do want to go over, which is how to kill processes outside of the top command, right? So let's go ahead and run that grab tail command again to see my process ID here. Again, it is the 13846 that is the process ID for this tail-f new file command that I was running here. So in order to kill that, I have to say kill. Let's do this real quick. What is kill? It's to send the signal to a process, and in this case, we're going to send the kill process or kill signal. So the command is going to be kill -9 or -15, whatever you want to send it, and the actual process ID. So in this case, will be 13846. Now, if I go back here, it's going to say terminated, right? Now, if I run this command again, and let's go ahead and look for that process ID using the PS and the grep. Now I have a new process ID, which is 14319. Now let's try that with kill -9 with 14319. If I go back, it should say it has been killed. So there's two ways you could kill that process. Okay. Any questions so far? Now there is another command called pkill. This one uses names or other attributes instead of the process ID. So you could give it, you could say, hey, let's try it. Let's run this command. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's give it a try. Pkill, anything with the tail in it, and it should terminate it, right? So I don't recommend this just because if there's multiple commands that have, or processes that have the word tail in it, you'll basically kill all of it, right? So, use it with caution. What I do prefer is the kill command because you could specify exactly which PID that you're trying to target. But just FYI that you have all of these resources available in case you want to use either or, right? But just know that there's a difference. Pkill doesn't use the process ID, use name or other attributes, whereas the kill uses different signals against PIDs, right? But that is it in terms of the two commands. We went over the top and PS, and then different ways to kill processes, right? Instead of top command, we were able to give it different shortcuts. Outside of the top command, we could use the PS command along with the kill or pkill to look at processes and kill processes respectively, right? Let me just double check. I've covered every command here. Yep. Cool. Any questions? I know we might not have enough time for the labs, so I might spend the rest 5 minutes answering questions, and I might assign exercise 5D as homework. But yeah, any questions that you guys have in terms of anything that we went over today? special permissions, package managers, or how to use the process. Yeah, go ahead, Griffith.
Yeah, back in, I think it was activity 5B, we were trying to get like the full, what was it? It was all of the files in like user bin and user sbin that have yes, SUID permissions.
Yeah.
So like what I did for that at first, I think I did like ls-l and then pipe that to grep like RWS, and like that gave me more or less what I wanted. But then like for directing that output to the file, it like looks completely different from like what was in the files that like we were comparing it to, like the default files, because we were supposed to like diff it between those two files. And I was trying to sort of figure out how we would actually do that, where we like get it in that that same format.
Here's an idea. I haven't read through the exercise, but let me give you a different maybe perspective. You could use, excuse me, you could use the find command to say, hey, look at the user bin directory and give me anything with the permission with 4, what is it? 755? 755. Excuse me. You could do something like this. And if you want to look at its actual permissions, you could do something like xargs ls-l, and then look at it from like, you could do something like that if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, the that first command you ran, I think that is like the format that the default files appear as. So
Yep, and I have, yeah. Okay, perfect. So yeah, go ahead and use this command. And just to reiterate, if you're looking for the GID, then this will be a 2. If you're looking for a sticky bit, that will be a 1. Right?
Okay.
So again, if I want to look at all the set GIDs that has been set, that should look something like this, right? It should be a 2. That's a good question. Any other questions? It's gonna be a awkward 2 minutes. Ask away. Any questions you guys might have?
Yeah, actually, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So actually, I'm familiar more with the Windows side of things, but you know how like there's startup and then there's processes that are running in the background. But let's say you downloaded a virus or a malware, and even though you kill the process, there's let's say another process or parent process that will relaunch it again over and over again, even though you kill the process. Would the same apply for Linux? Are there situations where even after you kill the process, it'll somehow rehash itself and still come back?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's the same operating system, right? It's just a different terminology, different sort of jargon that we use, but it's the same instruction. You have the parent process that's constantly spawning child processes to do something malicious. We could kill the child processes, but if you don't kill the parent, that behavior is going to repeat itself. Same thing on Linux, same thing on Windows. But yeah.
And also like, so in Windows, there's the registry, right? You know, how you go to registry to go in there to look for the malware or the virus, and you have to delete those entries in there. But in Linux, there's such a thing, kind of like the registry, where you have to go in there, kind of like, and really get nitty gritty and find the virus.
No, yeah. So that is the core difference in Linux and Windows, is that Windows builds the registry from, you know, basically hardware, the user and all that. Whereas the Linux, everything is, I don't want to say, let me just answer that question. Very simple terms. There is no registry in Linux, but there is a different process during the boot process where the Linux, there's a different Windows booting process and Linux booting process, but it doesn't build out what you would consider a Windows registry, if you will. for Linux, whereas the Windows does. So if you want to get nitty-gritty, you have to get through the actual file system itself. It could be a different like config files within a file system, but there's not going to be a registry that gets built out.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Griffith, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I had another question about 5C, where it says find each package that includes the word web server. If it's not Apache 2, uninstall it. So I was trying to use the dpkg-l to look at like what packages are installed and then like pipe that out to like grep for web server. But it didn't like it looked like there was one that had like web server in the description, but none were actually had it in the name. So it was a little bit unclear about like if I was doing that the wrong way or not.
Right.
And I also
before I
didn't see
yeah.
Apache in that list at all in the first place. So I feel like I was looking in the wrong area.
Right. Before I read into that and answer it, I know we're at time, so if you need to drop, we will send out the Slack message with all the updates. You know what to look out for, what to do for homework. So go ahead and watch for that. If Harsh sends out a survey, go ahead and fill that out as well.
I believe the link is already in the chat, just so that way you guys know
Perfect.
and you guys can already start looking at that.
Yep. If you don't have any other questions, you may drop. Have a great rest of the night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you do have questions, please stick around. We'll go ahead and get those answered. Yep, appreciate it. Thank you guys. And Griffith, let me go ahead and look up that question real quick. You said 5C. What was the number?
Step 8.
Step 8. Find each package that includes the word web server. If it's not Apache 2, uninstall it. Let's see. Maybe apt upgrade. Let me see. Sudo. Oh. Let's do list. And then let's pipe that into web server. I'm sorry, grep.
Yeah.
And if it's not an Apache, uninstall it. So apt remove. I am not sure if this is what it's intended. I gotta read the actual. Let me see.
Yeah, I was getting I did it with like dpkg-l, which like that like none of them actually had web server in the name. So I think what you're doing is probably what was
Oh, okay.
intended.
Let's try that.
Because I'm actually had web server in the name.
Grep web server. Yeah,
that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Yeah, I think again, I probably have to go double check the answer sheet to see exactly what it wanted to do, but this is a way you can do it. To use the app list, grep for web server, and then use the app remove to get basically remove those packages.
So I guess follow-up question is, I mean, dpkg-l, like it says that lists all the programs installed on the system, but what is apt list doing something different there to get those packages?
Let me double check dpkg-l. Given pattern. Oh, let me try that. Let me try with the package dpkg-l web server web server. I don't know if they have separate. Did they tell you to install it maybe in the previous or no? Did these ever tell you to install any of the new packages that I haven't read the actual setup. I'm just wondering if there's something that's going on in the backend that will give you something with the web server. If not, like I said, I might have to go back and look at exactly what they want us to do.
Yeah.
But it should, I mean, it should give you the answer. I don't know why it's not. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it
this-
does look like, yeah, doing apt list just gives me a different list of packages as opposed to the dpkg-l. So I don't, yeah.
Tony, do you have any insight on what the exercise is asking us to do or why it's giving us different answers?
So to my knowledge, what we should do is in addition to list, we gotta specify what we want it to list exactly. So we can say apt list dash dash installed, and then it will show us all the packages that have been installed on the machine.
Hmm.
And then from there, we can be able to grep to certain things if we want to be able to kind of filter it out.
As it just seems like I should be using apt list instead of the dpkg-l since it doesn't seem like
Probably.
that covering everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Fair
Like,
enough.
what I did for the grep was I just gripped for web and kind of looked for what was coming up with that.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think the instructions are very clear if it's not like if it can't find it, we're gonna let the what do you call it, the LSMs know to kind of explain this a little bit better, but in theory you should be able to use both of the commands to find what you're looking for, and it should be a little bit more clear. Like, I'm not sure exactly, like I said, I just kind of go back and see what they want us to run here, but if it's not, patch it to install it. But
Yeah. That's
um,
a good question though. Thank you.
right. Do apologize for the confusion here, but yeah, let's go ahead and submit something for the LSM, and then they can kind of look at it, just if there's actual packages that have been installed. If not, then maybe we need to install it before you guys run this exercise. So maybe it's like a setup that when you run it, something gets installed that you guys could uninstall it afterwards. But I think something is missing here where we're not seeing anything with the word web server that's installed for us to uninstall it. Cool. Any other questions? Yep. Good night, Joel. Good night, Griffith. Yep. See you, Ryan. All right. For Antonino, Robbie, and Alex, do you guys have any other questions?
Actually, no, sorry. I was just kind of reading. I'm about to get out of here. Thanks again for class.
Yep. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night. Alex, you're the last man standing.
Appreciate it, Sean. Thanks, Tony.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
Later, guys. Good night.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right. I think Jeremy is FK. So I will see you guys all tomorrow.
All
Good
right,
night.
then. Take care.
Yep.
We'll see you then.
Thanks. Hey, Harsh.
Good evening,
Hi.
Harsh.
Yeah, good evening, Tony. And good evening, all the learners. Thank you for participating. As I can see, 24 members had participated in the session. Tony and Sean, we are ready to go. So please, learner, can you confirm me on the chat box? Is our voice is loud and clear to you or not? Yes, thank you. Thank you, June. Thank you, Alex. Sean and Tony, can you confirm from your end though?
Yep, we could hear you.
Yes.
Yes. Did you got the presenter access?
Let's see. There we go. So I see that I'm now able to co-host. So yeah,
Perfect.
excellent.
We can start with the session. Thank you.
So Sean, if you want, you can go ahead and continue answering that question, and we can be able to go on from there.
Oh, yep. I am messaging it on Slack, so I'm good in terms of the Zoom link.
All right, excellent. Were there any other questions that you guys wanted to be able to have addressed before we got into our stuff for today?
Yeah, actually, I do have a question. In regards to the file or directory ownership, I believe it was for activity 5B, or no, actually activity 5A. Well, anyways, for one of those, actually, after we did the exercise, I noticed that the permissions got changed over, the ownership of the file. But when I copy that file, make a secondary copy, move it over to another directory, it changed it back to fstack. Now, does the ownership of a file change if it can move into a directory that's owned by a different user? Or does it typically carry over?
So to address that, usually it's what the original file already has. So chances are, if you use the same command to copy it, you just change the directory you are copying it to, then it's grabbing the original file, which would have still been owned by fstack, right? Rather than the copy that you made into the current directory, which would have been what you changed the ownership for.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed some of the files changed, like the other ones kept the property, like root, kept the root as the original owner and the group, but some other files got changed over to fstack when I moved it into another directory that was owned by fstack. Okay, I guess it's one of those things.
Well, if you still really want to be able to have that question, when we go to the breakout rooms, you can go ahead and stick around. We can take a look at what was happening. What did you do? And then we can be able to see what we can be able to answer from there once we actually see what was going on, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I noticed, Joel, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Hey, Tony, thank you for taking my question. Yesterday, I sent out a message saying that my Vocarium's lab isn't working. I give it some time and I tried it again today. It's still not working. It says waiting for the UI to be ready.
All right, with that, I would go ahead and either contact Harsh, right? So you can give him a message here and see if he can work with you to be able to go ahead and get that to see why that's happening and if he can fix that. And or you could also reach out, besides just reaching out to Harsh, you can reach out to Starlight over on our Slack channel, message her directly and see if she can be able to go ahead and kind of contact Vocarium and kind of see why that's happening, right? But go ahead and reach out and let Harsh know right now so you can be able to kind of see what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or any other difficulties like that that might be happening? All right. So we're going to see that in addition to everything that we've learned so far, the next thing that we're going to go ahead and get into is we're going to see how we can be able to connect to other devices, right? So we're going to be using what is known as secure shell, or what we're going to be more familiar with as referring to it. We're going to refer to it as SSH. So there's a way to be able to go ahead and do this. We're going to see that SSH, typically there's going to be a form of encryption that's typically going to happen. That means it's going to become that when we're sending out our messages are going to become garbled for anybody that's spying on us, right? Anybody that's paying attention, anybody that's kind of capturing that traffic as we are transmitting it. It's going to look like pure gibberish, right? So that's the benefits of using our secure shell, is that we're going to encrypt anything that we are transmitting so we can be able to have that layer of security. Now, we're going to go ahead and see just how we can be able to go ahead and start trying to communicate with other devices. First, from kind of checking to see is something there, to then being able to go ahead and actually try to connect to it once we're able to go ahead and get a response, once we're able to see that that device is there. And then finally, for this first part, before we have you guys go into breakout rooms, we're going to also see then how we can be able to go ahead and not just connect to a device, but have it that we can be able to copy information to and from it, right? So we're going to go over 3 different commands, and we'll give you then sort of a brief time to toy around with them in the breakout rooms, and then we'll continue on from there, seeing how we can be able to make various uses of our secure shell. So let me go ahead, let me start up my machine, or make sure that it's actually finished starting up rather, and then we'll go ahead and share my screen and we'll go over those 3 different commands. So while that's happening, let me actually share my screen for our learning management system. And so this is kind of what we're talking about, right? We're going to have it that we're going to have some type of communication. So here's our Ubuntu VM. And we're going to try and be able to go ahead and communicate to another device over the network, right? Over our internet. Now, normally, we're going to see that there's 2 different ways that we communicate. There's what we might call unencrypted traffic. That's what's happening here on the left, right? And so we see then anything that we type in, any type of information that we send, if somebody's listening in on it, they'll be able to go ahead and see exactly what we're sending. So what is that information that we're typing? What is the requests that we are making? But when we have it encrypted, which is what SSH does, we see what's happening here on the right. It looks like a bunch of gibberish, a bunch of random letters, a bunch of random characters. And so it makes it much more difficult to figure out what is actually being done, right? And so that's why we want to be able to know how to be able to do SSH, because it allows us to do this type of communication, but it allows us to do it without somebody being able to really listen in. So to that end, I believe my lab is up and ready. So let me go ahead and share that screen. All right, it seems to have frozen a little bit, so I'll go ahead and wait just a few more seconds and then I'll go ahead and let it go. Let's see, let's actually, while that's still going on, let's go ahead and go back to here. Let me see. There we go. Let me go ahead and go back to this right here. So we're going to go through some things to remember real quick first. So we're going to go ahead and point out right here, we're going to see in a little bit that SSH command that we were talking about to be able to go ahead and encrypt our data. That way we can be able to go ahead and talk, communicate, or send instructions, send commands securely. But we're going to point out to do this whenever we're going to connect to what we call a remote host. So that's another machine, another computer, some device over the internet. It says you must have the following, right? First of all, you got to have an SSH server running on that remote host, right? Now, we're going to see we have OpenSSH, which is an open source version of this SSH server. So that's the most common one. If you do not have that service up and running to begin with, then there's nothing that's listening for you to make that connection, right? And then at the same time, to be able to go ahead and connect, you need to have a valid username and a valid password to actually connect and log in to that remote host. So if you don't have one or the other, you're not going to be able to get in, right? We say that we will get into this concept of ports on how we're able to go ahead and have something listen on a particular port later on in the course. But for now, the only thing we need to pay attention to is that the default port for SSH is 22. So our ports are identified by their numerical numbers. And so, like we said here, the default that we use, it could be that we can use actually any port. We can be able to go ahead and have it that any port we want can be used for any service we want. But we would say by convention, right? It's just kind of a universal agreement that, hey, if something's going to be running SSH, the server that's going to be running it is going to be listening on port 22. So we say one of the ways to harden a machine is so that way we can switch the port, because if all we're expecting, if the default thing that we're going to be looking for to be able to communicate via SSH is port 22, then that means anybody can kind of try and be able to gain access to our computer, can be able to try to be able to do SSH to our port 22, because that's kind of what's understood to be where the majority of people are going to be listening for that on. But if we wanted to make it a little bit more difficult, so that way only people that should be connecting to us, or only people that we want to know how to connect to us are the ones who are actually doing it, we can just switch our SSH connection to another port. And so that is known as hardening our machine, because we're making it more difficult for somebody to be able to gain access. Now we're going to also see how we can copy data to and from our remote things. So this is going to be known as SCP. Now, why is it SCP? Well, we're going to see that if you remember, our command for copying data, and I believe it was Sean who went and kind of showed us this, right? It was CP, right? So CP allows us to copy. So here we're doing what's known as a secure copy. This is why it's SCP. And so we're going to see that it's a way of performing that copy command, but we're doing it, we're kind of what we call tunneling it through SSH. And so that way SSH can be able to go ahead and encrypt our information, right? So we're going to see when we're trying to do a secure copy, when we're using SCP, we're going to need the same information that we would need in order to be able to do a regular SSH connection, right? We're going to need to know who are we connecting to, and we need to have a valid username and password to be able to do that too. So we want to keep that in mind, right? Anytime we're connecting to these devices, we need to have some valid login information. We need to know how to be able to go ahead and actually connect to it to be able to do so. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the different commands themselves. All right, so here we go. So here is my Vocarium machine. And let me move some stuff out of the way so I can be able to see this a little better. There we go. So let's go ahead and pull up our terminal. We're going to go ahead and maximize this. And then I'm going to go ahead and increase the size so we can be able to see that better. And so the first of our commands that we're going to take a look at is a command known as ping. So this is just a very simple command. It's just a way of being able to go ahead and kind of start a very, very simplified communication to see if a device is there. Can we communicate with this device? So if we go, what is ping? We're going to see that it sends what is known as an ICMP echo request. This is the type of protocol that it's using and the name of the message that we are sending. And so it will send it to a specific network host and then try to see if it gets an echo response. Now, we don't have to memorize those things or that it's using ICMP necessarily. What we want to pay attention to at the moment is when using ping, we are trying to communicate to a particular host on our network, and we're waiting to see if it can respond to us. And if we get that response, we know we can now communicate with that device. If we try to ping something and we don't get a response back, then something is going wrong with our network that's not allowing us to communicate to that device, right? Something is happening either on their end or on our end that's messing up the communication, so they're not able to see our messages and vice versa, right? So if we go to our man page and ping, we're going to see that right here for our synopsis, kind of how it shows us, we can be able to do our command ping. And then we see that we can be able to go ahead and issue a bunch of different options, right? There's a lot of stuff we can be able to go ahead and do here. And it shows us a few of these, such as -C for the count or our flow label or our interval, so on and so forth. But what we're going to pay attention to is this last part. After all of those options, we have to tell it a destination. So in its most simplest aspect, we just say ping, and this is what I'm trying to ping, right? Who am I trying to communicate with? And that's the simple fact of the matter of using ping. So if we exit here, we can be able to go ahead and say something like ping, and then maybe I want to try and ping myself. So we're going to see there are two ways we can refer to our own machine, right? There's our alias, as Sean has kind of hinted at, right? He's told us about aliases for things before. So we have an alias known as local host. This is one way that we can refer to our own machine, to our own computer. So if I say ping local host, we see that it is in fact able to ping itself. So great, we can communicate with ourselves, right? And then again, we're going to see that our ping will continue to send out packet after packet after packet. Now notice here, it's giving me a time for how long it took for that packet to connect to that host and then return back to me, right? So if I see that, I know that we are able to communicate, and it will just keep out sending messages until we tell it to cancel. So you might have noticed that I did a Control-C to get that to happen, right? Now, in addition to localhost, we're going to see another way we can refer to our machine, and those of us that are keen of eye would have noticed it right here. It's through an IP address. So this IP address will always refer to your own machine, right? It'll refer to itself. So I can say ping 127.0.0.1. So this is the same thing as saying ping localhost. We're just simply saying ping, send a message to ourselves. So if I hit enter, we'll notice once again, we're getting those messages, right? So there's coming in loud and clear. We can communicate with ourselves. All right, what else can I do? Well, of course, I can try to ping more than just myself, right? So I can say something like ping, and then I can say something like www.google.com, right? I notice I'm getting a response back, right? So if I try to be able to communicate with something, and I can, if there's a connection available and it's set up to where it can hear my messages, we'll get this response back. Now, what if I try to be able to communicate with something and I can't, for whatever reason, I'm not connected to it properly or something else is going wrong, and so I'm not getting a response back? Well, let's try something like ping. Let's go 10.0.1.15. So this is another IP address. Typically, we're going to see this as a type of private IP address, right? One that should be used for our subnets for like our houses or for a business. This isn't something that should be publicly available. So if I try this, we're going to see it tried to ping, and notice we're not seeing those messages coming one after the other. Now it's still going to consistently try to send this message out, and it's not going to stop until we cancel. So once I cancel, notice, whereas before we see right here, when I was pinging Google, it said 0 packet loss. That means every single one of my messages that I was sending out made it to Google, and I got a response back, right? We can even see 9 packets were sent out, so 9 packets were transmitted, and 9 were received, right? So we see 100% of the packets that I sent out, I'm getting a response for. However, when I tried to ping this IP address, notice it said, and we didn't see them, but they're still happening, right? So keep that in mind. When we're pinging, it's going to continually be sending out packet after packet after packet until we cancel it, right? So we notice here, even though it didn't show me anything was happening, it said 12 packets were transmitted, 0 of them actually were received. So nothing arrived there. I'm not able to communicate to this address. And so therefore, I have 100% packet loss. So if I had another device on my network, and if this was the IP address that it had, and I'm trying to see, can my computer see it? Can it communicate with it? I just verified that it can't, right? So these are going to be the primary way that we can kind of just check to see, am I able to connect to a device? Can I actually be able to see it? Can my computer talk to it? So we'll just simply start with a ping. If we have an IP address, we can ping that IP address. If we have an alias for it, if it's like a local network thing, then we can try to ping that alias if we know if that's already kind of stored and saved to our machine. Or if we have something like our domain name, right, like google.com, then I can be able to ping that domain, and it will be able to figure out what the IP address is. So you see right here, through the DNS server, it was able to figure out, oh, the ping, or the way we want to be able to go ahead and address google.com, the IP address that we can ping to is 142.251.215.228. And so then it will go ahead and start pinging that IP address, right? And again, if we see a 0 packet loss and we're seeing that we're sending out packets and they're being received, we know that we're communicating just fine. If we're getting some percentage of packet loss, then something is happening. We're getting some problems with our communication. Any questions so far on any of that? All right. The next thing we're going to take a look at is the SSH command itself. So we said this was secure shell. This is a way of being able to log in to another device and to be able to go ahead and when we're logging into that other device, to be able to securely do it, to encrypt our message. So that way we don't have to worry about what we're going to be getting to, right? Or what message or what information that we are sending out. So we are going to see, let's see if they have the SSH server up and running here on the Ubuntu. We may not, but let's try it. So if we go, what is SSH? We're going to see that it is an open SSH remote login client. So this is the way we are going to log into a machine, even though we're not physically there, right? You can picture it like if you've ever logged into Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any type of social media, right? You don't actually have to be there at Facebook servers to log into their machine, right? And be able to access their services. I don't need to actually be there with Twitter or to be there with Snapchat or something like that. I can be able to remotely log in from my own device, right? So that's kind of what's happening here. So we might have a computer, a server, a mainframe, or some other device that we want to be able to log into and be able to access and use that hardware. And so SSH allows us to, from our device, make that connection and log in, right? So we're going to see right here, if we go to man SS, let me spell it correctly, man SSH. Again, we're going to see that we can go SSH, and then we have a lot of different options, right? But then similar to ping, one of the last things we're going to do is give it a destination, right? So we're going to want to make sure that we can be able to go ahead and get into that particular destination. So we got to know where are we kind of telling it to go to. So one thing I can do, let's go ahead and get out of here. Let's try to see if I can SSH into ourselves. So we said one way we can refer to ourselves is via our IP address, 127.0.0.1. So if our SSH server has been installed and if it's up and running, we should be able to go ahead and connect here. Otherwise, we'll see the message that it will give us if that server isn't available. Because remember, one of the things we said that we want to remember is we need to have an SSH server actually running on the machine that we're trying to connect to in order to be able to actually do an SSH connection. And then we need some authorization, right? We need some credentials, either a username and password or something similar. So I'm going to hit enter. And one of the things we might see is this message. So if you see this message, don't freak out. This is just another security layer, right? So it tells us, hey, we can't verify that the IP address that you are connecting to really is the device you think it is. So will you trust it? Now it gives us a SHA, right? SHA 256 fingerprint encryption. So with this, we can be able to go ahead and if we know what the fingerprint is for the machine we are connecting to, we can be able to go ahead and compare it. And if it's the same value, then we know this is the machine that we think it is, right? So it's asking us, do you trust connecting to this device? Yes or no? Now, typically, we're going to say yes, because it's what we're thinking is, right? So when you go to your exercise and you try to connect to the location it gives you, you might see this message. More than likely, you will see this message. It's just asking, do you trust connecting to this IP address? We'll say yes. So notice if I just hit Y, like we might normally do, it'll say, please type out the full word, right? So we'll say yes. And so now it says it's permanently added it. Now notice here, if the server isn't running or if we have some issues, it tells us permission denied. Now here, the reason it's telling us permission denied is because it isn't actually accepting us to give it a password. It's wanting us to be able to have a secure pass key. Now, as we get more advanced, we'll see about how we can actually do something like that. But for now, we don't want to have to worry about that. So we're going to go ahead and connect to a different place. So in our exercise, we're going to see that it does give us an IP address that we can be able to go ahead and connect to. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at there. So let me go ahead and copy this And then from there, we can go ahead and copy it into our terminal. So this is the IP address. This is one place we can be able to connect to that already has a secure shell server up and running and ready for us to connect to. So again, how can I do this? I can go SSH, and then I can be able to give it the IP address, give it the destination that I want to connect to. And so if I hit enter, we see right here, it's actually telling me that there is no route to host. So one thing we can kind of see from this is if I were to ping it, can it communicate? And so we're going to see that it's having that issue, right? So hopefully you guys don't run into this same issue. Here it's telling us that the destination host is unreachable. Let's see if I go here. So it looks like the main reason for that is because my connection is on a different network. So we're seeing that number is different there. So we don't have to worry too much about that. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let me see. Let's see if there's another way we can really go ahead and try to SSH into something. Let me see if I can do it here on my Mac so we can give you guys an example. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll open up my terminal here, and then I'll go ahead and give you guys an example here locally on my computer. So that way we can be able to go ahead and see that. So let me go ahead and verify that I have this thing, that I have our SSH server up and running. And then we'll go ahead and take a look. All right, so at the moment, I'm having to turn on the server. We don't want to bore you down with the details on that because as you're running through the exercises, they should already be available. They should already be accessible. We'll go over exactly how we can be able to do that in the future if we need to. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and activate that. All right, let me take a look. Let me make sure that that worked. All right. Let me go ahead and share my screen now. So let me stop sharing this one. And then we'll go ahead and take a look. So here is my terminal locally. This is here on my Mac. And so as we kind of briefly mentioned before, our Mac systems are based upon what Linux does. So it is running a kind of version of Linux when it comes to the terminal, right? So we can, a lot of the times, the commands that we're learning in Linux can be used even in our terminal here inside of our Mac computer. So we're going to see essentially an example of SSH happening here, right? So we can see that I can type in SSH, and then kind of like we talked about before, our destination. So 127.0.0.1, again, as a reference to ourselves, right? So I'm just trying to connect to this machine. And so if I hit enter, we see it will ask for a password. So since I checked earlier to make sure that the connection would go through, it would have asked me that same question that we saw earlier, right? It's going to say, hey, I don't know if you can trust this. Here's the fingerprint to this device. Do you trust it? And I had to type in yes. Once we do that, I didn't give it any other information, right? I just typed in SSH. I typed in my destination. So it's going to go ahead and try and be able to ask you for some information. So one of the things it might ask you is, what is the username that you're trying to log in as? We would type that information in. Then it'll ask for a password. And so then we will type that information in as well. So I'll go ahead and type that information in right here. And once we go ahead and correctly type it in, notice it will then give us that we logged in. So here, since I've logged in before, it will say last login, and then it'll go ahead and give me an address, or not an address, but a timestamp, right? A date and time that we came, and then the IP address that I've logged in from, right? And then it doesn't look too much different here because I'm logging into my own account, right? And then on my same device. But once we have done this, depending on the account we give it, depending on the device name, we should see something different for our prompt, right? So if I were to log in under a different account, which at the moment I don't have a separate account installed on this machine, unfortunately, we would have seen a different name here, right? So we would see then which account did we log in as, what is the name of the device we're logging into. So it's as simple as that, right? We just SSH, and then I can be able to go ahead and then give it that value, that destination. Now, we'll notice another thing that it kind of automatically did for me was that it referred to this as my username at, and then that IP address. So if we already have our username, we could actually be able to go ahead and go SSH, and then typically we can refer to it like that, right? We can be able to go ahead and give it the username, so I can be able to say something like this, at, and then the destination. So it's saying I want to log in as this user at this location. And so we'll give it that destination, and then we'll go ahead and do that, right? So that's how we can be able to go ahead and log into SSH. Of course, we can take a look at our manual to see various options that we can do to change kind of what's happening. But by and large, this is going to be the way that we're going to connect, right? Now, when I am done, if I am finished making this connection, the way that I can disconnect is to type exit. So once I hit exit and I hit enter, we'll see that it tells me the connection has been closed, and then it will return me back to my regular command prompt. So that's how we can kind of go ahead and do that, right? Any questions so far on that aspect of SSH? All right, let me go ahead and take a look at the chat just in case. So yeah, so I see a lot of people are asking what kind of communications does it use for SSH? Essentially, at our what would be our transport layer, if we know about our different layers to our network communications, what type of protocol does it use? This TCP, as Sean was saying in the chat. So yeah, so with that, let's see, the next thing we want to be able to go ahead and take a look at is going to be our SCP. So SCP, we're going to see, is a secure copy. We kind of already briefly talked about it, right? It's using SSH in order to be able to go ahead and do its copy command. So let's go ahead and let's see if what is SCP works here. So we see right here, it tells us, it says that this is an open SSH secure file copy. So it's trying to be able to go ahead and essentially do the exact same thing that our regular copy would do, except we're going to do it through SSH from our computer and another computer. Now, how do we format our instruction is going to determine how is it sending the data. So we can send, right, we can go SCP, and then we can send some data from our local source, that's us, to our remote source. So there's a way to transfer it from our machine to whatever machine we are connecting to, right, that we want to be able to go ahead and send the data to. but we can also do it from that remote source to us, right? That's almost like if we were downloading, right? So when we go remote to local, that's like us downloading this from that remote source, right? We're downloading it. We're getting a copy of that data and putting it to our computer. Whereas if we're going local and we're trying to paste something, we're trying to copy something from us, from our local source to a remote source, this is like uploading, right? We're trying to be able to get that file and we're uploading it to that remote source. So SCP can in fact go both ways, right? It can be able to go ahead and do it one way and it can do it the other way. So how can we be able to go ahead and do this? How can we format our command? Well, we're going to see, obviously, we'll start off with the command itself, right? SCP. Now, the first way we're going to take a look at is we're going to see if we can be able to go ahead and upload this, right? So this is going to go from our local source to a remote source. So can I be able to go ahead and upload this thing, right? Upload this file. So let me actually go ahead and look around. Let's see. Let's do an ls. So let's see right here. I don't really have any files. Let's go ahead and go touch. Let's go cal. So now if I go ls, we see there's my cal file. Let's go ahead. Let's see if we can do nano inside of here. Let's go nano cal. So here's our nano. I'm going to say this is a cal file. This is a cal message, just to be able to put something in there. So now I'm going to go ahead. We're going to exit out. So if I cat cal, you see there's my message, right? I have a cal file, I have a cal message. So now I'm going to try and be able to copy this over, right? So what I can do is I can go, let's clear this, SCP. And then in order to copy this from my computer to somewhere else, the first thing I have to refer to is where on my computer is the file. Now I can do an absolute path, right? So I can be able to go ahead and let's say print working directory. We see that it's users/tads. So I can be able to say, let's go ahead and copy this from users tads/cal, right? So that's telling it from the absolute path how to be able to find this file. Or I could do a relative path like we've talked about before, right? Relative is in consideration to where I am right now. So right now, we see my cal is actually already in the same directory that I'm in. So I could just say SCP cal because it knows it's in this same directory. And so it'll be able to see that file. So I just got to tell it where is the file that I'm trying to copy, right? Now, once I do this, what comes next? I have to hit space and I got to tell it how to access that remote device, right? So what am I going to do? Well, typically, we're going to do where we'll go ahead and tell it what account that we're trying to access, right? So here, I'm going to try and access my account, TADS. Then I'll say at, and then I have to give it that destination. So here I'm going to go 127.0.0.1, just to refer back to my machine, right? So I'm telling it, I want to copy it over to this machine, the one that's at this IP address, and I want to log into this account. But then I have to specify, once I've logged into that account, where am I actually going to then place it, right? So what comes next is essentially how we're going to go ahead and break this command up, right? So we have a delimiter of a colon. So after the colon, it knows that we are trying to tell it where on the computer are we trying to copy this to. So let's see if I can copy it over to our temp file. So right now, as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and before we actually execute this, let me go ahead and do an ls into our temp folder. So notice I have some stuff from Apple, from Google, I have a Splashtop Streamer and PowerLog. I don't have a cal file in there. So at the moment, cal doesn't exist in our temp folder. So I'm going to go SCP. I'm going to tell it, let's copy our cal file that's in the current directory. And I want to copy it to by logging into my TADS account on this destination. So at this IP address, and then I go colon, I'm going to say I want to copy it. Once I've logged into that account, go to the temp directory. So I'm using an absolute path, right? I'm going / to go to our root, and then temp to go into that temporary directory from the root directory. So I'm going to copy that cal file into temp. Now I'll hit enter. And again, it's going to ask me for the password because it's trying to make that connection through SSH, and SSH will ask for the password. So I'm going to go ahead and type in the password. And if I enter it correctly, we see that it tells us cal, 100% of it was copied over. It tells us the speed with which it did it, and then technically how much time it kind of required, right? So how long did it take to do this? So with that message, I've seen that I was able to successfully copy cal over. Now remember, we took a look at my temporary directory earlier, and there was no cal file. If I take a look here, we still have my cal file in my local directory. Now I'm going to clear this, and we're going to take a look inside of temp. And look at that. We now have my cal file there as well. As a matter of fact, if I tell it to cat out what's in my temporary directory, that cal file, we get the exact same information as before. This is a cal file. This is a cal message. So we saw how I could log in to a machine using SSH and then have it copy a file from my computer to that other computer. So again, it's SCP and then the path to the local file, right? So what file am I trying to copy? How can it access it? So what is the path to that file that I'm trying to copy to the other device, right? So in this case, it was cal because it was directly in the same directory, right? I could have also done, as we saw, on users /TADIAs and then /cal. So I would be telling it that absolute path, right? Then we followed it up with the remote device that I needed to get to, right? So what's the account? So I logged in under my own account. Then the IP address. So what's the device IP address that you're trying to connect to? And then that colon to indicate then where are we copying it to? And so there I used a direct path, right? Absolute path to send it to the temporary directory. I could have also just gone ahead and used a relative path, right? When we first log in, it's going to be inside of my /users /TADS directory. That's the login directory, right? When we first log into this device, whether we are on the computer physically and open up a terminal, or whether we're doing SSH, this is the directory that is going to be the default. This is where we start, right? So we'd call that the login directory, or as Sean calls it, the home directory, because this is where we start. This is our home, right? So I could relatively tell it to place it somewhere in here. So for example, I could have told it to place it into documents. Now, if I typed it like this, that's still an absolute path. But because I know it's automatically starting in users, in TADIAs, I could have just said documents, and it will copy it into that documents directory, right? So I could refer to it as a relative path as well. So whereas temp, I gave it an absolute path and told it to copy something into the temp directory, I could also, relative to my login directory, have told it to copy it anywhere into there. So just like we would go ahead and use CP to copy anything with an absolute or relative path, our secure CP can also be referred to where we want to paste something with an absolute or a relative path. We just need to know where are we starting if we're going to go relative. And that would be our login directory, right? So wherever our home directory naturally is when we get into that account. Now, what if I want to go the other way, right? So let's go ahead. We look right here. We see there's my documents folder. Let's go ahead and actually take a look into there. Let's go ahead and change into documents. And we see we have a few things right here. I have some installers. I have a Vocarium proxy, Zoom, our lessons, virtual machines, and so on, right? But again, we see that I don't have a cal file. So what if I go back here, what if I want to copy a file from that other device, right? From that remote device. And I want to copy it to my local machine. So in other words, I'm downloading, right? I'm connecting to something on the internet and I want to download something to my machine in a sense. How can I go ahead and do that secure copy this way? Well, it's pretty simple. Just like we provided that login information and the destination and the location of what we were trying to pull, right? I just do that first. So it's all about the order of our information. So here I would say, let's go log in as TA Diaz on machine 127.0.0.1. And then let's say I know where my cal file is. It's inside of temp. That's where we placed it, right? So I'm going to say, grab inside of temp my cal file, right? So I'm using my login information, which machine is the destination, which machine am I trying to connect to? And then I give it a sort of an absolute path or a relative path. I'm telling it where on that remote machine is the file that I'm trying to copy, right? So I'm telling it to reach out, go into temp, grab the cal file, and then what comes next is where locally do I want to copy it to? So now I'm going to go space and I give it a path to where it should copy this file. So I'm going to go ahead and say documents. Remember, we said this was a relative directory, right? I could be able to say documents because right now, where I'm currently in, we did an LS earlier, and we saw that I have things like desktop, downloads, documents, right? So there is a documents directory in here. Now notice, I'm not starting, right? I'm not going / documents. Because if I start with that /, it's assuming this is an absolute path, and it's assuming that I need to go first to the root directory. And then in root, that there's a documents directory, right? So if I leave that / off, I just go space, and then I start typing in documents, it assumes, since there isn't a / to begin with, that this is a relative path. So it's going to look inside of the current directory to see, is there something named documents? Now you will notice that I'm ending with this /. That is to explicitly let it know this is a directory that is inside where we currently are. And so I wanted to copy that file as is into that directory, right? So now it knows documents isn't the file name, it's a directory name. And so I want to copy the cal file into this directory. So if I hit enter, notice once again, since we're using secure shell, we're using SSH as the way that it's communicating to do this copy, it asks for the password. So I'm going to go ahead and supply the password once again. And we see then, just like before, it's telling me, hey, this is the file that we copied. 100% of it was successfully copied over. What is the rate at which it was able to do and how long did it take, right? So now we did an LS earlier into my documents folder, and we saw I did not have any cal file. But now if I go ahead and do my LS into my documents folder, look at that. There is my cal file. I was able to log into that machine, go to where I told it to go, grab the cal file from there and copy it into my documents directory. So it's as simple as that, right? SCP and then the path, right? If we're going to upload, path to our file locally, and then username at destination, right? And then the path to copy to. So that's how we can be able to upload, right? This is how I can take it from my machine to the other machine. And then the other way was just reverse the information, right? Just change the order. We would go just username at what's the destination, and then the path to the file. So what's the file we're trying to copy, right? So what's the path to that? And then the path to the local destination we wanted to have, right? That's it. That's all we got to do. And it'll be able to pull from there and download for us, or it'll be able to go ahead and push or upload for us to and from that remote device. Any questions about using SCP? All right. Let me go ahead and go into the chat, see if there's any questions there particularly. All right, so somebody asks, can we be able to go ahead and establish an SSH connection to multiple clients? Once we start getting a little bit more deeper into what's actually happening on the network layer and how ports work, we're going to see, yeah, because we can be able to while we are connecting to them on port 22 initially, the ports that we are reaching out from are going to be very different ports. So we can have multiple connections to these devices, right? So definitely we can be able to connect to multiple different devices through SSH. Let's see. Another question is, can we through SSH go ahead and copy and transfer multiple files? So Sean shows a very excellent example of that. So to kind of go through that right here, if we wanted to copy multiple files, we're going to see that if we go to our man page for SCP, one of the common, let's actually go ahead and search. Let's go ahead and see. I believe it's recursive. There we go, just -r. So it is recursive, it says recursively, so it didn't match that exactly. But we're seeing right here, -r, as Sean said in the chat, right? This is our way to recursively copy over multiple files. So let's say we have an entire directory with a bunch of files inside of it that we wanted to be able to go ahead and copy over. We could just simply, like most of our stuff that we discussed, right? Like if we were deleting stuff, we'd go -r and it will go through, and all the files that are in that particular directory, it'll go ahead and copy all of them over, right? So yeah, there's ways to be able to go ahead and copy over more than one thing at a time. Any other excellent questions?
Yeah, Tony, I was just wondering, if you have different files and different directories, can you copy over, or is it smart to just put whatever files you want to copy over into one directory and then move that whole directory over?
So if we're trying to be able to go ahead and let's say have multiple files that are local and copy them over to a location remotely, yeah, it's not going to be able to go ahead and work if they're in different locations necessarily like that, right? It's expecting whatever we have right here for this first thing, right? We would call this the first argument. It's assuming that that's the path to our file that we're trying to copy over, or depending on the order, right, the information that it's receiving, or that the first argument is who we are trying to connect to and what we're trying to copy from them, right? So it's not going to assume that we're providing locations for more than one thing, because the second argument is going to be the opposite, right? If we went ahead and told it, hey, this is the file I want to copy, then the second argument is going to automatically assume is where are we trying to send it to, right? Versus if the first argument is what am I trying to copy from somewhere else, then the second argument is where on my own machine am I trying to copy it to. So it's not going to be expecting, and so it's not going to look for having you give it multiple file locations to copy at once, right? So if we wanted to do that, yeah, probably the smarter thing would be to put them all into one location first, and then go ahead and copy them over that way using -r, or we would just simply one by one have to specify each file individually with a separate secure copy command. Any other excellent questions? All right, then with that, we're going to go ahead and see if we can be able to get you guys into your breakout rooms and start on the first activity for tonight. We'll give you some time to be able to go ahead and work on that. Try to be able to go ahead and see about pinging these different machines, trying your own hand at doing SSH, seeing if you can connect to those machines that it has you trying to connect to for your exercises, and then trying your own hand at copying files to and from these remote servers. If you have any problems, if you guys are having any difficulties, remember to try to be able to is going to involve how we can take a look at our system services, right? So let me go ahead and share my screen once more. And so what we're going to take a look at is we're going to see how we can be able to use what is known as system and then CTL. So we can kind of picture this like system control, right? So if we go, what is system CTL? We see that we are able to control the system system and service manager. So these are ways that we can interact with our computer, kind of with the operating system itself, and be able to kind of start up some services to be able to get things done. So we can kind of see this is how we can take a look on our SSH server, right? We said to connect to our SSH service, we have to have a server that's already up and running and paying attention, right? So we're going to see when it comes to this, there's a lot of different things we can do to be able to go ahead and kind of control what's happening with some of these services through our operating system. So what's one thing that I can do? Well, one thing that I can do is I can already go ahead and take a look to see what system services are there to begin with, right? So what kind of things can I take a look at? When we do this, we are going to go ahead and we're going to tell it to list out a particular thing. So let me go ahead and paste this command into here so we can go through this quicker. And we're going to see that we're going to go ahead and tell it to list out units. And then we're going to tell it specifically what type of thing we want it to list out. So we're going to our system control and we're telling it to list out all the things that are a service. So we're going list dash units. What units? Dash dash type equals service. So only the things that are a service. So when I hit enter, you see it's telling me all the things sort of behind the scenes, right? All the things that I have happening in the background that is a service my computer is running, right? So for example, we can see that I have Apache 2 up and running, right? I have something for our cloud configuration. This is probably something that's allowing us to connect to our virtual machine over the internet, right? I also have a cron service. We'll see more about what a cron job is and how our cron service works. And we see over here, it does give us a little bit of information about this service, whether it's loaded or not. Is it actively running or not, right? And then a little bit of a description on what's the service doing, right? What type of service is this? So we see then once we do that, we are actively listing out, right? And we can be able to use our arrow keys to kind of scroll up or down to kind of see what are the different services that are there, what are they doing, what's available, and so on, right? So we see that it tells us 75 loaded units are listed. So we have 75 different things that are running in the background, so to speak. Now, once we are done with that, we can hit Q to exit. So that way we're done seeing that list of services. I'm going to hit clear. And what else can I do? Because we want to be able to do more than just be able to list out the different services we have running on our machine. We have some way to be able to interact with them, right? So I could do something like system control, and I can check the status. So one thing I can do in addition to just telling it to list particular units and then telling it that I want our type to be service, I can be able to say system control, show me the status, and then I give it a service name, right? So I can do something like SSH. And notice we get this happening right here. So one, we see this little dot right here next to the name, right? It's letting us know that our service is our SSH service. It gives us some information, like the fact that this is an OpenBSD secure shell server, right? It tells us where is it running this service from, right? So it tells us the location. It tells us right now it is inactive, so it's not currently running. We can also tell that from this dot next to the name. Right now, that dot is a black dot. When it's black, our service is not running. We'll see when it is active, that dot next to the name will actually run green, right? And it tells us when was this service shut down. So since when has this service been inactive, right? It will also give us an additional source of information, such as what was the process ID that started running it, right? So what's our process ID? We've talked a little bit about that with Sean on our previous class, right? And it'll even give us a sort of log of information about what was happening, right? So if I just check the status, it will go ahead and give me all this information so I can know a little bit about whether or not this is running, right? And once I want to exit, I hit Q again. Now, what else can I do? I can, in fact, rather than having an entire wave, so to speak, of information thrown at me, I could say system control. And instead of going status, I can be able to go ahead and check to see if a specific thing is happening, right? So I can be able to check to see is active. So I'm not just wanting everything thrown at me. I just wanted to let me know, is this service active, right? So is it currently running? So I can be able to say SSH again, and it just tells me right away, real quick, doesn't flood me with information. It says, no, it's inactive. So it's not running, right? What else can I do? Well, in addition to checking whether it's active, right? I can also be able to go ahead and check to see, is this thing enabled or is it disabled, right? So we're going to see that I can be able to go ahead and check that additional status. Now, what does that mean? We're going to see that that additional status, there's a difference between something being active and something being enabled, right? So when something is enabled, we're saying that it's going to start up automatically at runtime. What does that mean? It means when our computer first starts, right? So when our computer first starts, will this start up, right? So I can have something inactive, but not enabled, right? I can have it currently running, but that it won't start up automatically when my computer begins, that I have to tell it to start, right? So if it's enabled, it will start automatically when my computer begins. So I'm going to go system control. I'm going to check is enabled and SSH. And it tells us it is enabled. So if I were to restart my machine, we would see that it automatically will start this service from the very beginning, right? So right now it's not running, but it is enabled. It will start up at the beginning of my computer. Now, I can also check, in addition to seeing if it's active or seeing if it's enabled, I can check to see if it's failed. So has it ran into an issue that caused it to shut down, right? So I could say system control is failed SSH. And so it'll go ahead and kind of show me what's happening there. Right now, it's letting me know, yeah, it did shut down, right? So it is inactive. So those are 3 things we can be able to toss in there in addition to our status. So our status is going to give us that tidal wave of information, a lot of things about what it's doing for that service. But I could check specifically to see, is it running right now? Is it enabled? Those kinds of things, right? Now, what else can I do? Well, just like I'm able to check to see, is it enabled or is it currently running? I could actually go ahead and tell it to start or stop that service or to enable or disable it, right? So we're going to see, I can go system control, and I can do something like start. And then I can tell it which service I want to start. So let's start up SSH. So if I start my SSH, I'll hit enter. And we might tell us right here, hey, authentication required, right? Again, anytime we see something like that, like permission denied or authentication required, let's go ahead and try it with sudo. So I'm going to go sudo, and as Sean has shown us, right, bang, bang, let's hit enter. It's going to ask for the password. I'll enter it in. And so right here, it tells me that our service failed because the control process has exited with an error code, right? So it did fail, and so it's not letting me start that back up, right? So what else can I try? Let's try a different service. Since this one's refusing to start up, I might have to restart my service to be able to get that up and running. But let's say for right now, let's go ahead and take a look at my Apache service. So let's go system control. Let's go is active. Let's try Apache. So it tells me my Apache service is inactive. Let's go ahead and see if we can get it to start. So I'm going to go system control start, and then I'll say Apache. Wonder if there's a reason for why we're getting this. Let's see. Let's try sudo. All right, so it says it failed to start because that service not found. I might be having a typo. It might be Apache 2. Let's go ahead and let's go system control. Let's go ahead and go back to our list unit. Let's go ahead and select the type, and let's set it back again to service. Let's see. Let me make sure that I'm doing that right. It should be plural, should be list units. So see, even though we know a lot of things, Sean and I, we can still make typos, we can still make errors. So if you ever make a mistake, don't sweat it, right? It's always something you can look up. It's always something you don't have to memorize. So we see right here, we go system control list dash units type service. We see it is in fact Apache 2, like I thought I probably needed to do. So I'm asking to run Apache. I have to address it by its proper name, Apache 2. So let's go ahead and try that. Let me go ahead and go system control. I'm going to go is active. We're going to go Apache 2. So it tells me Apache 2 actually is active. It is up and running. As a matter of fact, if I go system control status and then Apache 2, we see kind of what I was indicating earlier, right? Here, that dot next to our service name is green. So right away, we can tell that it is running. And it even tells us that again in green right here. Is it active? Yes, it's active. It is running since, and it gives me an hour and 29 minutes ago, right? So wonderful. It is up and running. All right. So I could tell it to restart. Notice it was saying that it was running since an hour and a half, pretty much, right? So if I go system control, I can tell it to restart. And I'm going to say Apache 2. Now let's see. Let me go ahead and try that sudo command. See if that will go ahead and give it to me. Excellent. So I tried it with sudo because it said authentication required. So I tried it with sudo. It didn't give me that error message this time. So now let's go ahead and go back to system control. Let's go ahead and check our status of Apache 2. And notice now it says it is active because I didn't stop it. I just told it to restart. But notice it is now active as of 14 seconds ago. So it did in fact stop and then start it back up. So it made it run again. That's why it's active at the moment, but it did have it do the restart. And we're able to verify that by the active time, right? It says that it's been active since 14 seconds ago. So I can restart it, right? That's one command I can tell my services to do. I could also go system control and I can say stop. So this will go ahead and flat out stop it, right? Let's actually go ahead and run this with sudo so that we don't run into that same issue again. So notice I typed in sudo, so I have that authentication. System control stop Apache 2. Now, if I go ahead and take a look at our status, notice we have our black dot and it says it's inactive. So I told it to shut down, right? It's no longer running this service behind the scenes. Now, if it's not currently active, I could get it to become active by telling it to start, right? So I could say system control start, and then just give it the service name, right? So Apache 2. Again, if we don't use our sudo, it's going to tell us we have that authentication error. So I'm going to go ahead and use Sean's method of telling it to run that code again. So to tell it to run it with sudo. And now if I go system control and we check the status of Apache 2, we see it is back up and running. It is active once again as of 10 seconds ago. Any questions so far on how we can check the status, how we can check to see if it's active, if we can be able to go ahead and check to see if it's enabled, or if we can be able to go ahead and tell it to start, stop, or run, right? Or to restart it. All right, so that was going ahead and just dealing with how it's active, right? But we mentioned it could also be enabled. So we said when it's enabled that it's telling it to run at startup. When the computer first starts running, first boots up, to go ahead and have this service already start running in the background. So let's go ahead and check to see if our Apache is also set to be enabled, because we saw SSH was, right? So system control, we're going to go ahead and say is enabled, and then Apache 2. So we see it is enabled. So right now, my computer is configured that when I start my machine, it'll automatically start my Apache service as well from the very beginning, no questions asked. So I could, in fact, go system control, and I can say disable Apache 2. Now notice, once again, because you don't want just anyone messing with your services, permission denied. So let's go ahead and do our sudo bang bang. And we see that it was removed from this location, which is where it needs to be listed so that our machine knows, hey, everything that's listed here, this is a service we want to start at the very beginning, right? So now if I go through system control and I check to see, is this enabled for Apache 2? We notice it says it has been disabled. Now, again, this is different than whether it's actively running, right? I can be able to check to see system control is active. And so it is active. Right now, it's currently running, but we just said it was disabled. Because again, whether it's enabled or disabled means, is it going to start up automatically when our computer first starts up, right? So at runtime or boot up, as we would call it, is it going to start this service? So right now, the service is currently running in the background, but I disabled it, right? So what that means is it will not start up the next time I begin my computer, right? If I restart my computer right now, I should be saying is enabled. So right now, since it's disabled, when I restart my computer, it will not automatically start up my service. I would have to go through system control and tell it to start it, right? So if I was able to disable it, right, I was able to go ahead and say system control, and I was able to say disable, and then I was able to give my service, right? I can be able to also do this to enable it. So we're going to go sudo, so we have the right permissions, and I'm going to say enable Apache 2. So you see that it's going ahead and executing that. Notice it's going ahead and creating the information that it needs to, so that way it will place it into the correct location. So when our computer starts up, it'll find the direction to enable our Apache service. So now when I go system control and I check to see if it's enabled, it will say, yes, it is. So I can disable a service, I can enable a service. So it can automatically run when our computer first starts up, or not do that, right? I can start a service, so you can be able to actually begin running in the background, or I can stop that service. If it's already running, I can tell it to restart that service. And of course, and then I can check the status, or I can check to see if it's active, or I can check to see if it's enabled. Any questions on our system control command and how we can use it to be able to go ahead and take a look essentially on the different services that we have available and what we can do with them? All right, then I believe the only other thing we need to do is we're going to take a look at some of our log files. We've mentioned the directory that has our log files before, but we haven't actually looked at the log files themselves, right? So let's go ahead and go into that directory. So if we recall, our directory is the -var directory, right? So if I go there, we're going to go cd/var. So I'm using an absolute path. If I take a look around here, we see that there's a lot of different stuff, variable information, hence the name var, but we're concerned with our log directory because that's where the logs for our system are going to be kept. So I'm going to go ahead and change into, we're going to say log. So we go based off of our relative path. If I take a look in here, these are all the different log files that are automatically created by my device, right? So there's a few we've already taken a look at. We have syslog, for example. We've seen a type of syslog before. Another one we're going to take a look at right now is our dpackage log. So this is kind of tying into what Sean showed us earlier, right? When we were using apt and dpackage to be able to go ahead and install stuff, anytime we do our dpackage, it's going to show up here in this log. So when we install a new package or remove a package, it'll show up in this log, showing us who actually installed that software and then removed it, right? And then we're also going to take a look at auth log. So this is short for authorization. So anytime we have to log in, right? Anytime it's asking us for a password or some similar information, we're going to see it's going to get logged to here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Let's go ahead and cat out for right now, auth.log. And we see right here, it breaks it down into a lot of different things, right? So normally we're going to see that our spaces are kind of how we're breaking this up, right? So we see for this first part, it shows us the month, then it shows us the day, then it gives us a timestamp for that date, right? So we see right here, it is saying at around 2:15, if we look up at the top of our terminal, we can see what time it is according to our machine, right? So according to our machine, the time right now is 2:18. And so about 3 minutes ago, this happened, right? We used our sudo command to be able to do something, right? And so then we can be able to go ahead and take a look to see what was done, right? As a matter of fact, if we look on the event right before this, is that we were trying to run the system control command. Specifically what? We were trying to run enable Apache 2, right? So because we did this with sudo, that's why we're seeing all of this sudo information right here, right? We see that it's going to go ahead and try to be able to run that command. So it tells us a session was opened for root in order to run that command. And then once it was done running that command, the session for root was closed, right? So we're seeing this happen as part of our authentication log. So we see then that date, we see the time, we see what was the machine that was involved. So the name of our machine is Ubuntu. So that's what we're seeing here, right? Then we're seeing what kind of category, what type of authentication was this? So this was done through a sudo command, right? And then it tells us a little bit about that. So it gives us a description of what's happening, right? So here we were doing a sudo session. It was opened up for the root user. It was closed for the root user. Why? Because right before that, we tried to be able to go ahead and from the home fstack directory, we tried to run this command, which was our system control enable Apache 2. Any questions about kind of how the formatting of our auth log is? It's typically our date, our time, what is the machine that recorded this, and then what is the thing that was done. So here we see, for example, an SSH command, right? And we are able to see what was happening here with that. So we can kind of see those different things. Any questions on that whatsoever for the formatting? All right. So we took a look at our auth log. The next thing we're going to take a look at is our dpackage log. Now, we've already kind of hinted at this before because one of our activities that we did prior to today, we said that when we have those .1, .2, .3, and so on, those are kind of archives, right? Those are older logs. So our dpackage.log is the most recent version of our dpackage log. So if I go cat dpackage and I go .log, notice there's nothing in there at the moment. I hit enter and there's nothing being displayed. But let's take a look at the older version. Let's go 0.1. And notice there's a lot of information in here because previously there was some stuff that I had done. So we're going to see here, it's a little bit different, right? We do get a date in our first column, but it's a different style of how it's organizing this date than what we saw with auth.log, right? Auth.log started with a sort of verbal representation of the month. It had APR for April, then it had a space, and then the day, right? Here we see it's going with our year in a numerical format, dash our month in a numerical format, dash our day in a numerical format. Then we get that space in the time, then we get a space, and we get a little bit of what's happening, right? So here we see that we're looking for status. Here we're taking a startup. Here we're removing something, right? So on and so forth. So it tells us a little bit of what's happening with that package. And then it gives us some information, a description about what's actually occurring, right? So for example, here we see that we were removing C-matrix, which Sean showed us earlier, right? What C-matrix does. So let's go ahead and take a look. Right now, we said our dpackage, the current one, right? So let's go ahead and go back to that. So dpackage.log, we hit enter, there's nothing in there. So what if I were to go sudo apt install, and we install our C-matrix like Sean showed us before, right? So if I hit enter, we see we're downloading that package, it's installing that package, and now it's done. So if I were to hit that command name C-matrix, bam, we got the matrix happening, just like Sean showed us before, right? So now, if I go ahead and let's cat out our dpackage.log, notice there's a lot of stuff that has happened. So before it was empty. Why? I hadn't done anything with packages. I hadn't installed anything today, right? So now that I have, notice right here, it tells me, hey, we did a startup. We started to install C-matrix, right? At this point, it was half installed. And then we see some other stuff until it's done and it's unpackaged and it's gotten our C matrix up and configured, for example, right? So it's letting us know all the stuff that was happening as it was installing this package. So it's letting us know the date and time that this was happening, right? So we're able to go ahead and see that inside of our package log, or D package rather, we're able to keep track of what software was installed and when, right? Now, the next log we're going to take a look at, we're going to go ahead and see it's our sys log. So that's this log right here, right? So if I cat out syslog, we see right here, this is a lot of stuff dealing with our system, right? So similar to what we saw before with our auth log, it's going to give us a date. So it's going to say April 21st. It's going to give us a time, right? It's going to tell us the machine that this was done on. So what was this event done on? What device? Well, it was our Ubuntu machine, right? And then it's going to give us a little bit of information about what happened, right? So what was the activity that was done? So we see right here, one of the things we might be doing, you see right here on this event, we tried running a package kit daemon. So we were running something to be able to go ahead and install a package. So right here, we can already see, as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and grep this. Let's see if we can find C matrix. So here we don't see that. Let's see what else we can be able to try and find. Let's go ahead and what would be a good thing to look for? Let's see if I can find something with Apache 2. So here we go, and we see that we did a call earlier at 2:10 to our system to get our Apache 2.service to run. And we see that it was able to do that successfully. So it succeeded. So things that happen on our system, things that are taking advantage of our system resources are going to be logged here, right? So those are our three primary ones we want to take a look at for tonight, right? We want to be able to see anytime we're involving the system itself, we're going to get a log for the event. It will show us the date. It will show us the time. It will show us what machine it was done to, and it will show us a description. We see then we can also see our D package log. So this is anytime we are installing or uninstalling a package, so some software to our system. Again, it will give us a timestamp, right? So a date numerically with the first year, then the date, or the month, then the day, all numerically. And then our timestamp, so when did it happen on that time? And then a description, right? And then we have our auth log, which is anytime we have to log in, anytime it's asking for authentication or it's asking for a password, it's going to go ahead and make a auth log entry. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and take another look at auth log. So I want to go cat auth.log. We're going to see the last event happened about 4 minutes ago, right? 2:23, and if we look at the top of my terminal, it tells me it's 2:27. So about 4 minutes ago, we went to go ahead and try to install our C matrix, right, using our apt package, and it was able to go ahead and do that. So that was the last time we used sudo, and so it did some authentication. Now, let's say that I want to be able to go ahead and switch user. Let's say I want to switch users into Scrappy, and it asks for a password. And so let's say I give it a password, and then it tells us there's an authentication failure, right? Let's go back and cat out my auth log. And we'll see that actually did in fact get logged. Here is our stuff, right? We see at April 21st at 2:27 that on the machine Ubuntu, we tried to run the su command. So not sudo, it's able to tell us what was being done, right? We tried to use sudo before, we're using su here. Now, what was being done? We tried to be able to switch users. We tried to log into the user Scrappy. Now, we see right here, our user, right? So who tried to do this? fstack tried to do this. So fstack tried to log in to Scrappy, right? And what happened? It failed. So if we see a lot of this happening, we can tell that somebody is trying to be with malicious intent, hacking into another account, right? They're trying to switch users, they're trying to gain access to this account, and it didn't work. They didn't have the password, right? So if we see something like this again and again and again and again, we can tell that something's happening, something is not right. So we're able to take a look at our auth log to see anytime authentication needs to happen. Our depackage log, anytime we're installing software, and our system log, anytime we're using system resources. Are there any questions with those logs or how we can take a look at them? All right, in addition to this, there's also specialized logs for our different services. So let's go ahead and do another LS. For example, we see right here for Apache 2, right? We can be able to see that there's going to be logs inside of that directory. If I do something with MySQL, we see there's a directory there for that as well, right? So I can be able to go ahead and take a look at those places and kind of see what's happening there. So let's actually go ahead and take a look into Apache 2. And if I take a look, we see there's a lot of different logs here. We kind of saw this before, right? When we're doing one of our previous exercises, there's an error.log and there's an access.log. So we can see that they're going to have their own ways of formatting their log files as well. So let's go ahead and take a look, for example, access.log. So we see, again, that 0.1, 0.2, those are older ones. Right now, access.log, our newest one, doesn't seem to have any information in there. But if I go access.log.1, we see that there was some previous information that was done here, right? And so we see it's formatted just a little bit differently. First, we're going to see for our Apache logs, we're getting an IP address, right? So who was connecting to our server, we're able to see that IP address, right? Then the next piece of information that it looks like it's giving us is going to be our timestamp, right? So we see a date and we see a time associated with when that IP address tried to connect to us. And then since this is a web server, we see what type of request that they make. So this was a GET request for an HTTP 1.1, so our version of HTTP. So that's a regular web request, right? We're just trying to see a website. And we see that it was, in fact, a response code of 200. So everything was acceptable, right? It made a request that everything went okay with. It was a successful request. And we see that happen again and again and again and again. So not all of our logs are going to be formatted the exact same way. But once we start getting familiar with them, we can see how we can extrapolate information from them, right? Any questions whatsoever on our different logs or how we can take a look at them and start figuring out the information that they're telling us? All right, then in that case, we're going to go ahead and open up the breakout rooms one more time. We're going to have it that this session is just going to be focusing on, 6B, so our next exercise, right? And then we'll go ahead and pull you guys back after some time to go ahead and see if there's any difficulties or if there's any questions you guys might have. And then after that, we'll put you back in for one last session to go ahead and work on 6C, right? So right now, we're going to go ahead and open it up, work on the second activity. We'll come around after a few minutes and kind of see how you guys are doing. And then we'll pull you back to address any questions or any concerns, and then we'll have you go back one more time to do the last activity for tonight. So with that, let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. Let's see here. Go ahead and share my screen. Give me 1 second. Cool. I think we can get started. While I set this up, any questions on any of the things that we covered so far? Any concerns? Give me a second while I set this up. All right. Okay, if there are no questions, I guess we could get started on today's lesson here. So I know some of you guys have asked to go over the exercise. We can't go over the entire exercise, but you know, I noticed that we did have a review session, so maybe we could do this one together with the zip, unzip, gzip, g-unzip, and then tar. And then we'll get into today's new content, activity 7B. All right. So let's see here. So we'll go to question number 1. It says, what options are required to create the question 1.tar file? And then they give you, they sort of give you the command, but they're asking you to enter the options. Can anyone take a guess on what options you'll need to create a new tar file? Go ahead, Joe.
Dash CF.
Yep, exactly. So if we have, let's see, what's inside here? Yeah, let's do something here. If we want to, it'll be tar dash CF, and then let's create, I don't know, new tar dot tar. Let's make it new tar file dot tar, and then let's see if I could do tester. So now I have this new dir tar file, new tar file dot tar, right? So as Joel mentioned, it will be dash CF to create file for this new tar file, right? Cool. Number 2, it says which command can be run to turn the rocky.tar.gz file into a normal tar file. Anyone want to take a guess at this? Go ahead, June.
Will be minus XF.
It's it's minus XF.
Minus XF. So I think what they're asking here, it says file to a normal tar file. So I think the hint here is that currently it's not just the tar file, but instead it is .tar.gz. But in order to convert this into a normal tar file, what would we need to do here? There's a lot of hands. Let's go with Flores or Robert.
The gunzip command.
Yeah. So let's actually do this real quick. Gzip sub file. So notice we have this subfile.gz. And let's say we do file on that subfile.gz. It will tell you that it's gzip compressed, right? And in order to return it back to, you know, decompressed data, we have to use g-unzip, right? And then if we go back to ls, now we have our normal file back. Same thing with the tar file. So if you were to gzip the new tar file, notice we have this tar.gz, right? It is not a tar file. It is actually a gzip compressed data, right? So in order to get our tar file back, we have to use the gunzip or gunzip. Okay, and then now we get our tar file back. Okay, cool. Next question. Which command and options can you use to uncompress and unarchive Rocky tar GZ in a single step? Okay, any guess on this one? I think going back to June and Abel, I think you guys said it earlier. But in order to do both, we could use the -xf, right? So let's do that again. So let's go ahead and zip the new tar file. So now we have the .tar.gz. And in order to uncompress and unarchive, we'll do -xf. And notice, let's see, where is, but did it not work? Let me see. Music demo. Let me move this real quick. Let's move that. New dir. New. Okay, let's go into this new directory. All right, so let's try that one more time. So, yep, so now you have our test directory back, right? Cool. Let's see, question. Go ahead, Abel.
So can we cross use like the XF? I thought that was for just zip to unzip, but for GZ we can still use it.
Sorry, what was the question? You're saying using the gzip to unzip this?
Because when
Or-
GZ, I thought we use gunzip to reverse it.
To unzip it, right? Is that
Yeah,
what you're asking?
to unzip it. So
Yeah, yep. So you could use
so
gunzip
what?
on the
Yeah.
new, yep, and then you'll get the tar back.
Okay, so I was wondering why are we using -xf -xf? Yeah.
This is just a one-liner, right? So instead of doing the gunzip and then doing a tar XF,
Oh
you
yeah,
could do
yeah,
tar
yeah.
XF
Okay,
and then it'll
okay.
basically decompress and unarchive.
Got it, got it. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Cool. Any other questions? It's a great question. And also remember the tar command will determine what compression algorithm it used. So you can specify which algorithm to use, but you don't have to. It will sort of figure it out and then give you the output. Okay. Cool. Question number 4 says describe what is happening in the first command. Okay, use the information in the code block above to answer the following questions. What is happening in the first command? So the first command here, it's tar-cjf sierra.tar.xz home shaggy home scooby. Anyone want to take a guess what's happening here? Go ahead, Robbie.
So we are compressing the two different directories, or into two different directories, using the I believe it was the bzip compression algorithm for the, which is what the J symbolizes. Or no,
Okay.
excuse me, the XV. Sorry.
Okay. Let's see if it's here. Dash J here. Yeah, but I believe it is a form of, yeah, XZ compression. But yeah, so you're exactly right. It's going to take the home Shaggy directory, home Scooby directory, and archive it and compress it using the XZ algorithm into this sierra.tar.xz file, right? So very good. How about question number 5? Describe what happened in the last command. So the last command here is tar -tf teton .tar.bz2. Joel?
I believe it's you're trying to take a look at the file name. I can't really read that; it's a little small. But you're essentially trying to look at that file.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're just sort of enumerating it, right? You're just listing out what's inside of that tarball, but you're not really filtering it or doing anything with it. You're just listing out what's inside of it. And we could see that there's 3 files and directories inside of this tarball here, right? So -tf is to list out the contents of the tarball. Cool. Moving along, use the information in the code block above to answer the following questions. Describe what is happening in the first command. So the first command here is basically the same. It's we're listing out the same. Yeah, I think it's repetitive here. Yeah, so basically when you have the -tf, it's going to list out the content of the tarball, and we see that here, right? And it says, number 7, what new directory will be created in home fstack by this command? Anyone want to take a guess? Oh, I guess, oh, okay. So this is basically saying, if we were to run this command, what new directory will be created in our home directory, given this information? So before we do that, I guess, what is this command doing? What is tar-xjf? For those of you who can't see, maybe just a little bit bigger. This. Hopefully everyone can see now. Even bigger. Yeah. So this is what's inside of this Teton tar BZ2. If we were to run tar xjf Teton tar BZ2 -c, this basically means put it in this directory, right? We're sort of redirecting, instead of extracting everything into my current working directory, extract everything into this directory, right? So with, yeah, I guess we'll start from there. Can anyone tell me what this command is doing with the -xjf options?
Is it removing something?
Not removing, but you're exfiltrating, or not, but what's the word here? Extracting, right? You're going to extract, I think J, lowercase j is probably using a BZ decompression algorithm. Again, you don't have to specify it. We'll probably know that it's using the BZ2 and use the appropriate algorithm. And then you list out the file, which is the tarball here. And then you're saying whatever that's inside here, extract it into my home/fstack directory, right? So with that said, let's answer number 7. What new directory will be created in homestack by this command? So if we list out the content of that tarball, this is what we get. If we were to extract it now, what new directory will be created in my home directory?
All three of the directories listed would.
All, so they will be created, but what will be like the parent directory?
Etsy.
Exactly. So inside of home fstack, I'm gonna have an Etsy directory. Inside of that Etsy directory, I'll have protocols, hosts, and a security directory with limits.conf inside of that. Okay. Any questions on the review? Also, even though I went through this, by all means, probably not today because we'll be going into the content. But after class or tomorrow or before Wednesday's class, try to run this review session yourself so that you get a little bit more familiar with the commands and the options. Go ahead, Robbie.
Just a quick question. I apologize if you already went over this, but I was hoping you can go over why we specified using the -C and what that same command would look like if we didn't use that.
Yep. So
Yeah.
in essence, nothing will happen if you don't use the -C, right? If you, let me see here. So if I do man tar, so -C is one of the things. Notice how this one doesn't have any sort of brackets around it. Like you need this in order to create a tarball file, right? So if you don't give it the -C, the tar command doesn't understand what to do with that file, right?
Okay.
It's almost like giving it an action verb and then the object. Like, what do you want to do with this file? Do you want to create it? Do you want to, I think -D is delete. Do you want to list it out? Do you want to, I'm not sure what these are, but do you want to extract? Like, what is it that you want to do with this, the tarball file is basically what we're doing with the -C. So if we don't give it a -C, we need to give it something else. If we don't, we're not using tar as it's required. If this is, what is it? The syntax is, that we provide some sort of an option before we give it the file.
Okay,
Did that
thank
answer
you.
your question? Yep.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Cool. All right. Any other questions? I see a bunch of chat here. Let's see. All right, so I see Tony been answering most of them. Cool. Awesome. All right. I think Tony answered most of these questions. Cool. All right, so if there's no questions, let's get into today's content. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up today's lesson here. All right, so for this week, we're going to be talking about Linux automation, right? So today we'll be talking about automation. On Wednesday, Tony will be going into the bash scripting, and I'll be finishing it out with bash techniques. And that sort of summarizes our Linux unit, right? Our asset and inventory management unit. So the week after that, we'll be getting into the capture the flag, query preparations, basically real life sort of role play, if you will. But there's going to be different scenarios that will be playing out. But this week, we'll be focusing on some of the things we could automate using our Linux system from our bash, and then finishing it out with a bash scripting and different type of bash techniques this week, right? Now let's talk about automation in just a bit. What is automation at a very high level is that whatever that you can do manually, right? And let's say you do this task on a daily basis, right? Maybe it's checking what type of process is running at a certain time. Maybe it's validating how many users are created or how many users are present within the Linux system at a certain time. Or maybe it's backing up files. Maybe you have to back up files at the end of the month, right? And compress it, right? And then move it to a storage file or whatever the case might be. Anything that you do, right, on a sort of chronological sequential order, like maybe every hour, every day, every month, every minute, whatever the case might be, we can automate it, right? Saying, hey, I don't want to run these commands manually. I want the Linux system to understand track time, and depending on what time of the day or time of the week or month it is, I want it to run the commands that I tell it to, right? And that's what we're going to be talking about today is we could schedule a task. When I say task, it's basically a bash command to run at certain time of the day or of the week or of the month, so that I don't have to do it. I don't have to keep track of, oh, did I run that backup command at the end of at the end of March? I don't have to remember that because I will have an automated task, if you will, that will keep track of the time and run these commands when it's appropriate to do so, right? One of the ways we could do that is through what's called a cron job, right? I think cron stands for chronological, but there's a lot of different acronyms and commands that do very similar stuff. But in this cohort, we're going to be talking about cron jobs and ultimately what we can do with what's called a cron tab or cron table, right? You could read this blurb, or hopefully you did before class, but it will summarize what I just went over in that if there's a repetitive task that you have to run on a timeline, right? You can automate that so that you no longer have to keep track time or remember to run these commands. The system through cron jobs will do that for you, right? So let's go ahead and look at some of our commands here. Let me make this a little bit bigger. All right, so if let's go into, let's do this first. So let's go ahead and get into the /etc directory. And in here, there's going to be a lot of, files and directories. But let's specifically target the cron, right? Anything that has cron in it, I want it to get it returned. So anacron is another sort of cron job command that you could run. We're not going to go over this today. We're going to be mainly talking about just the regular cron here. But just know that this is another cron command that you can run. But we have several of these files or directories. So we have the cron.d, which is your daemon. You have cron.daily, which are different tasks that you could run on a daily basis. You have cron.hourly. Again, as the name suggests, different tasks that you could run on an hourly basis. Then you have cron.monthly, again, list of commands or tasks that you could run on a monthly basis. And then finally, you have cron.weekly, list of commands or tasks or jobs that you could run on a weekly basis. Now, all of this will run as root. So this one you might not have. This cron.pet file you might not have when you're following along. I have it because I've actually created this file. Now we're going to go over how to actually create this file to start scheduling tasks or jobs under our username, right? So before we get deep dive into this, let's go ahead and do that real quick. So if you haven't already, right? If you just spun up your VM and you run ls/etc and then grep for cron, you might not see crontat file. And because you haven't created or ran the cron tab command yet, right? So the command is cron tab. So if I do what is cron tab, it basically says maintain cron tab files for individual users, right? So basically it's a scheduler for you, specifically for that user, right? So if it's your first time running cron tab, you'll do cron tab space -e to edit. So when you run this, if you don't have the cron tab file, it will create one for you, and it will ask you for your text editor of choice, right? So you won't see this screen. You'll basically see, hey, welcome to cron tab. Which text editor do you want to use? So you get to select like Nano, VI, Vim, whatever the case might be. You just select the number, right, next to the text editor of your choice, and you press enter, and then you'll get to this file. So this basically is my cron tab. You could read the instructions here, but basically it sort of tells you how to format your tasks. And this is universal, right? So you have, as an example, there is 5, I don't know if you can see my screen here, 5 variables or these numbers that you could provide, and each of these have a meaning, right? They even break it down here. So the first variable, if you will, that you have to provide is the minute of the hour that you want this job to run, right? The second variable is the hour. Which hour of the day do you want this to run? Followed by the day of the month, the actual month, right? So this could be anywhere from like 1 through 31. The month will be 1 through 12. And finally, you have the day of the week, right? So 0 is Sunday, 1 is Monday, and so on and so forth. Actually, for Sunday, you could either give it a 0 or a 7, okay? Once you fill all of that out, then you give it what is the command that you want it to run at that specific time that you specified, okay? And if you want it to run on every minute of every hour for every day of the month, for every month of the year, for every day of the week, you don't have to specify a number. You can use the wildcard, right? So you could do something like this. You could say, hey, for every minute of the hour, every hour of the day, every day of the month, every month of the year, every day of the week, I want you to, I don't know, tar, CF, some home, fstat, I don't know, some file, right? Now, obviously, I won't save this because I don't want my system to constantly create new tarball files against some file every minute, every hour, every, basically until this job gets deleted. They will just constantly do that for every minute that the system is up. But this is a way you could create a job, right? You give it the 5 variables. Again, the minute, the hour, the day of the month, month of the year, day of the week, and whatever command that you wish the system to run at that time frame, right? Any questions so far on what cron tab does or how to set basic schedules or tasks in here? Go ahead, Sai.
So what if you wanted to specify like a work week? So like Monday through Friday.
Yep, good question. You could do something like, I want you to do basically everything that I just told you at every minute, every hour, every day of the month, every month of the year. However, it has to land between Monday through Friday, right? So
Oh,
if it's
gotcha.
the
Okay.
weekend, yeah, if it's the weekend, it doesn't matter if it matches this because the weekend is going to be a 6 or 7 or 0-7 for the Sunday and 6 for Saturday. It's not going to run it on the weekend, right?
Okay, so it starts, so Monday is number 1.
Monday is 1. Yes, correct.
Gotcha.
Yep. Good question. So you can definitely use the dash. You could also do like, hey, I want it only to run Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You could also do that as well. So you could kind of mix and match. Or you could just give it a single day as well. Like, I only want this to run Friday night or Friday at 5 p.m. when everybody leaves. I want you to run, I don't know, clean up my TMP file or directory. This is what we'll do, right? We'll say something like, hey, at 5 p.m. Day of the month. So day of the month and month of the year, I want it to run every month, and I don't care which day it lands on, as long as it's a Friday at 5 p.m. Right? I'm gonna run remove -r TMP. Right? Any other questions? Okay, cool. Let's try one as a practice. Let's do something very simple. Let's do something like every minute of every hour, every day, every month, every day of the week. Let's do, I don't know, echo. Let's not do that. Let me save this real quick. Let's see what's in here. No, that's what's in here. It's inside some file. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Let's go ahead and get into cron tab. Actually, let's do cats home fstack some file. I'll put that into new job demo. Home fstack demo. All right, so let me go ahead and save this. And let's wait a minute and see if we get a new file called new job demo. Let's see. It might take, maybe we'll start at the next full minute. No? Oh, there it is. So there is the new job demo, right? So if I cat new job demo, I should have hi, hello, because it cat the content of some file into my new job demo, right? Now this will run literally every minute while the system is up. So I'm gonna go back in and cancel that job out, but just wanted to give you a quick demo on how to create a job, and you can set different time frame, how often it will run. And if you save the cron tab and exit out, you will see that job or that command run at the specific time. All right, so let me go back and let me show you a different way. So let's say there's a legitimate job here that you've been using for whatever reason, you want to stop using it for a short time, but you don't want to completely delete it. You could do what's called commenting. Excuse me. So this hashtag basically means don't consider this as an actual entry within my cron tab file. So all these sort of instructions, right? This guide on how to use the file is not being considered by the cron tab, by the cron daemon to, treat it as a task, right? So if there's a task here that you don't necessarily want to delete, but just want to stop making it from work, you could just comment it out, and cron tab will just ignore this line. It's basically saying ignore this line. Yeah. Okay. So if I exit this out, if I were to remove the new job, at the top of the minute, or yeah, at the next minute, I should not get a new file called new job demo file, because that task has been commented out. Okay. Let's see if there's, oh, okay. So now that we covered cron tab, let's go ahead and talk about that cron daemon, right? Before I do though, any questions on cron tab? So cron tab again, oh, go ahead, Brendan.
Hey, so would deleting a cron tab just be as simple as going into the nano and just like backspacing all of it? Like if you just wanted to get rid of it completely, is that how you get rid of it?
That is a way. You could, that is a way to get rid of the cron tab. Let me see. Actually, I don't think this is, so if I do cron tab dash E, I think this is where it's actually located. So let me see if I could. No, or is it a file? Let me see what's in here. Or maybe it's not. And contact. Let me see if there's a simpler way to delete it. Let me see. Maybe remove. Okay, so you could just use the -R option, Brendan. So cron tab -R, and then you'll get rid of your cron tab.
Cool, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? And just to verify that we don't have that new job demo file that was created, because we commented it out. Now if there's no other questions with cron tab, let's go talk about that cron daemon just a bit more. Let's go back to /etc and let's do cron. Right. So again, we have a lot of files here that have these sort of pre-built daily, hourly, monthly, and weekly scheduled tasks, right? Now you could go into some of these and basically look at what it's actually running. So I think it was in daily. So there's a lot of scripts that run on a daily basis behind this VM, right? Right. So I think one of them that we did go over is locate command, right? So if we were to say cat locate, do this, we see that it is a shell script. Basically, it tells you what interpreter to use. It says set E. That's the first command it does inside the script. Then it says, hey, this is to update the locate DB database on a daily basis, right? So maybe you created some new files or remove them or move them, whatever, copy them. At the end of the day, or whenever this daily task has been scheduled, it's going to run the locate DB command so that the next day when you run locate, you'll be able to find the file that you want from the previous day of work, right? Now, you might be asking, why did this person or this system administrator create a script instead of a cron tab? A lot of reasons, right? So one of them is a script is a list of instructions, right? We're not using a single line command, what's called like a one-liner command. We're actually creating multiple commands inside the script, right? So in order to run locate DB, I am checking for different conditions, to make sure I'm root. If I'm not, then I'm exiting out of the script. So there's a lot of things that this person is actually checking for before I actually run the update DB command. So it gives you that flexibility in terms of if you want to add more complex tasks that's going to require more than a line of code, then you could create a script, which Tony will go over on Wednesday, to basically, instead of running a single line of task, you could say, hey, system, on a daily basis, run this script for me. You could also do this from the cron tab, right? You could actually create a script and tell the cron tab to say, hey, run this script at this time frame, right? So you could use both ways, but another benefit of this is that for cron tab, you're running it as you, right? So if you don't have root permissions or sudo permissions, you probably won't be able to do something like locate DB, whereas in the cron, you will be running as root. Right, so that's the main difference. But that is the locate script that's running on a daily basis. Let me give you another. Which was this one? Cat. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so this one basically tells you the schedule for when the Etsy cron hourly, Etsy cron daily, weekly, and monthly will be running at, right? So remember, we went over this syntax. So for the hourly tasks that's underneath the Etsy cron hourly directory, it's going to run at every hour at the 17th minute mark, it's going to run whatever task that's inside the cron.hourly directory. Right, so this is basically like the configuration file. They'll show you at what hourly time frame we're actually going to run these tasks, right? And we could edit these, right? We could say, okay, I don't want it to run every 17th minute of the hour. Maybe I wanted to run it at the half hour mark. So I'll change this to 30 so that at half an hour every hour, it will run the tasks or jobs underneath the cron.hourly directory, right? And same thing goes for your daily, right? When does our daily task actually run? Well, it runs at the 6th hour. So basically 6:25 in the morning, every hour, or I'm sorry, every day, it's going to run all of the commands that we saw earlier, like the locate DB and so on and so forth. Same thing with weekly. It's saying at 6:47 on Sunday, every Sunday at 6:47, it's going to run every job inside of cron.weekly. And then finally, for the monthly, it's at January of every year at 6:52, it's going to run all of the jobs underneath cron.monthly. Okay, again, this is all configurable if you want to change it to a different time frame. Just know that this will be where you'll be changing it. Go ahead, Pam.
So when we type out this syntax for like we've specified like the time and hour and everything, we then have to write /etc/cron.monthly.
Oh, no, you don't change this part. I'm sorry. So if you want to change the actual time that it runs, you just have to change
Okay.
the left, the 5 variables. You don't have to change what's on the right here.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mhm. There is a lot of open source tools that could help you with this. So you could, before you actually put it onto code, you can, this is called crontab.group, but if you just search for like crontab syntax, there's going to be a lot of open source on Google that you could just be like, okay, I want to test this out, right? So again, if I do something like this, it's going to say at every minute for the next whatever, every hour, every day, every month, every day of the week, it's going to do something. But you could change it so that, you know, I don't know, what is this? 30. Day 1. I try to schedule something for our class, right? So at 7:30, for you guys, it's probably 5:30. But for me, it's 7:30 on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I could say set something up or do something before class starts, right? Maybe I'll run those setup commands, right, for that day, you know, so that my labs are set up before the class starts, or whatever the case might be. But this is where you can sort of test it out, try different things to make sure that the logic is correct before you actually put it in the cron tabs. Okay. And they give you a little bit more sort of syntax that you can use. I've never used the at yearly, at annually stuff like this, but you could use the steps, the range, the value list separator, and any value wildcards. Right. Any questions? Let me just verify that I've covered everything here. Okay, there's one command that I forgot to cover, which is what is W, what is who. So it's basically the same sort of information that you could do. So the command is called W or who. It's going to show you who is actually logged in. Now, but because this VM is in the cloud, it's a virtual cloud environment that we're accessing. So you're not going to see anything, because as odd as it might sound, you're technically not like logged in. We're sort of in this sort of virtual environment. So you do have some sort of a login, but notice how we don't see the F stack. So this is a little bit different than if you were to run this on like if you have a Linux machine, or if you have like a Mac, and you try to run W or who, it will actually show you the username, the user account that's actually logged in, right? And let me just give you a quick demo on my Mac here, just to validate that, right? So, so this is my MacBook, right? I could say, who am I? I am Sha, right? I could actually do W or who, and it will show you the person or the account that's actually logged in to this machine, right? Now, obviously, I have a lot of terminals open, so you'll see more than one terminal. And remember, I told you the TTY, it means for your terminal session, right? So in order to understand what all of these mean, I also found another website here. I could put this on our Slack channel. But if you scroll down here, it will actually tell you exactly what those acronyms mean, right? Those different PTYs, PTYP1. Let me see if this, the TTY zeros, TTY ones, they'll show you what they mean, right? It's the first virtual console, it's the first or current virtual console, first virtual console, and so on and so forth. You just have to control find whatever symbol you find in your terminal into here, and it'll show you what type of terminal that account is currently logged in as, right? But that is two commands that we just need to go over, the W and the who. Both show you the same information in terms of who's currently logged in. Obviously, they have different information, like how long they've been idle, what type of command it's running, whereas this one doesn't, but you could give it different options, I'm sure, to get more information. Never mind. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at some man pages to see if I could pull these type of information on the who, but just know that you have two resources available to see who's logged in on which terminal at what time and what different commands the account is running. Go ahead, Pam.
Oh, I was gonna say, is that how you get who, like who's in, like that's how you get the DEV slash whatever comes after through that command?
DEV slash.
Yeah. Because in one of the exercise, I was trying to figure out how we would establish that information.
DEV slash.
Yeah, it was activity 7C.
7C, let's see.
After we did LSBLK in one of the
Oh,
exercises.
okay.
And
So here, okay. So we will be going over this in just a bit,
okay.
and that will help you better understand it.
Okay.
But this is completely separate from this here.
Okay, I just
we're
want to
gonna
make sure
talk
because
about-
I saw that in there.
Right. So it's separate sort of concepts. The mounting and unmounting of drive or partitions is a completely different story, whereas the W and who, basically at a system level, it shows you who is currently logged in and what they're doing on the system. Now, once we get here and once I go through the demo, it will hopefully will make more sense in terms of the dev that you're talking about, but I don't see it here, but maybe you could show me afterwards.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Any questions on the cron tabs, how to schedule different times, what it does, the difference between cron and cron tab? Let me check the chat here to see if we have any questions. Okay, so it looks like Tony and some of your classmates have answered your questions. Cool. All right. If there are no other questions, Tony, if you could break out or create the breakout rooms. You'll be working on activity 7B exercise. If you guys finish early, go ahead and try to do the review 7A. And if you have any questions, do let myself or Tony know. We'll try to jump in. But yeah. Tony, are the rooms ready?
Almost. Give me 1 second.
Yep. Take your time. While Tony is setting the rooms up, any last minute questions? Let me also share this one in the Slack. All right, well, I don't know if no question is a good sign or a bad sign, but but if you do have any questions when you're doing the exercises, just bring myself or Tony over. We'll try to help out.
All right, the room should be open.
Awesome. Have fun, guys. All right, I'm gonna be right back, Tony. I'm gonna take a quick break.
All right.
Yep, I'll see you in a little bit. All right, welcome back. All right. So for the next part, we'll be talking about um, looking into different file systems, looking through different drives, and how to actually what we call mount them in order for us to investigate what's inside of it. Just kind of go back to what we said earlier for Linux. Basically, everything is considered as a file in Linux. And in order to look into a file, you need to open them, right? The concept here is the same. So whether you have a flash drive or different disk or different partition within a disk, in order to look what's in it, you have to open it. And in order to open it, you have to basically mount it first into the Linux operating system. And then once it has that file system has been mounted, then you could open that file system or that drive or whatever the case might be, and you could start looking inside. Now, as we go over these Linux concepts, it's also important to make sure to think about cybersecurity along with it, right? So what I mean by that is all of these commands that we're going over now will come in handy when we get into blue team phase, right? So for instance, if you're trying to investigate, hey, there has been a malicious user on our box, and every time we clean out this bad user, like delete this bad user, we see this user pop up again and again. Like, I don't know what's going on, right? Well, maybe we need to look at a scheduled task, right? Maybe we got to look at the cron tab to see, hey, you know, when did you delete this user? When did it get recreated? Like, and then maybe I could track down, maybe there's an automated way that this malicious user has, you know, built persistence and creating this new user every Sunday or whatever the case might be, right? Same thing with this new command that we're about to go over, in that if you're given a flash drive or a disk or a file system, you can't just open, you know, CD into it or ls that file system. You have to mount it, right? In order to do digital forensics or any type of investigation, you need to be able to mount these external drives for you to start investigating. And that's what we're going to go over today or now, but just keep that in the back of your mind, that these commands aren't going away, right? This all going to come back full circle when we get into the blue team phase to see, okay, why did we learn this? You know, how is it important for the red team, and how is it also important for the blue team, right? Cool. With that said, the first command we're going to go over is lsblk, and it basically just lists out block devices within your operating system, right? So let's go ahead and run that just to see what we get, right? And notice we get a lot of different block devices. Now, at the top of, you know, just so you guys are tracking, all of these loop 0 through 9, don't worry about them. I believe this is part of the cloud instance from Amazon AWS SSM agent. So basically what that means is, in order to get your VM up and running, there needs to be some sort of a management that goes on in the back end. And this is how they're doing it through this, right? But if you were to run it on a regular machine, you won't see any of these cloud or virtualization type of disk or devices. So please disregard the top, you know, 10 devices here and focus on the next one here. So this is in a normal world, if you run this command, this is something that you will see. The first sort of disk, right, that your operating system sees, right? And underneath it, you'll see this sort of like that when you run that tree command, like it sort of shows you that hierarchy. So underneath this, so NVMe stands for non-volatile memory, right? We'll talk about volatile and non-volatile memory when we get to digital forensics. But for now, just know that this is your disk drive, right? Not your RAM or memory. And then you have the naming scheme. So underneath that disk named NVMe 0N1, you have the first partition, right? It says part here, it stands for partition. It says NVMe 0N1 or 0N1 P1 stands for partition 1, right? If you are familiar with Windows, you can set different partitions to say, okay, this is going to be like my C drive, my F drive, or whatever the case might be. You can set different partitions for each drives in Windows. This is basically the same thing, right? We're basically having one disk. So within this cloud virtual environment, I'm given 16 gigabytes of disk space. And basically I set it up, partitioned it so that this operating system takes the whole thing, right? There's only one partition and it's taking up the entire space of 16 gigabytes. And this is basically our root file system, right? Everything is underneath my first partition of this disk, right? In other cases, you'll have different partitions like /boot, right? They'll have your boot partition. So whenever your system boots up, it will look at that partition to say, okay, what are my boot instructions? How do I actually boot up my computer, right? So just know that there are other partitions in other operating systems, but for this one, all we have is the root. So basically, this means that the operating system is installed here, the file system, the root directory is on this partition, right? So basically, when we do cd into / or ls /, right, we're interacting with this partition of this disk, right? Now, you might also notice there's two other disks that we are not interacting with, right? And this is what I mean. You can't just cd or ls into this disk because at this point, there's no way for the operating system to interact with it. And this leads me to my next command that I want to introduce is called mount, right? So mount basically says, okay, whatever file system or disk drive that you have, I will let you mount it onto this operating system. So for us to, navigate into or to investigate, right? And the syntax is pretty simple. You call, actually, before I do that, there's a couple of things I do want to go over again is, there are a couple lessons ago, we sort of briefly talked about what each of these directories do. But for this specific use case, we would like to put a lot of our mount directories or our paths inside of our mount directory. So /mount is where you'll, in general, mount all of your devices. You can put it somewhere else because at the end of the day, it's just a path, right? But best practice is under /mount. So let's go ahead and change directory into /mount, right? So currently there's nothing in here. And in order for us to mount a device or file system onto this operating system, we have to give it a path, right? So let's go ahead and create a directory called device1, right? Go ahead and sudo that. So now I have this directory called device1, right? So now let's go back and do ls blk. And let's do grep for NVMe. So now let's say I want to first mount this NVMe N1N1 disk, right? So the command for that will be mount. And let's see, I believe it's the, I don't know if there's, hold on, give me 1 second, NV1. The name of the disk that you want to mount, and then the path where you want this device to be mounted to. So in this case, it will be device1, right? It says only root can do that. So let's go ahead and sudo. Device does not exist. Let's see. Oh, I see. No, this is where, this is where Pam was talking about. So let me go ahead and show you where that exists. You go into dev. So there's a lot of directories in here. In here, there should be these disks, disk names. So this is where we actually have it located, and that's the directory that we're going to use. Right. So let's go back into our /nt and rerun that command, except it will be under /dev. So now we didn't get any errors. So we go ahead and ls this. So we still have the same directory. Now let's do ls blk one more time to see what we have. And notice how this disk now is mounted at /mount/device1 directory. So now we can actually interact with this device at this point, at this path, right? Whereas before there was nothing. So there's really nowhere for us to go to look into this disk or to investigate. Well, now that is mounted at a point in this operating system, we can navigate to here to access this disk, right? So let's do that now. So let me go into device 1. So notice now I have the files or the data that was inside of that NVMe 1N1 disk. Now I can start investigating. I can start looking into this, navigate through it, start interacting with these files, right? I did cat, different information, right? They'll tell me like how to actually use this file. I don't know if this is actually your exercise, but I would think so because we just did the review for this. So you might have to unzip it, untar it, and then look at what's inside investigations. But if it's not, you could play around with it, but maybe there's another lesson out there that actually makes you go into investigate this. But at this point, you can do everything within this file system, right? You're in it, in the disk space, navigating through the file system and looking at the files and the data, right? And in order to unmount, it's basically just unmount. Let's see, dev NVMe 1N1. Oh, it's not unmount, sorry, it's umount, but it stands for unmount. No permissions, we're going to sudo that. Oh, it's telling me it's busy because looks like I'm in it. So let me go ahead and get out of this directory and rerun that command. So now we didn't get any errors, right? So we still have the device 1 path, right? But if I do ls blk, notice it is no longer mounted on any of the path within this file system. If we were to go back into the device 1 directory, now we're not going to see anything, right? Oh, we're actually going to go into device 1. ls, we're not going to see anything, right? Any questions so far on mount and umount? Go ahead, Robbie.
I was just wondering if you can go back and show me the mount point command one more time.
Yep. Let's do that one more time. So I'm going to do lsblk. Let's grep for NVMe, just so we have a shorter list. Now let's try it on the 2N1 this time, right? So the command is going to be, go ahead and sudo mount dev NVMe 2N1 and your mounting point, which is going to be device 1. Now, I would probably create another directory and call it maybe device 2 or whatever that helps you differentiate between the two paths, because there might be a point where you need to mount both of these file systems, right? So just and for this demo, I'm using the same directory, but you might have to create two directories and mount it in different locations because you can't mount it at the same place. Okay. So if I run this and run lsblk once again, now notice how the NVMe 2 and 1, excuse me, is now mounted at the point /mount/device1, right? So now if I go into my device 1, I should now see the files and the data within that second file system.
Great. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
Yep. Let me lower your hand just so let's see my hand. Any other questions? Go ahead, Joel.
So the way you would pretty much run mount is always started with sudo, the command, the location that you're trying to mount, and then the destination.
Yep,
Is it-
exactly.
Not sure.
Disk name, and then wherever you're trying to mount it to. Mount point. Right.
Lower my hand.
Cool. And again, if I want to unmount, I need to get out of this directory and type umount dev nvme 2 and 1, I think was the name. Oh, could I use the slash sudo? And now if I do lsblk, none of my disks are mounted. Any questions on mounting and unmounting and how to use the lsblk command? Go ahead, Pen.
I wanted to know where and how you got the information for the DEV. How did you know to start off that command that way?
It's not something that's it's something that you remember we talked about the where things are within the file system.
Right.
That's where I started looking in depth, but it's not that so whatever file system or external disk drive, they'll all under the dev directory and not any other directory, if that makes sense. So it's not that there was a way I figured it out. It's just the way the file system is designed that way.
Okay, I was just wondering if there's somewhere like I missed it along the way, like that information, how to look it up, or what I didn't punch in to get that information.
Right. No, just like how the log files are underneath the var log, the file system and the disk drive will be under the dev. I don't think you missed it. It's just that we haven't covered it. We just went over it today.
Okay. Okay, great.
Yep,
Thank you.
Yep. That's a great question. Any other questions on those three commands? lsblk, mount, and umount. Again, I forget which module it was, but there was a module where they go over each of these directories to kind of let you high level to tell you what's inside of each of these directories. Right? I think Tony also mentioned like a lot of the places where it says bin, it's binary. So that's where most of your commands are stored, your device, your home directories, different libraries, media. OPTs where like you have like different apps installed. You have your root directory, which don't get confused with the actual root directory. This is for the user root. You got system, binary, service, temporary, var, for your log files, and so on and so forth, right? So go ahead and also make sure to look at that as well. Now, we don't expect you to be subject matter expert in terms of what all of these directories contain, but just high level, right? If I need to look at somebody's home directory, this is probably where I start off. Or if I need to look at different commands, maybe I'll look at bin and sbins, and then go from there, right? Cool.
Hey, Sean.
If there, yes, go ahead, man.
Question. So when the Linux systems boot up, which directories or mount, I guess, yeah, which directories will automatically mount versus that you have to manually mount them? Like, for example, I saw a bunch of these are already loaded or mounted when you start up the VM. But when you plug in like USB drive or stuff like that, wouldn't that be automatically mounted by the operating system and you have to manually do it?
Right. So a lot of the latest Linux distros, they will mount like flash drives, but I think you're asking a different question. So to answer your second question, you don't have to manually mount every single file system. Like I said, some of the newer distros, if you plug in like an external hard drive, it will read it and then mount it for you, right? So it'll be under the mount directory, and then it will say the name of the brand, right? Or SanDisk, it'll be like /mount/SanDisk or something like that. So it will auto mount for you. But I think what you're asking, the first question was, how does the boot process begin? Usually you have what's called a boot partition, and then from there, it will basically have list of instructions for the operating system to be like, hey, first boot up this, first then do this, then do that. Look at this area within our disk space. This is where our operating system is at. So spin that part of the disk to get our operating system up and running. For that, it's all automatic. We don't have to manually tell the operating system, where to look for the boot drive and all that sort. That's a little bit in depth to what we're going to go over, but basically they have what's called master boot record inside the boot directory or boot partition to say, okay, anytime an operating system boots up, this is where you'll find the instructions, and in the instructions they'll basically tell you how to boot up Linux, Mac, or Windows, right? Does that answer your questions, man?
Yeah. That's thanks for answering that. So I mean, to summarize, and for most of the operating system, that any external device that you plug in will automatically get mounted. So you don't need to manually run this command to mount them. And
that is partially true. Yeah. So the latest Linux distributions may do that, but it's not. But I can't say every Linux distribution will automatically do that, because some of them won't, right? And then you'll basically have to go find it within your LSPLK, find the name, and then look for it in the dev directory, and then mount it manually. So it really depends on which operating system you're running that will determine whether it will automatically mount like flash drives versus it won't, right? And so you have to go do this the manual way.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Any other questions? And also to that point, man, I think if it's like the user version, like this is a user, what I mean by user is it's a consumer base, right? It's someone could download Ubuntu and install it. They get this operating system, the GUI and all that sort. For these, they make it more user friendly, so that whatever that user would want, in this case, will probably want it to be auto mounted. It'll probably work. But for the servers, like the server Ubuntu's, you don't get these GUIs, right? And it's not user friendly, if you will. So those things you probably have to do it manually, even if it's the latest version of the server Ubuntu's. There's two different, even within the same flavor of Linux, there's a different versions, right? One for consumer base, one for server base. So for the server base, it'll be all manual, whereas the consumer base, it might auto mount it for you because they're trying to make it easier for the users to use those flash drives.
Cool, thank you.
Yep. Great question. Any other questions? If not, we will continue to the hash. So this is just a brief introduction to the hashing algorithm. We talked about hash in a couple instances, right? When we talked about Etsy Shadow, we said that the passwords are stored in a salted hashed values, right? Again, we're going to talk about what salting is, but what we want to get across is that we don't actually store the password itself, right? We run it through some hashing algorithm, get an output, and then we store that output instead of the actual plain text password. So even if I were to Etsy Shadow and sudo that, I don't know what this password actually means, right? Or what it says in plain text, right? Because it's first, it has been hashed, and then later on it's been salted. So I have no idea what this is. So this is a way of, securing data, if you will. But at the same time, the core functionality of a hash is integrity. Has my data been changed at all, right? And let me just kind of briefly demo what I mean. So let me go into this hash directory. Let me create file 1. Hello world. And then let's create another one, nano file 2. And then call it hello world. Right? If I do cat file 2 and cat file 1, the content wise, it's the same, right? It's just hello world. Notice there's a new line here. Let's see what kind of difference that makes, right? The command here is md5 sum. So what is md5 sum? It says compute and check md5 message digest. So MD stands for message digest. It's just a name for this hashing algorithm, MD5. So in order to do that, you just do md5 sum and the file that you want to take the hash of, file 1, right? And it says file 1, whatever content that's in there, if we run it through the md5 hashing algorithm, this is the output that we're going to get, right? Cool. Now let's do that for file 2, right? Notice it's completely different, right? And that is because there's this extra new line character. Even if you add or remove a single character within a file or within any sort of data set, the entire hash changes. Okay. For example, if I do, go ahead, Pam.
I was going to ask, so for the command for MD5SUM, is that when we then verify if something has been compromised?
That is a way, yeah. So if I said, hey, I have a file 1 here that I'm going to send over to you securely, and let's say I send it over, and I say, hey, make sure you take an MD5 of that file. It should match this. But let's say you downloaded my file and then you get something different, such as this, then you know that you don't have the same data that I sent over. Something changed, whether it was corrupted, it was compromised, whatever the case might be, you and I don't have the same file. Even if the name was the same, whatever the case might be, something is different.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Yep. And that's why a lot of times when you download some application or software online, they should provide, hey, here's our, MD5 hash or SHA-256 hash, so that once you download it, you could take a hash of that file or the application and verify that you have the legitimate file, right? It's just, it is a way to validate that nothing has changed or has been modified from the original content, right? And another interesting thing about hashing is that no matter the input size, you'll get the same output size, right? What I mean by that is you could echo one character into the hash, you'll get the same length output. Now, you could do the same thing and add a lot of characters, even more than the length of the MD5 hash, you'll still get the same length back, okay? That is another characteristics of a hashing algorithm. It does not care how long, how big or small the input size is. It gives you the same length of the output, okay? Now, depending on the actual algorithm, you might get a lot more characters back, right? We haven't covered this, but just as an example, we could do something like SHA-256, and notice how the output is much longer, right? It's basically 256 bit versus 100, what is it? Whatever half that is. Yeah. What is 256 divided by 2? 128, yeah. So MD5 is 128 bit size, whereas SHA-256 is 256 bit, right? And there's also what's called SHA-512. It uses 512 bits, so it's double the size of that of SHA-256. SHA-256 is probably the most commonly used. MD5 people use it out of for ease because it's smaller in size. But just know that there's some concept called hash collisions, which is outside the scope of this class, but the shorter the hash, there could be a collision, right? Meaning it has a different input, but the same output, right? And that is a concern. So that's why people use longer algorithms, so that the chances of having two different inputs having the same hash output is very minimal to non-existent, right? All right. So that is hashing. Let me see if there's any other things I need to cover. So, the other item. There is absolutely no way for someone to reverse this, right? I can't take this hash value and somehow get my input back. This is what's called a one-way function, right? It only works one way. I could take the input and get an output. However, I can't take the output and get back an input. Later on, when we talk about red team, we're going to learn about what's called the rainbow table. That's a way for us to build an index of different inputs and outputs to say, oh, I know I can't take this back, but I could take the most commonly used passwords and take a hash value of that. And then anytime that hash matches any other hash, I know that I have the input, right? So it's basically pre-building out the index of inputs and outputs, then matching the output, right, to get your input back, right? It's a very manual process. Again, we'll go into much more detail when we get to that module. But besides that, there is no way for us to technically, right, take the output hash output and then get our input back. So that's another characteristics of a hash. Just to summarize, so hashing, you have different input size, but you have the same output size, right? So different input, but always the same output. You have different hashing algorithms, one of which we're covering today is MD5 sum, but there's also SHA-256, SHA-512. There's a lot other algorithms out there. Even a single character addition or removal will completely change the hash, right? And then finally, hash is a one-way function. You can only take it from input to output. You can never go output back to the input, okay? Cool. Any questions on mounting, unmounting, and the hashing? There's another command that we went over, so I'm not going to go over it that much, but it's the which command. It basically just locates the command, right? But that is all the commands that I need to go over for this exercise. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Joel. Sorry, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying,
you're fine.
a couple lessons ago, you had already demonstrated the which command.
Yeah.
What would be the difference between the which command then and now?
Absolutely nothing. It's the same command. So I could do something like which, oh, where is this? Hey, where is the which command, right? I could say, okay, it's at user bin which, right? I could say, which, we just went over mount. Where is it located? Where is umount, right? Where is LSBLK? It just basically tells you where that binary is located, right? So it didn't change at all. It's the same command. And I put a space here, so I didn't get that, but yeah. Any other questions? All right. If there are no other questions, Tony, please go ahead and create the breakout rooms. If you do have any questions or have any roadblocks, please let myself or Tony know. We'll jump into your breakout room and help you guys out. But yeah, have fun.
We'll also remind you that while you guys are in the breakout rooms, please have your cameras on, please have your mics available, and talk and discuss with each other and have somebody share your screen as you guys are working through this. That way you guys can be able to be a little bit more interactive. You guys can help each other out. And it just makes time to be able to go a little bit easier while you guys are working together in the breakout rooms that way. So again, please have your cameras on, please be able to speak with each other and so on. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and open up the rooms. Have fun.
Was muted this whole time. But yeah, welcome back, guys. So we'll be going over the last exercise now. So for this last one, it's sort of a review / new content. We'll be talking about the redirection, right? and appending and redirecting errors. So let's just kind of quickly go over what all of that means. So anytime you put something into the terminal, that's considered standard in, right? You're basically putting into the terminal, whether it's a command, whether it's options, whether it's arguments, whatever the case might be, you're giving at some sort of an input, right? So if I do like ls, the string of ls is an input, right? Now, if I run that command, whatever I get out into the terminal is standard out, right? And if I do something, this is a little bit more generic error message, but basically if I do some error input, then I'll get an error output, right? Let me see if there's a better. So file one is a text file. So if I do something like cd file one, I should get a standard error, right? This isn't, even though it's populating in the the terminal, it's not a standard out, it's a standard error, right? Because we basically got an error message for giving it the wrong input command, right? And we said, hey, we could output some of these. We could say cat or redirect, what I meant, into a file called test, right? So if I do cat file one, I could cat test. That output, instead of getting it out into the terminal, I could redirect it to somewhere else. In this case, a file. At the same time, I could do redirects on the error message by saying two greater than sign errors. And now I don't get the errors out into the output, but instead, if I cat errors, I get that error message redirected into that file, right? You could also do it both ways. What I mean by that is you could do something like cd file one. Yeah, let's output that to a file. So if I do this, right, I get, hey, there's a wrong command, you get an error, right? And if I were to, let me do this. Let me remove test and then rerun that command, right? I get, hey, file one is a file, it's not a directory. I can't change directory into that. So if I were to cat test, there's nothing in there, right? But what if I said, hey, I want to redirect and the output of this file and redirect my error messages into my standard out, right? So what I mean by that is I want to get both the error message out into the output and into the file, right? So let me see if that works. Cat test, and notice how I get my error message. So basically my error message was sent to my standard output and my standard out has been redirected into test, right? So it is a way to capture both your standard outs and your error messages into a file, right? A good use case for this is if you are writing a script and you're running the script. Sometimes if you have an error in your logic, in your code, the error will show up on your terminal and not to wherever you're trying to get your results at. So if your scripts are failing, you wouldn't necessarily know where it's failing, right? So it's a good idea when you're testing out your scripts to not only get your output, but your error messages as well into the file, so that you could see, okay, it worked until like line number 5, but then on line number 6, it failed. and I know exactly where it failed, and I can go back and fix that error, right? So that is a use case for us to redirect both the sender out and the sender error into a file. Okay. Any questions on this? I think we also sort of went over this last time as well. So this should be a review. Now, with that said, this is the sort of new component of it, right? So if I do a command and it runs as it should, you could do something like echo $? to give me the last command's exit code. So anytime you run a command, the terminal will execute your command. And once it finishes executing your command, it's going to have what's called an exit code. Now, the exit code of 0 means everything ran as it was supposed to. There were no errors, right? Well, let's create some errors. So let's go ahead and type LSD. Notice I get a different error. Say, hey, the LSD command doesn't exist, right? Now, what would happen if I do echo $? Right? I get a different error message or exit code. I'm sorry, different exit code, right? So exit code of 127 means that the command doesn't exist. So this is another great way for us to do if we want to troubleshoot our scripts to say, hey, I'm getting some errors, right? I'm getting these errors. I wonder what the exit code is. So you could actually print out your exit code to say, oh, okay, maybe I'm giving the wrong command, right? Again, let's do a different type of error. So let's, again, try to change directory into a text file, which is going to error out, right? And then let's try to echo $? Now we get a 1, right? So this is a generic sort of error saying, hey, something happened, right? It's not very specific, but an exit code of 1 means just a generic error, right? And there's a lot of exit codes out there. You could Google bash exit codes for us to basically investigate, hey, where am I getting the errors and why am I getting the error, right? This is a good, again, sort of prep work for when we get to the script writing on Wednesday. If you have problems, this is, redirecting your errors and doing the echo $? Is a good practice to say, okay, where am I getting the errors? And then what type of errors am I getting for you to troubleshoot your scripts, okay? Again, we don't expect you to memorize all the exit codes, but in general, just know that exit code of 0 means that there was no errors. 1 is a generic error. 127 is a code command not found. There's another one. If I do like tail F file 1, if I control C out of this and echo $? I get an exit code of 130. So it's just all sorts of different type of exit codes for bash for us to sort of narrow down our error messages to figure out the root cause, right? All right. Any questions on the exit codes? Go ahead, Sai.
Could you go over how to move your errors into a file?
Yep. So there's 2 ways, right? You could say, let's do again. Let me clear this. Let's say I want to CD file 2, file 1. Let me see if this will work, because one of the ways it probably won't work. Let me see if this will error. Give me a second. What was my file name? Errors. So let's do CD file 1 errors. So okay, so if I do cat errors, that's a way you could redirect errors. The other way is redirecting both your output and your errors like this. So you're basically saying, hey, whatever error message I get standard error, pipe that into my standard out. And my standard out, I'm basically redirecting all of that into error. So in essence, what you're doing is you're redirecting your standard out and your standard errors into that file.
What does that last little bit stand for?
So 2 greater than sign is the standard error redirection. The N% is just a syntactual jargon, and 1 here is the equivalent of standard out.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yep. So 0 is standard in, 1 is standard out, and 2 is standard error. Right?
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Hey,
So in
Sean.
theory, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So if you switch the order, if you do CD51, 2 greater than ampersand 1, and then greater than error, would that work?
That might not. Let me just verify. 2 greater than sign and 1 errors like this.
No, you have 1 greater than and then go to error before errors.
Like this.
Yeah.
Let's try.
No, that's
So it didn't work. Yeah. Trying to see why it
Yes.
didn't work. CD file 1. Just so and I don't want to give you guys the wrong information, but even if you don't have this greater than sign, I think this will still error out. Yeah, because it thinks there's too many arguments. So I think and this is why the syntactual correct way to do it is to pipe the standard out, then also instruct it to pipe redirect the standard errors as well, right? So I think syntactually it might look wonky, but this is the syntactually correct way to output both standard error and standard out into a file. Now I will look for different ways. If I could do something like, hey, here's a command, can I do the 2 can I do this right away? I'll try to look for a way that could work this way. I don't know on top of my head though. Did that answer your question then?
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Cool. Any other questions on the redirection standard error? Oh, okay. Reconnect. Okay. Oh, this might take me a little bit of time. While I wait for this, any questions with what we just went over? I hate this. Okay, let me do this. Let me bring this over. In theory, this should just work, just like Linux, even though it's a Mac, but we shall see. Let's go ahead and make directory into one-liner. CD. I'm sorry, can you guys see my terminal, my Mac terminal, or is it too hard to see with the black background?
No, I can see.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, let me just make it a little bit bigger. I had some students in the past cohort said that they can't read the black background. Okay, so let's give it a try here. So there's one last piece that we have to go over, which is almost like these conditional logic checks. What I mean by that is you could put multiple commands into a single line, right? So if I do ls, there's nothing in here. Let's make some files. Touch. Let's do this. Nano file 1 again. This is file 1. right? Nano file 2. This is file 2. So if I cat file 1, I get this is file 1. If I cat file 2, I get this is file 2. Perfect. Now our lab has been set up. All right. So you could do something like cat file 1, semicolon, cat file 2, cat file 2. And it will do both of those commands in left to right format, right? It will run the first command first. The semicolon basically means end of line, end of command. Basically says, hey, that's the end of the first command. Whatever happens, run the second command, right? Now you could do this multiple times. You could keep adding on semicolons and add multiple commands into a single line command, right? So technically you could write a script as a single line. It would just be really hard to read, right? That's why we have a separate script file that you could just read like a normal file, but it is possible, right? Now, so semicolon, again, is to tell the operating system, like, this is the end of my first command, run it as if I just ran the single command, do whatever you have to do, standard error or standard out, then run my second command, right? Now, let's go over the and sign. I'm gonna run this. So it had the same behavior, same outcome, right? It basically catted the content of file 1, then catted the content of file 2. Now the difference between the ampersand and the semicolon is that, let's say the first command, I give it a wrong command, a cd file 1. Basically, this is going to error out, saying, hey, file 1 is not a directory, and it's going to error out. And let's see what happens in this situation. So notice it said, hey, cd, not a directory, file 1, you got an error. But notice how the cat content or cat file 2 didn't run at all, right? So the difference between the n% and the semicolon is that n% basically says the first command has to succeed in order for the second command to run, right? It's a conditional logic. The first command that you give it has to run successfully in order for the second one to run. Whereas a semicolon, it did not matter, right? Let's just go back and change that into semicolon and see how that looks like. So if I use a semicolon, it's going to fail out. I get a standard error for the first command. And then it says, oh, that's the end of first command. What is the second command? Cool, this is a file 2, right? So it's really treating these two commands as very independent of one another, right? It really doesn't matter what happens here or here. It's going to run both, and it's going to give you either the standard error or standard out. The ampersand will only run if this one is true and this one. So if this one is true, then it's going to run file 2, as you see in this case. Here, because the first command it resulted in an error, the second command does not run. Does that make sense? A good use case for this is if you are creating a folder or file, then redirecting something into that file, that's a use case, right? Or if you create a user, then move something into that home directory of that newly created user, that's another use case. It's something that you want to make sure that the first one is completed successfully before you run the second command, because whatever you run in the second command is going to depend on something from the first command, right? Does that make sense? Like, for instance, if I were to make directory into tester, right? And I said, n move file 1 into the tester, right? this command needs to succeed before I run this command, because if this command fails, then I can't move a file one. I'm sorry, I said file one into the test directory, right? I can't move a file into a non-existing directory, right? So I need this first command to run successfully in order for me to run my second command, right? And then now if I do ls, I now see a tester. My file one has been moved into my tester, right? So let me verify that real quick. So now my file one is here, right? Cool. So let me move that out just a sec. Remove tester. Okay. Any questions on the logic, the semicolon and the %, or the end sign, not %? Now this isn't covered in our curriculum, but there's another one, right? There is, so let's do cat file one, pipe, cat file two. This one basically says one of them has to fail, right? So if the first one already succeeded, then the second one won't run. Whereas if the first one fails, then it's going to run the second one, right? So this is a logical OR. The AND is a logical AND. They both I mean, we're going to talk about this when we get into programming just a bit more, but for now, just know that the AND, the first command has to succeed in order for the second command to run. Okay. Whereas the runs independent, if we use the semicolon to the command two. If you use a semicolon, it does not matter what happens in your first command or your second command, they're both going to get executed. Okay. For the and %, the first one has to succeed in order for the second one to run. Now the OR is one of them has to fail, right? It basically says as long as one of them runs, that's all they care about. As long as either CMD, the first command, or the second command runs, it exits out of that logic. Right? So if the first one succeeds, the second one's not going to even run. But if the first one fails, then the second one will run. But this is somewhat outside the scope because there aren't that many use cases inside bash scripting, whereas these two, they will come in handy. The and then semicolon. Now the logical and the logical or will come very handy when we talk about Python later on when we get into programming. But for now, just know that we have some logical conditions when we do bash scripting, right? What I mean by condition is that something has to be satisfied in order for the second one to run. Whereas the semicolon, there is no dependency. Everything is independent of one another. Any questions on the redirection, the exit codes, and or this logical condition? All right. If there are no questions, let's go ahead and finish out our last exercise. It's gonna be 7D. Again, if you have any questions, do let one of us one of us know. And yeah, we'll see you guys in a bit. Have fun.
So in the chat, Sai does have one last question.
Oh, sorry. So for the pipe, you made sound like one of them had to fail to run. So let me rephrase that. So basically, as long as one of them is successful, that's what I care. So let's try this. So if I do CD file 1, pipe CD file 2, yeah, in this case, they tried both and they both failed. But as long as the first one is successful, then that's all they care. So even if this were both successful commands, it's only going to run the first one because it's an or, logical or. So as long as one of them is successful, that's all it cares about, right? So once this was successful, even though this is a successful command as well, it doesn't run because it just cares about one being true, right? But in this
So,
case,
but
if the
does
first one, go ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say, so if one has to run, I don't get, so doesn't it have to run the first one before it can tell if the second one does, or does it read both of them, and so long as one of them succeeds, it's good?
Exactly. It's going to run both left to right. But as long as one of them is successful, that's when it exits. It doesn't,
Oh,
it doesn't
gotcha,
have to
okay.
go. Yeah. So in this case, the first one is going to fail. And now it's going to attempt to run the second one to see if it's true. And because it's true, but if I were to add another one, right? If I say like nano file 3, oh, not that one. File 3, this is file 3. And if I rerun that command and do another correct command, it's not going to cat file 3, it's going to just stop at cat 2 because it already has one true statement.
So it's gonna run until it finds a successful one, and then that's gonna be the one it runs.
Exactly, right.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Well, it's basically going to run all the way up to the point where it succeeds.
Keep in mind, as Sean has pointed out, that it is doing it from left to right. So it's going to do the one on the farthest left first, whatever we entered in first. Then it will go from there on if it hasn't found a command that's going to be successful. And so as we saw in the most recent example, the first command, it tried to do it, it failed. So it moved on to the second one. It tried to do it, it succeeded. The moment it gets that success, it stops. It's what we call a short circuit. Once it gets that successful that it's looking for, it doesn't even bother looking at the rest of it. So it won't even go and take a look at the third command anymore because it already got a successful one.
Awesome, yeah, that
Yeah.
pretty much answered it. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. And if this is confusing, we'll visit this in programming. This is outside the scope of this Linux course. I just wanted to introduce it as a extra resource, but if it is confusing, don't get too caught up on it. Do make sure that you understand the other two, the ampersand and the semicolon. But this logic is just how Tony explained it, is that as long as it finds the first successful command, it doesn't have to look at the rest. Just like how the ampersand, if the first one fails, it doesn't look at the rest either, right? They all have to be in sequential order. Cool. Any other questions? If not, let's go ahead and do our final breakout session. I'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Have fun, guys.
All right, so it is now 5:32. Hopefully with that, most everybody is going to be here, and then we'll have a few stragglers more likely in the next coming few minutes, but we'll go ahead and get started now. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And so I already have my Vocarium lab up and running at this point. If you guys don't have yours up and running, please go ahead and get those started, because as you know, they do take a few minutes to be able to go ahead and load up. And that way, you'll be ready to go once we go into the breakout labs. At the same time, if you wish, you can be able to go ahead and follow along, right? So if you haven't done that, go ahead and get that started right now. And we're going to see that tonight, we're going to be getting into our topic of how we can do some bash scripting. So bash scripting is essentially that we are going to be able to go ahead and take what we've learned so far and how we can be able to go ahead and write out Linux commands. And we're going to find a way that we can be able to go and use those commands and automate them, right? We're going to go ahead and write them out into a file and get it so that way, whatever we can do when we go ahead and write the commands ourselves manually, we're going to have the file one by one go ahead and execute that command for us, right? So that's going to be kind of the goal here. We're going to see that our goal is to be able to find a way that we can be able to go ahead and write these files. So that way, all the manual stuff that we've been doing so far, well, we won't have to do it all ourselves by hand anymore, right? And so to that effect, the first thing we're going to take a look at as we go ahead and learn about this is kind of how we can shortcut some of these things, right? So for the first activity, some of the commands we need to go over, one of them we've already seen, this is ping, right? So we've seen a little bit of ping before. Again, we can go, what is ping? And it tells us this is a way to be able to send a request, an echo request, to a particular network host. So this is just a way to make sure that a machine is up and running, that we're able to go ahead and see it, and that it can be able to go ahead and respond to us, right? Let's see, if I were to go ahead and ping something like 8.8.8.8, we see that we're getting that response. Now, in case we don't know who 8.8.8.8 is, this is one of our Google's public DNS servers. So this is a server publicly available by Google itself. We're able to go ahead and communicate with it, as we can see from the fact that we're doing this ping. Now, in Linux, typically once we do a ping and we just say ping and then we give it an address, it's going to keep on pinging, as we're seeing right here, until we tell it to stop. So I can hit Control-C, and that'll go ahead and get it to stop. Now, keep in mind that anytime we're running a command, right? So maybe I'm going to do something like this, and it gives me this command, and it normally will end, right? But what if I just say something like this, and we get stuck, like we see right here. I'm typing, maybe I'm hitting enter, and we're seeing that it doesn't seem to be going back to my command prompt. Well, keep in mind, just like how we were able to right now with our ping, tell it, hey, stop, by hitting Control-C. If I hit Control-C here, that should bring me back to my command prompt. So anytime that you're seeing that a command is continuing, or it looks like it's stuck, or maybe it's not going back to the command prompt for some reason, or it's just taking too long, you can, about 80 to 90% of the time, hit Control-C, and it will exit out and take us back to our command prompt, right? So we're going to see when we are doing that ping, we don't have to use an IP address. I could do something like ping google.com, and it'll be able to go ahead and find out the appropriate place to go and start trying to do that ping. And then we see that we're getting those messages back. So notice that if we are able to communicate with that machine, then it's going to go ahead and give us this message back, typically telling us how much time did it take for us to send that packet of information to that device, and then how much time it took to come back, right? So round trip, it took about almost 10 milliseconds on the average for each one of these to be able to go ahead and go to Google and come back, right? So not too bad. We're also going to see down here a little bit more of our statistics once we cancel, right? And ideally, we want 0% packet loss. That means that we were able to communicate without any problems to this particular machine. Now, what if I were to try and ping something like, hopefully that's one that's incorrect. And so we'll go ahead and get something like this, name or service not known, if it's not known, or if it's something that it might be known, like let's say, again, this private server, we'll typically see then, if it knows where to be able to ping it, it'll try to, and it may look like it's frozen, it may look like it's not doing anything. But once we hit Control-C, it tells us it actually sent out 8 packets. So 8 packets were transmitted. It tells us of those 8, 0 were received, And so then 100% packet loss is happening. So if we see 100% packet loss, that means we are not able to communicate with this device, right? So again, that's just a quick review of what we've discussed before when it comes to ping. So I can go ahead and always go ping, and I can go with an IP address if I know what that is, or I can go with a domain name, right? Which is like that google.com. And it should be able to, if we're able to communicate, if we're able to see that machine, it'll come back with those messages. And then when we can hit Control C to end, it'll tell us that there was 0% packet loss ideally. Or if we're seeing that it looks like nothing is happening, then when we hit Control C, we'll likely see that we are having 100% packet loss. So no information was coming back. And that means we're not able to see that device. We're having some trouble communicating with it, right? So we just want to be able to go ahead and quickly kind of review that. That's one of the first things we're going to be needing to know for this upcoming exercise. And then the next thing we're going to take a look at is what's known as aliasing, and then taking away that alias. So we said we're building into how we can be able to go ahead and do the scripting issues, right? How we can be able to go ahead and automate what we're doing with our commands. So let's say I want to be able to go ahead and take a look at something. Normally, if I hit LS and I put in nothing else, that's looking in my current directory. So it's going to show me what's in where I am right now. So if I'm not sure, I can always go print working directory like we've seen before, right? So PWD. And if I go with that, it shows me what is the directory I'm currently in. If I were to change into another directory and I go PWD, again, it shows me where am I currently, right? So I'm right now that I've switched into practice, I'm inside of our home folder, inside of FStack, inside of practice, right? So we're inside of this directory. Now, normally when I hit LS, like we said, it's going to show me what is in the current directory, but we also pointed out we can kind of go at a distance, as I like to call it, right? So I could give it the absolute path of some place that I want it to look into. So I could say, let's go to the root directory and go to the home directory from there. So it doesn't matter that right now I'm inside of practice. I'm telling it to do this ls command, but to do that, to list out the stuff that's in this directory that I'm giving it the path for. So if I hit enter, then as I like to say, I'm trying to list out this stuff at a distance, right? I'm not in the home directory, but I'm able to see what is in the home directory when I go ahead and tell it to use that absolute path. So what if I wanted to automate this? What if I wanted to be able to go ahead and do this and be able to have our script do it? That's what we're going to be taking a look at today, right? How we can be able to go ahead and have a few of these things done automatically where I don't necessarily have to do all the manual steps myself. So what if I wanted to be able to go ahead and look at this home directory? And let's say I wanted to grep for Scrappy. So I just find the results of Scrappy, right? We could do that, right? But what if I wanted this to be in a simpler command? Instead of having to type all this out, what if I wanted to do this, like if I were to type in just scrap, that it would show me this, right? That it would do this action. Well, right now, if I type scrap and I hit enter, it's going to say, hey, there's no such command, right? Now, if you recall, we talked about where our commands are going to be located. And so we said when it comes to our commands, typically they're in /bin, right? So if we were to go ahead and go ls/bin, we see a bunch of commands there. We also saw they could be in /sbin, right? So if I were to look inside of there, we see a bunch of commands again, and so on and so forth. There's a few different places. Sean showed us earlier where it goes to look to kind of see, is there a command available with this name, right? So it looked in those places. It didn't find one with that name. So it didn't know what to do. It says, hey, you're telling me to perform what looks like a command name, but I don't find any commands associated with that. So one way we can do this is through our alias command. So we're going to say, what is alias? And it tells us that there's nothing appropriate. If we were to go ahead and go man page, so man alias, tells us there's no manual entry for alias. So that's why our what is wasn't giving us any information, because as Sean pointed out, if I were to go something like what is ls, it tells us a very brief description, and that's coming from the man page, right? So we see right here, it's essentially this that we get. So it pulls that information from the man page. So the fact that we weren't seeing something with what is, it's because there's no man page for it. So unfortunately, we would have to Google something like this to be able to figure out what it is, but we're going to tell you. So alias is a way of being able to go ahead and create a name, a shortcut, if you will, right? For an action that we want to do. So just like the word itself, alias is kind of a way of saying that this is a nickname, some other way you can be able to call a person or some entity. This is what we're doing here, right? This is a way of developing some way that we're going to refer to a certain command, a certain action that we're writing up inside of our bash script, right? Inside of, in this case, the terminal. So I could be able to go ahead and say something like scrap. So this is going to be, you'll notice that it's our command alias, and then the name that we're trying to use, the one we're trying to create, and then we'll say equals, and then we'll go ahead and actually write out a command or something that we're trying to do, right? So here I can be able to say something like scrap equals, and then I can be able to go ahead and typically, because we want to include the spaces, and remember that our spaces are usually a delimiter where it's going to kind of break apart the stuff and assume that these are different parts of what we are trying to get it to do. So I want those spaces to be included. So I'm going to go with a quotes, right? In this case, double quotes. And I'm going to say something like ls. So that way we can be able to go ahead and do our ls command. And then I'm going to go ahead and go into our home directory like we saw earlier. And then I'm going to go ahead and pass this over to grep. And then we're going to grep for, let's say, scrap. So that way we can be able to see just a portion of that. And of course, it's going to still show us that scrappy directory, right? But we'll see that only that scrap pattern is what's going to be highlighted because that's what we're telling it to look for. And so once I'm done with the command that I'm trying to get it to recognize by this alias, I'm going to close it with double quotes, right? And so that way, all the spaces that are inside are going to be recognized that, hey, this is part of that command that I'm trying to recognize. So when I hit enter, notice I don't get any error messages. That's good, because that means it looks like this worked. So now, remember earlier I typed in scrap and it told us, I don't recognize that command. But now when I hit that and I hit enter, notice it's no longer giving us that error. Instead, it gave us exactly like we expected, right? The exact same thing as if I were to type out manually ls home and then pass that to grep, right? And then tell it to, from the output that we're getting when we do that listing on home, look for scrap, right? We get the exact same output. So we've essentially done a shortcut, right? Instead of having to type out that huge long line of telling it to look in the home and then grep this pattern, I'm able to go ahead and tell it to just go by the alias, the shortcutted name, so to speak, that we created. And so now anytime that I type that in, it will go ahead and perform that particular action that we told it to associate with this name. Any questions so far on that concept? Go ahead, Pam.
So for this alias command, and because we did scrap for short for scrappy, if we ended up doing just scrap, would that also come up?
So what do you mean by if we did just scrap?
Like if we just did, instead of like scrap, if we just did like SCR, would it still come up as like if it was scrap, like as the option?
Like that right there?
Yeah, like if we did
So
that.
notice right there, it'll tell us that SCR, because it's going to try and look for an exact match, right? So if we try just SCR, it's going to once again go through our bins and it's going to say, hey, there's not a file with that name. There's not a command I recognize. And then as far as our alias is scrap, not just SCR. So it's going to say, hey, that's
Okay.
not an exact match. So I don't know that as an alias either.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome. Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is basically bash scripting what you're doing right now.
Not yet. This is kind of forming the basis so we can see what we'll do once we actually get into bash scripting.
Okay, got you. So then is that like I noticed you like chunked a bunch of commands together and then like you used alias as like a shortcut to do that. Are there like a list of shortcuts that people often use with Linux that allow them to do things like this, or do you generally will you go off of your own list of shortcuts when you're making things like this?
So there are a list of what we will call variables in the end. That's kind of what we're creating here. And so there are a list of variables that are in Linux by default, right? As a matter of fact, we can use env to take a look at our environment variables. And we're going to see there's a lot of them, right? Now, we don't need to know these just yet, but suffice it to say that there is some that are common to everyone. These are the ones that are kind of there by default. But as far as what we're doing with our alias, It's more like depending on the task at hand. What is it that we're trying to accomplish is what kind of variable we'll set up, what kind of alias and what kind of command that we'll go ahead and create. And so more or less, it's going to be up to the individual, right? It's not going to necessarily be a set thing that we're doing that's common to everybody. It's going to be, well, what are you trying to do? What is the task you're trying to complete? And so therefore, what do we have to do to make that happen?
Could you make it to where it's like automating some task for you? Like, is that kind of like the extreme version of that? Yep. Okay. Gotcha.
Exactly. So once we get into Bash, which is going to be the next exercise, right? So 8A, we're kind of learning how we can be able to do these aliases so that we can shortcut these commands. And then once we get into 8B, we're going to see how we can then start writing up a file where we'll go ahead and tell it to execute these commands one after another for us, which will go ahead and do that automation exactly like you're saying. So that way, any tasks that we want, if we can do it by just writing out commands in Linux, then we just need to be able to think about, well, how would I do this manually? What command would I issue first? And then what's the next command? And what's the next thing to complete this task? Well, if I can be able to do it manually by executing tasks, certain commands in our terminal, then I can write that into this file and then run the script and it will automate that task for me.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome. All right, Joel, go ahead.
Hello, Tony. My question is, what is the difference between running the alias commands under the screen that we're in right now versus doing it on Nano?
So we're going to see when we go into Nano, we're editing a text file, right? So the text file itself is just exactly that. It's just text. It's not really running anything. It's not executing anything. It's not doing any of our commands. We're going to see later on, once we get into our bash scripting, we're going to be writing those files out. And then there's different parts of it that are going to make it so that way you could actually be able to go ahead and execute our commands as we write them. So if I were to go ahead and go Nano, and let's say, actually, let me get out of here and give that file a name. Let's go ahead and go test, TST for a test. And then let's go ahead and say that I say the same thing that I just did, right? I say alias equals, or let's see, let's say scrapper equals, and then I say, let's have this one go ahead and echo hello. So let's say that's all I wanted to do, right? If I were to save this file, let's go ahead and cat it out. We see that, yeah, it has my command in there, right? But if I tried to be able to go ahead and run this, it's not going to actually be able to go ahead and do that. It's not going to be the same as if I were to type this command out right here and then be able to go ahead and tell it to have it associate with echo hello, right? Reason being, there's a lot more information that we need to provide our text file with it to actually understand that this isn't just regular text. This is something we want to recognize it as a Linux command that we would normally be able to type and run in our terminal. And we'll see that in the next portion of our exercise, right? Once we start going to what we have for exercise 8B, we'll see what those extra things are. So when we're doing it in Nano, we're essentially just typing like if this were a Word document, right? Here, when we're typing it into the terminal, we're not typing as if it were a Word document. Since this is the terminal, it's understood that this should be interpreted a certain way, that we should be seeing that the first thing we type is a command. And then after that first space is extra information for that command to do its job, right? Whereas inside of Nano, since it's like a Word or a text editor, it's just assuming that it's just ASCII characters. It's not assuming that it's actually commands for our Linux terminal until we tell it some additional information for it to realize, hey, these can be as commands, and so try to run it that way, right?
All right. So can you instead use Vim to be able to execute these commands that you want to run and turn?
So we're going to see that when it comes to Vim and Nano, they are both forms of
The list of
text
commands.
editors. So we can't really go ahead and get the commands to run interactively inside of them, right? Even once we learn how to be able to go ahead and do our bash scripting, we're going to be able to use Vim and we're going to be able to go ahead and use Nano to be able to go ahead and write out our, what we'll call our scripts, which is going to be a list of commands we want them to execute, but we'd still have to come here inside of our terminal and then run them. So how would we run them? Well, let's take a look. Right now, our test file is, you'll notice, black because it's just a regular file, right? So we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but we'll show you right now the way we can make it so we can be able to run this file if it were an actual script we're going to use our chmod command like we've seen before, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to make it with executable privileges. So I can say, let's add those executable privileges. And we're going to go ahead and make it so that way our test file is now an executable. So now if I take a look at this, we'll see the color of my text file is a little bit different. It's now green because it's now an executable file. So now how am I going to run it? Typically, we'll run it by telling it where to find this file, right? So I could go all the way to the home directory, right? Go to root, go to home, go to fstack, right? And then inside of this file, you'll notice that our working directory, what's before our $, shows we're in the practice directory. So I would have to say practice, and then I can be able to say test.tst. So that way it knows where the file is and it can run it. Now, of course, we're going to see more often than not, because I don't want to have to do so much typing, I could just say dot. If you remember, dot indicates it's my current directory, the directory I'm in immediately. So I could just go dot slash. So now I'm in the current directory, and then I just give it the file name I want to run, right? So by doing this, I'm telling it, run this file that's in the current directory. So I hit enter. I notice that it does go ahead and do that. But if I were now, let's assume that it worked, right? Let's assume that it created that alias. Let's go ahead and see if it recognizes Scrapper. And notice it says Scrapper command not found. Because again, even though we made this an executable file, and even though we were able to run it, it doesn't know, it doesn't understand that this is a script, that this is supposed to be understood as commands for our terminal just yet, right? We're going to see it in once we get to our next section, how we can make that happen, how we can let it know that, hey, this is supposed to be interpreted as our commands, but it's not the same thing, right? So even once we go ahead and start scripting and we start automating our tasks, we're not actually doing it inside of Nano. We're not doing it inside of Vim, right? To actually get those things to run and be automated, we'd still have to come to the terminal. And then like we just did right now, we'd run our file, right? So I'd still have to come here and then run this file to get it to actually run and execute. Otherwise, those commands aren't going to do anything, right? Any other excellent questions?
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so to go over our alias once again, so we kind of saw what was happening there, right? We saw that when we tried to be able to put this into our test, we did this command. So at least for right now, again, once we get to our next portion, we'll see how to be able to modify our files so it can be recognized as commands. But right now, I'm going to have to type this into my terminal. So our alias, we'll start with our command. So that's our alias command. Then after that, it's the name we want to be able to go ahead and create, right? That shortcut that we want it to be known by. So here we've said we wanted to use Scrapper according to the test file that we were creating. And we're going to set that then equal to, and then we'll go ahead and start with double quotes. So that way we can type out the full, whatever it is, whatever the Linux command it is that we're trying to kind of shortcut here, right? So in this case, we said echo hello. And then once we're done with our command, we can be able to go ahead and close it with that double quotes. Again, the reason we're using these double quotes is so that way any spaces that are in our command are going to be actually recognized as part of the command rather than it letting it know, hey, this is where this is ending, because usually our spaces are the delimiters to know we're separating stuff, right? So now if I hit enter here, we'll go ahead and type in Scrapper and notice it does echo hello. So that's how we're able to go ahead and create an alias, right? So to create an alias is as simple as using our command alias, the name we want to be able to have for this shortcut, and then setting it equal to, and then what is the Linux command? And this can be almost any Linux command that we've learned so far, right? So what is the Linux command we want it to do when we type in that name, right? Now, what about if I want to then get rid of that alias? What if I used it for a little bit and decided, you know what? I don't really want to be able to continue to have that. I want to kind of get rid of that shortcut. How can I be able to go ahead and remove that? Well, pretty simple. Just like we were able to use alias to create it, we're going to go unalias to be able to undo it, right? So here I created Scrapper. So I can just say unalias and then the name that we created, right? So now it's going to essentially say, hey, remember that nickname that we created, that shortcut for this action? We'll go back and delete that shortcut, right? By the name that we gave it. So if I go unalias Scrapper, and now I try to be able to use it again, notice it goes back to saying command not found, because we went ahead and undid that shortcut. We deleted it essentially. So anytime I want to get rid of an alias that I've created, it's unalias, and we can do this with our scrap that we did earlier. And so now, even if I do that again, we see once more, command not found, right? Any questions so far on our review of ping, on how to use alias, or how we can get rid of an alias that we've created by using unalias? All right, Griffith, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I saw Henry was asking about this in the chat about sort of like doing a partial command, say like for the this like the activity setup commands that we have to run every time. But I was trying that and I was running into the issue that like I have to concat like the activity number at the end, and it wasn't recognizing that command there. So how would we like concat onto an alias?
Excellent question. So typically when we're going ahead and doing that, let's actually go ahead and try it right here. So when we're going ahead and creating it, let's go ahead and go back to, let's say our echo. When we're normally doing our echo, right? If I told it echo hello, I was following through exactly that, right? Now, if we go back to our alias, and then we go scrapper equals, and then we try echo hello. So that's what we were doing earlier. When I use scrapper, it goes in and does exactly that same echo. Now we're going to see essentially what's happening behind the scenes is we've created a variable, so to speak, right? Where we said, hey, anytime you see this being typed into our terminal, replace it with this, right? And so that's what's happening behind the scenes. It's kind of like if we were to picture it that we're going to cut and paste, right? So I see scrapper, I'm going to cut that, I'm going to get rid of it, I'm going to paste it with what we said it should be recognized by, right? So it's going to go ahead and place in that echo hello command. So we could try to be able to see if we were to add to it, if it echoes more, but we're going to see that if it's without that space, it's assuming then that's part of our alias name. So it tells us scrapper 89 is not recognized. The moment we put that space, we see then it's going to go ahead and add it in to what's being done there, right? So it's going to go ahead and copy and paste scrapper because it's recognizing that as an alias name. And then it's going to go ahead, replace that section with whatever was the command that we have. And then if we go space and something, it will kind of try and be able to put that at the end of what it pasted, right? So the end would have been saying something like hello, and then we'd have that 89, right? And so we get that echo hello 89, just like this. So one, it does depend on the command that we're doing, right? On whether or not it will go ahead and allow that addition to be tapped to the end, right? And then two, it does depend on how we then add it to the end of our alias, right? So if I were to do something like, let's go ahead and go date. So if I go date, we see that it prints out the current date and time, right? So if I were to go right here and I were to go ahead and let's see, let's go date and let's grep this. And let's say for the number 2. So kind of highlight that number 2 there, right? But if I were to go to space and then let's say 89 again, notice it's going to say, hey, there's no such file as this because of the way that our grep command works, right? By adding on that 89 to the end of this, it's assuming that we're going to try to grep for this pattern in this file, which is why it's telling us there is no such file or directory. But that's because of how grep is formatted, right? It's expecting information to be provided in that order that, hey, if we have the get command grep, the next thing is the pattern we're searching for. The next thing is the file we're searching for that pattern in. So if I already created an alias, let's go ahead and call this searcher. And I set this equal to, and let's say we go date and then grep, which we've already seen that doing this with grep2 works. And it just highlights every number 2 that's in the current date, right? So if I go ahead and do that, and now I type in searcher, we see that it prints out the dates with all those 2s highlighted. But now if I go and I add that 89, we get the exact same problem as before. Whereas the echo hello world worked because echo says I can just tack that in and be able to print that out because that's how echo works. With our last part of the command here, it was a grep command. And the way that grep works, the format there is that, hey, whatever's tacked to the end here is a file that I need to search through, and no such file exists. So again, it depends on the exact commands that we're using. What's the last portion of that command? What is it expecting? And will it allow us to tack on to that, right?
Right, but so I guess, well, I guess in this situation, it would be like the equivalent of I'm trying to do echo hello 89, but with no space, right? Because the it's like the activity command isn't, or that activity, it's not a thing on its own. And if you do, activity space 8A, it'll include that space there and it won't recognize that. So we need to have it be with no space.
Right. So we'll see how we can
Okay.
do that with a script, but for our alias, we're not really gonna be able to pull that off, right?
I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions so far? All right, then in that case, we've gone over enough for you guys to be able to go ahead and be able to accomplish the first activity of the evening. So that's going to be activity 8A. So we're going to go ahead and let you guys get set up with the breakout rooms. We're going to give you some time to be able to go ahead and work on that open activity, right? That very first one. It isn't too difficult. It isn't too complex. And we'll give you a few minutes to be able to go ahead and get started on that introductory, kind of as a warm up, right? So you guys can be able to go ahead and kind of start getting used to what we're doing tonight. And then once we come back from the breakout rooms, we'll go ahead and take a look at how we can then go a little bit more advanced. So now we're seeing how we can kind of shortcut these commands that we're entering into our terminal, and we can be able to go ahead and come up with a name that we want it to be known by. So we can be able to go ahead and just type in that name instead of whatever the log command is. But then when we come back, we'll see how we can be able to put that and automate that into a file. So that way, anytime we run that file, it'll complete that task that we're telling it to do, right? All right. If you guys have any questions, or if you're having any issues, especially if it's any problems you might have been having with your virtual machine or with some of the exercises that you guys have been doing, you guys can stick around when we go ahead and open up the breakout rooms. That way we can be able to help you out and get you on the right, sort of on the right track. You'll be good to go for the rest of the evening. Otherwise, let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms if those are available, and we'll have you guys already jump in and start working on 8A. You have your hand raised, go ahead.
Yes, so I was going through the exercise, and when I was at the part where it was asking us to save the alias, I went into the text editor to add that specific line of text multiple times, closed the terminal, and then retried the alias, and it never worked. Do you have to use Vim for that, or can you use Nano for it as well, or is Vim the only one that'll let you save an alias with?
All right, excellent question. Let's actually go ahead and go into that right now so I can be able to demonstrate what's happening there. So June was talking about how it tells us as we are going through that first exercise that we want to be able to go ahead and manipulate this file known as bash rc. So we're going to see that when we first start up our terminal, that it's going to go into this file bash rc, and it's going to run everything that's in there. So this is already a script that's already there. We didn't realize beforehand, right? We may not have known about this. And it's kind of initializing a lot of things for us. So where is it located? Well, it is located back in our login directory. So you'll notice in the instructions, it tells us tilde, then /, and then it's hidden, because if I go back to, if I try to be able to do an ls inside of our login directory, right? We'll notice that we don't see any file. We don't see anything named bash rc. This is because it's hidden, right? So if I were to go ls-a and I go with that tilde, we'll notice that there is in fact a bash rc file. It just starts with that dot, which is how we keep files hidden, right? So that's where that file is. So what if I were to go ahead and go nano, and then I tell it to go into our login directory and then go /. So that way we're taking that account that the name actually has a period in front, right? So /. bash rc. And so this is how this file looks. So it tells us, let's go ahead and edit this file and enter in our alias instruction, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at a few things. First of all, we can be able to add to this typically by going to the very last line. So that way we keep everything else intact. We're not messing with what's already there. We're just adding to it, right? And so we might go alias, And one thing we want to pay attention to, you might have noticed that when we're going with our alias, let's say we go back with our scrap one that we were doing, right? We've been keeping it so that way there are no spaces in between. But let's take a look what happens. If I go space and then space again after that equals, and then I go ahead and give it my command, right? Well, actually, let's go ahead. Let's see what we do with the spaces later. Let's go ahead and do it correctly first. So I'm going to go scrap equals. And what we were doing was we were simply having it do an ls into the home directory, if you recall. And then we passed that over to grep, and we told it to look for the pattern scrap. And that was all we were doing before, right? And so it would go ahead and show us the directory scrappy, but since we were telling it to look for scrap, it would only highlight that first part, right? So if I exit out of this, notice I'm using nano, and I hit, yes, I want to save these changes. It doesn't say that that permission was denied. It doesn't say that there was a problem. As a matter of fact, if we go ahead and look back into this same file, and we go all the way down to the bottom, we'll see our changes are in fact there. And so we see it right there on the very last line. So then if I were to go ahead and type in scrap, we would imagine that, well, I've added it into this file, so it should be recognizable now. And I hit enter and it tells me scrap was not found. So this is likely the issue that June was having, right? So why is that? Well, our scrap isn't working because that bash RC file only runs when we first start up our terminal. And when we started this terminal, that wasn't in bash RC, right? So it didn't set that up for us. So it's still not recognized. What I would have to do, notice over here, I have this little plus tab. If I start up a new tab, right? And I try to do scrap over here. Let me go ahead and actually enlarge this. We can see a little bit better. And I try scrap in the new terminal. So I've started up a new tab, right? And I hit enter here. Now it recognizes it. Reason being, once I started this new tab, this new terminal, that will go ahead and rerun our bash RC file when it first opens up, which now has that alias command in there. So without it, when it starts up, it doesn't have that to recognize. And so our old terminal just has that old one. That's what was happening there.
Thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. So let's go back and let's take a look at what would happen if we put in spaces. So you'll notice we weren't including spaces after the name and after the equal sign. So what if I were to go ahead and change this up and I were to put in some spaces? Well, if I save this, aside from those spaces, it's the exact same thing. So let me go ahead and let me close out this and let's start up a new tab so that way it'll go ahead and work. And notice it's going based off of the new bash RC file. And what is it telling us? It's telling us scrap not found, or equal not found, and this alias for ls/home grep scrap not found. So we're noticing when we are using our alias command, we want it to be that there are no spaces. Otherwise, we're going to get these error messages, right? And then again, if I were to modify this, and let's say we get rid of one of those spaces, right? So let's say I go down here and I get rid of the space after my equal sign. But we still have the space right after the name scrap, right? So let's go ahead and let's start up a new tab once again, so that we will go ahead and start with that. And notice now there's one less error because we have one less space, but it's still saying, hey, this isn't found, this isn't working, right? So we want to keep in mind, just in case you run into this problem later on, when we're doing our alias, as we're setting it up, it should be our command, so alias, the name we want, and then immediately after no spaces, an equal sign, and then immediately after that equals with double quotes, so we can be able to make sure that those spaces are actually being used as part of the command. We want to be able to be without any space before and after that equals, right? So that way, again, once it takes effect, which we have to start a new terminal for that to do, we'll notice it didn't give us any errors, and now when we run scrap, it recognizes it. So that's one thing we wanted to be able to point out. Another thing, let's go ahead and return our bash RC to normal. This other thing we're going to point out that you may have had issues with for some of you in that first exercise is we get to one of our areas where it tells us, let's go ahead and run a grep, but it tells us to exclude, right? It tells us get everything except for a certain pattern. So how can we do that? Well, in case we were unsure, right? Because we may not have gone over that option, we can always go man grep to see how we can do that, right? And so we're going to go right here. We're going to search, and we're going to find out that that's what's known as an inversion. So I'm going to say invert, And we see right here, we could do dash dash invert match, or for short, we could go dash lowercase v. This is going to go ahead and select non-matching lines. So everything except for the pattern that we're telling it to look for, right? So if I want to do that, let's go ahead and say that I'm doing that ls command again. So we're going to ls back into our home. And let's say this time I want it to show me everything except for the things that have our pattern of scrap, right? So I would go dash lowercase v and then scrap, and it should show me everything that would normally be coming from that output of ls home that doesn't have this pattern, right? So it's doing an inverse match. It's going to say, hey, let's find what does match this and then show them everything except for those matches, right? So we see this right here. Once I do that, we see Daphne, Fred, FStack, Mystery, Timmy, Ubuntu, and Velma, which is indeed all the files and directories that we'd get from listing out our home directory that didn't have scrap in it. So we see Scrappy is missing. So we do want to point that out as well. We could have figured that out by going to the man page for that, right? So that's how we can be able to go ahead and kind of use what we need to do for our first activity. The next one right here in 8B, we're going to see that we're going to start getting into our bash scripting. So we mentioned that bash scripting is a way of executing commands one after the other, but we can automate it. Instead of having to do it ourselves, we can now make that happen. So let's say that I wanted to create a directory. Well, if you recall, that's as simple as mkdir, make directory. And then I can be able to go ahead and tell it to make one, right? So I can be able to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and go ops. And if I do an ls, we'll see in addition to the files that we're accustomed to that I have in my demo, so cat, cow, dog, duck, file2, and some file, we just made this directory here ops, right? Now, if I wanted to make another directory inside of ops, there's two ways I could do that, right? We could do it kind of like we did with ls, right? Where I told it to go at a distance. So even though I'm in my demo, which is in my practice, which is in my login directory, I could go ls/home and it will show me, because I'm using an absolute path, what is in home, right? I could also go relative. So now that I have my ops file, right, I could be able to go ahead and say, show me what's in ops. And it would show me, which right now there's nothing because we just barely created it, right? But I could do that with many other commands as well. So if I go make directory, I could make a directory inside of ops by first telling it, go to ops, right? So I'm going to put that relative path. Notice it's not starting with a /. So it's going to look for ops in my current directory. So this is relative to where I am. And I'm going to say inside of ops, let's go ahead and create directory 1. So now if I go ahead and do an ops, right? So I'm going to tell it, hey, let's look inside of ops. Notice there is directory 1. So that's doing it at a distance, right? I'm giving it a relative path with where I want it to create this directory. Now, of course, I could also give it an absolute path, right? I could say, let's go to home, let's go to FStack, let's go to practice, and then demo, and then ops, and then let's create directory 2. And then, of course, if I do another ls into ops, we see I have directory 1, directory 2. So we could be able to go ahead and add a distance, be able to create these directories, or I could be able to go ahead and just go change directory into ops and then just do a regular mkdir with the name of the directory that I want to have, right? So I could be able to say directory 3. And now I have 3 subdirectories inside of ops, right? So those are 3 different ways that I can be able to go ahead and create subdirectories. Now, what if instead of going and doing that myself, if I wanted to automate it, how can I do that? That's what we can do with our bash scripting, right? We would think, what is the task that I want to do, right? So what is it that I'm trying to do? And then what would be the commands that I would have to enter one by one to make that happen, right? So let's go ahead and go back into my demo and let's remove our ops directory. So we're back to just our regular files. We no longer have our ops directory. And of course, since we did a -r, we also deleted all of the subdirectories there. So what if I wanted to recreate that, but with a bash script? I wanted to be able to go ahead and have it automated. So when I run that script, it will create those directories for me. I don't have to worry about anything, right? And that way it makes it a lot easier on my end. All I have to do is just run the file and that task is completed. So we're going to go ahead and create a regular file to begin with. So I'm going to say nano. And typically when we're creating a script, we'll go ahead and kind of call it sh for shell. So this is a shell script. And so normally, just by convention, no other reason, we'll have it with a .sh extension, right? So we'll go nano test.sh. And then we can be able to start typing in here. Now, we pointed out before, if I were to go ahead and say something like mkdir, so our make directory command, and let's say we go ahead and do our ops thing just like before, if that's all that I do, so let's say I save it like this, well, right now, my test file, we'll notice is black, it's not executable. So if I try to be able to run this, right, it's going to say permission denied, because I don't have the permission to execute this. It's not an executable just yet. So I'm going to go chmod plus X to make it executable. And so now we'll see that it is green because now it does have executable permissions. So now I could go ./test.sh. Remember, the ./ is literally just telling it in this directory, run this file, right? That's all we're essentially doing when we go ./ and then the file name. So we wanted to go to the current directory, and inside of that directory, look for test.sh and run it. So when we hit enter, notice this time it did run it, but if I do an ls, normally we'd have a problem with that. In this case, it was a little bit smart. It was able to go ahead and figure out that we have our ops command, right? So we see right here, it was able to go ahead and create that directory, but normally we have to kind of tell it how to interpret this. If we get an error there, it's because we didn't tell it how to interpret those things. So how can we be able to make sure that there won't be that problem, there won't be that error? Well, let's go ahead and let's go back to our test. So when we go into test, we're going to see normally what we should be doing is this line right here. We're going to start with a hashtag and then an exclamation mark. This is the beginning of what is known as a shebang. This is letting the file know right off the bat. So when we try to run it, our terminal, the computer essentially, will know what type of file this should be interpreted as. And so therefore what these commands are supposed to be. Because we're going to see later on when we get into Python in a few weeks, that we can be able to tell it to run this as if this is a Python thing. And therefore it will know, oh, these commands are not our typical Linux commands. These are commands for Python. So here we're going to literally explicitly tell it, hey, don't try and guess at what this is. Don't try and figure out what type of commands these are. We're literally telling you to use, and we're going to see bin bash. So that way, this is why it's called a bash script, because we're literally telling it to use our bash commands, right? This is a bash terminal. So these commands are going to be understood to be Linux commands for our bash shell. So this is how we start the shebang. It will always be the very first line, right? Whenever we're doing this shebang, the shebang should be the very first line. Now, what does that mean? It means if I were to have a space in front, so something here, right, on the first line, then it's not going to recognize our shebang. Our shebang has to be the very first thing. It can't be a space in front. There can't be anything before this. So literally it has to be the very first thing that our file finds. So we started with our hashtag, right, that pound sign, and then exclamation. That's letting our terminal, that's letting our computer know this isn't a normal, what we're going to find out is known as a comment, because we're going to see that if we just start with a hashtag, that pound sign, this is a comment, or what we might picture as a note for humans to read. This is for us to be able to kind of take a look at and be able to see notes of whoever wrote this, right? And that way it's not going to be run, it's not going to be interpreted by the computer. They're, as a matter of fact, going to ignore any of our notes, any of our comments. And so when we put that hashtag, the pound sign, followed by an exclamation, it knows this isn't your average ordinary comment, right? This isn't just a regular note. This is a shebang. This is telling me how should I interpret the rest of the file. And then we're telling it where to find that interpreter. So here we're saying /bin/bash. That's the interpreter we want to use. We want to use a bash shell to be able to run these commands, right? Notice we didn't put any spaces, right? We're literally going hashtag exclamation /bin/bash, right? And that way now it knows that these commands are supposed to be Linux commands. These are bash shell commands, and it knows what to be able to make of that. It doesn't have to guess. It doesn't have to try and be able to wonder. We're explicitly telling it, right? So now, again, all I have to do is, out of all the commands we've been learning the past few weeks, what do I want to do? What would be the steps one by one that I would need to do to make what I want to have happen actually happen, right? So let's say that I go ahead and I want to make 2 directories with some subdirectories inside of them. I'm going to call this first one parent1, and then I'm going to make another one at the same level. So I'm going to call this one parent2. Now I want to place 2 directories in parent1, and I want to place 2 more inside of parent2. How can I do that? Well, like we said, we could do it at a distance, right? I could say, hey, go to parent1, which is now already created because we did that above, right? Now we want to remember, order matters when we're doing our bash script. So just like you would read a book or read some regular text and we go top down, that's how these are going to be executed. So if I wanted to go into parent1, then I have to have this line already done first, right? I had to have already created that directory so that way it knows it exists. So I'm going to go ahead and after that, now when I'm telling it to be able to go into parent1, that directory exists because it would have already executed that line, and so would have already created it. And so now I can tell it inside of parent1, let's go ahead and create a directory called P1 child1. So this is a child directory of that first parent, right? So I'm going to go ahead and name it like that. So again, this is going at a distance, right? I'm still technically in my current directory. I haven't moved. I didn't change directories, but I'm telling it in the current directory, create parent1, and then in parent1, create this next directory, right? P1 child1. Now, of course, there's also our other way we could have done it, right? We could have done this with an absolute path instead of our relative path, right? So I could have said, let's go from root into home, from home into fstack, from fstack into, and then we were in practice, from practice into demo. And then finally, inside of our demo, that's where we created parent1. And so then that's where I want to be able to place, let's say my second one, I'm going to call it, this is still a child of parent1. So I'm going to go P1 child2. So I have child1 and child2, right? So these are the 2 ways we discussed earlier that I could be able to go ahead and create a subdirectory. So exactly the way that I would do it manually, this is the way we're going to do it inside of our script, right? How would you do it? What would you do? You just need to make sure you're doing it in the exact same step-by-step order, right? Now, let's say I want to create 2 more. Actually, let's go ahead and Ryan, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I'm curious when you're creating these, the McDir, and let's say you're doing like on the procedure and AP, like when you do the host configs, groups, logs, can you do it all in one line? Like McDir, host space McDir, host / groups. Can you do it all in one line, or do you have to have it separated out?
Excellent question. So usually we'll go ahead and we'll separate it out like this for what we call readability. That way somebody else, when they want to come and look at the script, it's a little bit easier to figure out what's going on. But we could in fact be able to go ahead and combine these. And we'll actually take a look at this in just a little bit to see how we can combine this if we wanted to, because we definitely can put it all on one line. Okay. But excellent question.
Thank you.
So let's go ahead and see how we can be able to make our 2 child directories inside of the second one, parent2, right? So again, I could go mkdir, so I'm making a directory. And then here, I could be able to go ahead and say parent2. And then just like before, right, we can go P1 and we'll call this one child1. So this is another child directory inside this time of parent2. But I could, of course, tell it to change directory. So this is, again, how would you do it? Because there's multiple ways to do things. So what would I do? And then how would I do it? What's the order that I would do it in? So we pointed out another thing that I could do was to change directory into something like parent2, right? So into the directory that I'm trying to create my subdirectories for. So this will literally change me into that subdirectory. And then I can be able to go ahead and do something like mkdir, and then we can say P2. Let's actually go ahead and name this one P2 because this parent is parent2. And then we'll go child2. And then with that, we'll see that essentially it should go ahead and go into that parent2 directory And then now that it's inside of there, create this new subdirectory, right? So let's go ahead, let's exit out of this. Let's save it. And let's try and see if we run this, what happens. So let's actually go ahead and form our tree first so we can see this. So right now we see that we do have that ops, right? But there's nothing inside of it. Our tree doesn't show anything. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and remove ops just so we can be able to see this even better. So right now, if we do tree again, we just have our regular files, no directories. Let's go ahead and try running our test. And then let's go ahead and run tree once more. And look at that. We see that we created both of our directories in the current one, right? So we have parent 1 and parent 2 at the same level as our files. As a matter of fact, if we do an ls, we'll see them, parent 1, parent 2. So they were made in our current directory, just as if we were to go ahead and type ourselves mkdir parent 1, right? Then we see that in our tree, one level in. So as a subdirectory of parent 1 and parent 2, we have our children directories, right? So child 1 and child 2 for both of those. So again, anything that we can imagine, right? Anything that we can do with the commands that we've learned so far in Linux, we can tell it to do that in our script file. It's just literally 3 parts, right? So if we go back into, let's go ahead and take a look at our test file once again. We're going to see that the first part is that shebang, right? That's going to be the first and one of the most important parts that we want to be able to go ahead and do, right? So we want to be able to go ahead and make sure that we start it with explicitly telling it how to interpret these commands. So for our bash scripting, that'll be our bin bash. So hashtag, exclamation, and then /bin/bash. So now it knows to explicitly understand these as Linux commands. Now we can add, and it should be that we want to be able to go ahead and our approach is type out what our thought process is. In other words, we want to, anytime we're scripting, think about what the code should do or our commands, right? And then explain that, write that out. Why? Because chances are when you write your script, in the moment as you're thinking about it, you're going to know what it's doing. You're going to remember what it is supposed to accomplish. But come back a week later and you may not remember it anymore. You're going to look at your instructions and you're going to be like, what the heck was I trying to do here, right? So in that case, if you write out comments saying, hey, for the next line, I want to be able to go ahead and make this directory. I want to be able to go ahead and make a child directory. I want to be able to go ahead and have it print out this information or whatever the heck is going on, right? That's going to make it a lot easier for you to come back later on and remember what you were trying to do or what was the whole point of this script, right? Now, we're also going to see that just in general, this is a good idea because a lot of the times when we're looking at scripts and when we're trying to get stuff to run in the industry, it's going to be a script you didn't write, right? One that you didn't create. And so it's going to be very helpful if that person wrote comments explaining what they were doing, what's supposed to be happening, and vice versa. Later on, if somebody needs to come and check out a script that you wrote, it'll be very helpful for them if you wrote out comments explaining what's supposed to be happening at the different parts of your script. So that way they can be able to follow your thought process and know what's going on, right? Now, that's the first thing is we want to be able to make sure that shebang happen, and we should be doing comments anytime that we are writing up our commands. Now, then we just think about, well, what is the task? What is it that I'm trying to accomplish? And any Linux command that we can normally type out manually and have something happen, we can type that into this file and it will execute it, right? Now, that means we got to literally think about how we would approach this ourselves. So what would I do in this task to be able to go ahead and make that thing happen? In this case, I wanted to create 2 parent directories and then make 2 subdirectories in each one. So I have to think about, well, manually, what would I do first? Well, I would do a make dir command and then create my first directory. And then I would probably make my second directory. Then I would go ahead and issue a command with one of our 3 different ways, right? To be able to tell it to go into one of those directories and create a subdirectory. So we can either literally transfer ourselves into there and then just do a make dir like we did with that last child, right? Down at the very bottom, those last 2 commands. Or we could do it at a distance like we saw in any of the previous examples, right? But it's just, what is it that you need to do? What commands would you issue? And then what is the order you need to put it into? Because the best analogy I've heard is that when you're working with a computer and you're telling it what to do, and we'll see much more of this when we get into Python, the computer is like a toddler. It is smart enough to be able to go ahead and do some things, but by and large, unless you tell it step by step explicitly what to do, it's not going to have any clue on what you're telling it to do. So for example, if you tell a human adult, you or I, and you ask them, please make me something like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Just with that is enough for the other person, if they wanted to, right? To know exactly how to accomplish that task. You say, please make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. We're intelligent enough to be able to figure out what that needs, what that entails, and get that task accomplished. But if you tell that to a toddler is not going to be able to do that without extreme guidance, right? You're going to have to literally tell them step by step everything they need to do in order to be able to make that happen if you expect that toddler to do anything, right? So you're gonna have to like tell them, all right, let's go get a spatula. Let's go get the peanut butter. Let's go get the jelly. And you're gonna have to tell them where to get those things from, right? And then you're gonna have to tell them, okay, let's go ahead and open up the peanut butter. Let's go ahead and open up the jelly. Let's get some bread. Let's go ahead and scoop out the peanut butter with our spatula. Let's go ahead and spread it on the bread. Literally step by step to get that task to happen. That's what's going to happen with our computers. So we literally have to think about, okay, what do I have to do? Literally step by step. What would be the exact same thing that I would have to type in? What commands would I have to do myself manually to get this task done? And then type that up in my script in the exact same order, right? So that's how we're going to go ahead and do our scripting. And that way, any task that we can accomplish normally by our manual entering of these commands, we can just put in the same command in the exact same order into this file, tell it to understand it as a bash script with using our shebang, and then run it and it'll work, right? So the first thing is our shebang. The second thing is writing out our commands, right? And then the third thing, once we're done with that, we're going to see it was making it so it was an executable, right? So remember, before, my test file was just a regular file. I wasn't able to run it. It said permission denied. So I got to make sure the last step is to give it executable permissions, right? So I was able to go ahead and do that by running chmod. Now, do I have to go +X? No, but that's just kind of a quick and dirty way to be able to do it because now everyone has permissions to execute it. I could just keep it, if it's my file, right, as, let's go ahead and have it as the user, right? And that way the user is the only one with executable permissions, and I could be able to have it just like that, so that way only I can run it. But again, a quick and dirty way is just, hey, let's give everybody permissions to execute it at the moment, right? But if we wanted to be a little bit more secure, we'd probably just say, hey, just let the user execute this. And so that way only the user is able to do that. But now we can actually run our script. So those are the three parts, right? We want to give the shebang so it explicitly knows, then type in our commands in the order that we would manually do them, and then go ahead and make our script with executable permissions so that we can then run it. Now, to that effect, Ryan asked, can we put this all on the same line? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at that. So actually, let me go ahead and remove our parent directory so we can see this in effect later on. So I'm going to go ahead and say, let's remove whatever starts with the word parents. Notice I'm using our wildcard, that asterisk. So that way, as long as it starts with parents, doesn't matter how it ends, we're telling it to delete it. So this should get rid of parent 1 and 2. And if we take a look now, we do in fact see parent 1 and 2 are gone. So now let's go ahead and go into our test file. And let's see what happens if I just simply go ahead and do this. Would that work? So I'm putting the first two commands on the same line. And let's go ahead and try to run that. Now, if we take an ls here, notice it didn't quite work as expected, right? Because the very first thing that it saw was what's supposed to be a Linux command, which if we do a cat on our test file, the very first line of actual command was this. So what is it going to interpret it as? It's going to say, well, after that first space, because remember that first space, our spaces are delimiters. So it's going to say, what's in front of that first space is our command. We're trying to make a directory. After that first space is the name of one of the directories we're trying to create. And sure enough, we created parent 1. But after the second space, it's assuming this is a continuation of the command that we are running. So it's going to say mkdir is yet another directory, right? And so we see that it created a directory with that name. And then parent 2 is another directory. So it assumed we wanted to make 3 directories, right? And so it made them. All right. Well, if that's what's happening there, how can we be able to go ahead and get it to do just individually those two things on the same line? Well, let's take a look. First, let's go ahead and remove our parent stuff. So we're going to go ahead and remove those directories again. Now we just have our mkdir directory. So let's go ahead and remove that. And so now we've removed those directories we made when we did our test most recently. Let's go ahead and take a look now. So if I want this to happen on the same line, this is what's going to come into what Sean showed us last time, right? I can in fact put a semicolon between them. And so therefore it'll say this first part before the semicolon is one complete instruction. And then what comes after the semicolon is another complete instruction. So now it's going to recognize these, even though they're on the same line, as two separate mkdir or make directory commands, right? So if that's all that I were to do, let's go ahead and try and run our test file now. And if we do an ls, notice only parent 1 and parent 2 were created this time. We didn't have that mkdir directory, right? That make directory as yet another directory. So could we be able to go ahead and put this all on one line? Yes, by going ahead and making use of our semicolon, right? So let's go ahead and delete our parent directories again so we can be able to go ahead and see this. So once again, we see that we have gotten rid of our directories. Let's go back into test.sh. And I could, in fact, just go ahead and put this all, right, on the same line with just our semicolons to mark that they are separate. Now, remember, when we're working in Nano, if we go beyond the width of our screen, which you'll notice on the end of our line right above, right, all the way to the right, we see there's a greater than symbol highlighted in black to let us know, hey, there's more stuff here that's going off screen, right? So keep that in mind, that if we have so much text, it goes beyond the width of our screen, it will go off screen, and we can be able to see that when I do this. So I went ahead and brought this back up to the line above. So it's showing us what went off screen. This was off screen before, and now it's indicating with this less than sign highlighted in black, there's more to the left. So if I were to go ahead and use my arrow keys to go to the left, I can see what that text is. That way it's letting me know that there's more text either to the right of this or to the left of this, right? Now I can go to my final line and same thing. I can go to the front, hit backspace. So we bring it to the line above and then semicolon. Now, technically this entire script is all done on one line, but because we put those semicolons in between, it's going to recognize here's the first command followed by the next command and the next one and the next one. And so now if I save this, remember that I don't have any of my directories here, but if I run my test directory, which we've now placed all of our commands onto one line, notice it didn't give me an error. And if I pull out my tree, we see it created all of our directories and subdirectories just like before. Now, keep in mind, it is going to go in the order that we read. So before, because we wanted it to be a little bit easier for us as humans to read, we were making sure that each one was on its own separate line. And we're making sure that what happens first was at the top, right? So it goes top down. Well, if we're going to put multiple things onto the same line, it's still going to be like how we would normally read, at least in English, right? Which is from our left to right. So that means that the instructions we want to have happen first should be to the left. And then as we're moving to the right, those are happening later, right? Any questions so far on how we were able to go ahead and build up this script and get it to run? All right, Brendan, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just the initial way you did the bash scripting, like with the separation of lines, would you recommend that over like, say, doing it all in one line just for user clarity? Like if somebody like popped into your bash scripting, they can just see it all vertically like that instead of like scrolling over like so.
So as we get more advanced, we're going to be seeing that there are going to be some advantages in some cases where we would want to be able to use that semicolon, or as Sean showed us, we could in fact, if we go back into this, we could in fact, instead of having it do it separately, right? We could have done this with our and sign, which says instead of doing this first one and then doing the second one later, when we do our and, if you recall how Sean explained it, we're saying do both of these separate actions at the same time, right? So we could in fact be able to go ahead and tell it to do all of these things all at once by using that double and, right, with our ampersand. We're going to see there are going to be some cases where it'll be nice to be able to do this, to be able to go ahead and have the commands done in this fashion. But I would say the majority of the time, at least 80% of the time, it'll probably be better, at least for just being able to kind of see what's happening, kind of to be able to read it and kind of get a better picture of what the script is doing, to have each one separate on its own line. And that way it kind of makes things a ton easier to understand what is actually going on, right?
Cool, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions?
Just to add to Dylan's point, it's beneficial for readability, but also when we get into Python, having different lines will help us troubleshoot which line of our file produced the error. But if you have all of your file or all of your command in a single line, you know, it will not only make it harder to read, but also make it extremely hard to troubleshoot as well, right? So there is the concept of efficient coding, but readability is another sort of key component when we're scripting or we're writing any type of code. So just be mindful that someone else is going to read your code as well. So just make sure it's readable, well documented, and follow good practices that way.
Correct. As Sean stated, and as we kind of try to hint at, it's going to be very few cases where that would be the approach we would want to take, right? So sometimes it will be that we would want to have that happen just because of the situation, the way we need to be able to go ahead and tell it to be able to enter in information or follow up with something, or the way we're enacting that code. But by and large, the majority of the time, we wouldn't want to do everything on the same line like that for the various reasons Sean explained, right? And another thing to add to that is when it comes to coding and writing out your comments and your thought process, as we kind of explained earlier, the best sort of phrase I've heard dealing with that is you should always comment your code. You should always comment your scripts in such a way that you're assuming that the next person that's going to have to deal with your script knows where you live, can get to you, and they'll be very angry, and they're kind of like a psychopath with how angry they can get. So you want to be very nice in commenting it for them, so that way they understand they have no reason to come after you, right? And if you comment with that kind of approach of like, hey, I don't want this person coming after me later on, then that's going to be very helpful. Again, whether it's to you coming back to it a month later or something similar, to looking at it and saying, oh, this is what I was trying to do here. And so this is what the script is supposed to be doing, versus just somebody else in general coming and looking at it and then wondering what the heck you were trying to do, right? So it is very helpful, it's very considerate that whenever we're trying to be able to write up a script, anytime we're writing up code in general, like when we're going to be doing in Python, that we want to be able to kind of write out what is exactly happening. What is it we're trying to make happen when we're writing up these files, right? So I would go through and kind of, let's actually go ahead and take a look at that. If we were to go ahead and nano this again, and let's actually go ahead and comment this so we can kind of see what we're talking about with that. So let me go ahead and bring this back to multiple lines again. I notice that I'm not just putting them on multiple lines, I'm also sometimes using spaces as rows, right? To be able to go ahead and kind of separate out what's happening here. Why? Because that, again, can help with that readability, right? So for this first part, I'm going ahead and saying that these two are grouped together because they're accomplishing a similar thing, right? Both of these are making our parent directories. Then both of these two right here are creating the subdirectory inside of parent one. And then these three down here are creating the two subdirectories inside of parent two. So I'm kind of grouping them together because they're related, right? So that's what we can kind of do here. We can be able to go ahead and say, here we create two parent directories, right? So we kind of describe what are we doing, right? What's happening. Here we create two subdirectories inside of parent one. And then we can say right here, here we create two subdirectories inside of parent two. And again, now we've kind of at least described somewhat what's happening here. If I were to come back to this a week later, a month later, or somebody else were to come and look at the script, they would have at least an idea of what it is that I was trying to have the script do, right? It's supposed to create two parent directories, and then inside of each one, two subdirectories. any questions whatsoever with that or our concept of bash scripting in general so far? All right. In that case, we're going to go ahead and give you time right now to be able to go ahead and go back to the breakout rooms and start working on 8B, which will have you start forming your first script files. So if you guys run into any difficulties or have any problems, make sure to be able to reach out and ask for help, right? You can message Sean or myself. We'll jump in and be able to help you out. Otherwise, have fun. And let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms.
Give me 1 second. I think some of you have rejoined Zoom, so let me find where you guys were before. Let's see. I think that should be it. All right, opening rooms now. Have fun, guys. So I joined room 3, and then I think as somebody was talking, I saw the breakout room closing, so I just exited out. So hopefully, if they were calling me, they'll message me with the questions.
I did join room 3 briefly before I went ahead and closed it, and it seemed like they were already on the next activity, so I think they were doing well.
Ah, perfect. That's good to hear.
Mm-hmm. All right, excellent. I think we have everyone back. So we're going to go ahead and get into the last parts and see what we need for our last activity for today. So let me go ahead and share my screen one more time. And so we're going to see with this one, we're going to learn a little bit more about how we can be able to take our bash scripting to the next level. So one thing we're going to do is our variables. We kind of saw something similar to this, right? We were talking when we did our alias, we were able to go ahead and create a name for our alias and then set it equal to, and then we were able to give it some command that we wanted to kind of shortcut. So that way, when we typed in this name, it would know really whatever the command was that we gave it, do that command. And so it would kind of replace it with that information, right? So we're going to do a similar thing here when it comes to our bash scripting. So let's go ahead. Let's go back into our shell. And I'm going to go ahead and go with our shebang once again, right? So we're going to go ahead and go our pound sign, and then we're going to go our exclamation point. So again, this is kind of letting us know that this isn't a normal comment. This is trying to explicitly tell it how to interpret the stuff that we're going to be putting into this file, right? So for now, we're going to go ahead and go /bin/bash. So that way it knows that these are bash commands, right? And so now we can be able to go ahead and start writing in some commands. So one thing we're going to see is I can be able to go ahead and create a variable, almost like what we were doing with alias, right? So whenever we're creating a variable, we can picture it as I'm going to create a name. So some way that I'm going to refer to some information or some data or just something in general. So here, this is going to always be to the left of my equal sign. So whatever's on the left side, that is the name of my variable. That's how I'm going to refer to this thing, right? Now on the right-hand side is what we're going to do is we call this is assigning it some information. So we are telling it this variable, anytime we see this name, I want it to represent whatever this data is. So maybe here, I'm going to say that I want it to be the string hello world, right? So now anytime in my script that I type in variable, it's going to go ahead and represent this hello world. But we're going to see that in order to tell it that, hey, I don't want it to literally use the name variable. I want it to be able to get what it's supposed to represent. We're going to use the $sign, right? So here, if I were to say echo, and let's say variable, we'll see how that'll look in a little bit versus echo. And then if I go $sign variable, notice it even highlights it in red to show this that something different is happening. So let's go ahead, let's save that, and let's take a look. So once again, we have 3 important parts to our bash script, right? We said the first thing is I want to be able to have that shebang. So we did that. Very first line should be nothing ever above that, not even a blank line, right? We want to have our shebang as the very first thing. And then after that, we said we want to be able to go ahead and think of what we are trying to do. What is the task that we have at hand? How we are trying to accomplish that task, and write out our instructions. So we did that. The third thing is we need to be able to make it executable, because if it's not, and we just try to be able to run our test shell like that, right? It's going to tell us, hey, permission denied. Why? Because if we look at it, when we look at this test file that we created, nobody has executable permission. So nobody should be executing it, right? So what can I do? Well, chmod is how we're going to change that permission, right? Now we said before we could just go plus X, but we kind of indicated if we do this, right? Then I go test.sh. If we take a look, we just said everyone can now be able to execute this, even if they don't own it, right? So remember, this third patch right here, these three represents other, or in other words, everyone, right? Anyone who is not the owner, everyone who is not the group that owns this file, they can be able to do whatever that third group of permissions says. So now with just plus X, we pretty much have given everybody the opportunity to run this. So a lot of the times we probably don't want to do that, right? So if we're being a little bit wiser, a little bit smarter in what we're doing, we go ahead and right now I just removed those permissions again. We can see that happening right here, right? So how would I go ahead and give myself that I own this file, I created this file, the permissions? Well, I could go u plus X, right? So that way it's the user that owns this, that's me. And I'm the only one who's getting this permission, right? So now if I go ahead and do that ls-l, we'll see that only I got executable permissions. And so we see that it's still green because it's executable now for me, right? Or we can see that, let's go ahead and remove that so we can see another way to do this. So we have once again removed that permission. We've gone back to nobody being able to execute it. And we see that it's no longer green once again. So what's another way I could have done this? I could have done this with octal notation, right? So I could in fact say 7. Now remember that 7 is going to mean that I have all permissions, right? So I'll give myself read, write, and execute. And then I can be able to keep group with read and write. That's going to be 6, right? And then I can keep other with just read. We said read was just 4. So if I go 7, 6, 4, I'm keeping it with the permissions that it currently has, except I'm adding to myself executable permissions, right? And so if we take a look, we see that's exactly what happened. So if we do it like this, it's a little bit more intelligent. We're being a little bit more secure, right? We're not giving everybody the ability to run this, but we still can. And so now that I want to be able to go ahead and run this, we see when I run it, the very first thing that's happening is it's printing out literally the word variable, which if you recall, as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and just cat it so we can see this at the same time. We told it echo variable. So when we're using that in our command, it's going to assume this is literally what we want it to echo, right? And so that's why we see here when we ran it, it gave us that word literally. But I created my variable with that name. And maybe I don't want it to be able to use that word literally. I want it to actually go to the variable that I created and substitute in the data that I assigned it with, right? In that case, that's what we did down here. We said $ variable. So now it knows, oh, they didn't want to literally print out the word variable. They wanted it to go back to where we defined this data and substitute that in, right? So anytime we create a variable, it could be any name just about that we want, right? And then we'll set it equal to, and then some data. So again, remember, there should be no spaces so that way we can be able to have this work correctly. And we are going to have it, whatever's on the left is the name we're going to call it. Whatever's on the right is going to be our data. And then if we want to refer to that data, we're going to go $ and the name we gave it. So we saw when we did that, it did in fact print out hello world, right? So let's go ahead and take a look back at our test.sh. So again, I could have called this anything, just about. So right here, I'm going to go random name. So I changed the name to a random name, right? So then down here, I would have to use $ and whatever the name of my variable is. So I called it random name. So here I can say random name. And we'll see that it'll still work out the exact same way. When I run this, it's still going to go, instead of printing out random name, since I put that $ in front, it knows I don't want to literally print out this word. I want to go and get the data that I gave it and print that out. Any questions so far on our concept of variables and how we want to be able to give it a name and then set it equal to some data. All right, so let's go to the next part. The next part we're going to see is, what if I want to be able to run a command? So let's say I want to be able to go ahead and do ls-l, right? Or let's say I want to be able to go ahead and cat out one of the files that I have. So let's say instead of this echo variable, let's say I want to be able to go ahead and cat out dog. So I have a dog file in our directory. Let's say I want to cat that out, right? So if I do that, well, as we know, it should be able to run that command first and then print out my variable, right? So we see that, and look at that. There's my dog. He says, bark, bark, woof, woof. And then we see our echo, hello world, right? Now, what if I wanted to be able to go ahead and create something to go ahead and kind of be a substitute for that? What if I want to be able to create a variable to hold in this command? So I want to be able to go ahead and essentially say, run this command, and then whatever the output is, hold on to that, right? Now, what I can do is I can create a new variable. So here I'm going to say new name. I'm going to say this is equal to, and then I go $, and then I'll put this in parentheses. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to go ahead and whatever the command is that we have here, it's essentially going to run it. And then instead of displaying that information, it's going to save that to this variable right here. So now in the future, if I want to be able to have this happen, or I want to be able to use the results of that, I can be able to refer to this. So here, instead of, let's go ahead and say, instead of random name, if I go new name, let's see what happens. Look at that. It's getting that bark, bark, woof, woof. Right. So the results, notice it's kind of compressing it right into one line, but it's getting the results of that cat and then the file dog. So catting out that file, we got that message. It saved it into our variable, which we called new name. And then we told it to echo out whatever was being held by new name. So there's a small little difference that's happening here, right? One, I'm giving it data directly. And so then it was able to store that into my variable. Here, when we're doing it with this is the result of a command, right? So what I put in the parentheses is the command that I'm trying to execute. And I'm saying the result of that command, save it to this variable. So to do that with a command, we're doing $, and then parentheses around the command itself, right? So for example, I could, let's see if I can be able to do more than one command here. Let's say if I were to go ahead and then grep from this, let's say bark. So I'm saying cat out dog, pass that over to grep, and I want to search from that output bark and save that to new name. Let's see if that works. And look at that. It does exactly what we expect, right? So it's running that command, but it's not displaying it. Instead, it's taking the output of whatever we put in those parentheses and saving it to the variable that we created. So if we want to later on be able to have that action happen without having to type it up again and again and again, I can just simply be able to go ahead and refer to my variable, right? So that's one thing we want to be able to pay attention to. We want to see how we can create those variables. What's another thing that I want to be able to learn here? Well, the next thing we're going to learn is we're going to learn about what is known as the host name. So some of you guys may have already noticed this or had some issues with this, but our host name is the machine name right here. So fstack at Ubuntu. Ubuntu is my host name. Now, there's two ways we can kind of figure this out if we didn't already see it being displayed there, right? So we're going to see there is a command literally named host name. If that's all I did was just host name and hit enter, it tells me what that is. Similar to if I were to say, who am I? It tells me my account name, right? So that's one way I can be able to say host name. It gives me the name of my host, the machine that I'm on. There's also this file in Etsy. So if I were to cat out Etsy / and then it's the same thing, host name. So if I cat out Etsy host name, we see in that file, it has our host name. So what if I wanted to change my host name? Well, we could actually go ahead and change it inside of that file. So I go and I nano it. We see right here, first down at the bottom in red is telling me, hey, this is unwritable, because again, typically things like this, you don't want just any user to be able to do. So really, we would want to be able to go ahead and be root to do this, right? So we'd probably want to be able to execute sudo to be able to have the ability to change this. But if I were to change this, if I had the ability, right, I could be able to change this, let's say instead of Ubuntu, Ubuntu. Then I'd be able to change it to that. So let's go ahead, let's exit out, and let's actually run this with sudo so we can have permission to be able to change it. So I'm going to say sudo nano host name. I'm going to put in my password. And now you'll notice we don't have that red arrow down at the bottom because now I can change it. So I'm going to go ahead and change it to Ubuntu instead of Ubuntu. Let's go ahead and exit. Notice right here, it still says Ubuntu, right? Even if I were to go ahead and start up a new tab, notice right here, it still says Ubuntu. Why? Well, similar to what we did with our alias, right? When we went ahead and changed the bash RC file, it didn't take that new alias that we created into account until we started up a new terminal, because our terminal would run our bash RC at the beginning when it first starts up. So if we were still running an old one, well, it didn't have that alias set up for us. We had to start up a new terminal for that to be able to run the file and then have that alias take effect. Something similar is happening here, right? If I change the host name by changing it in the file, well, that's only going to go and actually update the host name at the beginning of starting my computer. I would have to reboot my machine in order for that change to take effect. Once I restart my machine, it's going to look into the host name file to see what is the name of this machine. And then I would see that change take place, right? So even though I have it, that I changed it inside of Etsy host name, you're not going to see it take place immediately unless you reboot your machine. And then we would notice that this would change to whatever is in that file. So what if I don't want to wait until then? What if I want to be able to go ahead and change it now? How can I be able to go ahead and make that happen? Well, we can, in fact, be able to go ahead and say something like host name, and then kind of like what we saw with our system services, right? We were able to go ahead and kind of go CTL for control. So here I'm going to say host name control. I'm going to say set, and then I believe it's host name. And then we're able to give it a name. So then I'll be able to go ahead and say Ubuntu. Notice we don't get an error. And now if I start this up with a brand new one, now that I've started it up as a brand new terminal, after I changed that with our control command, notice it does in fact now give me Ubuntu, right? So again, how did we do that? We were able to go ahead and instead of just host name, we said host name CTL for control. And then we went space. And then what were we trying to do? What were we trying to be able to change with this control? We were trying to set the host name. So set dash host name. And then what comes after that is whatever name we wanted to give it, right? So if I wanted to, I could go host name control, and then I could go to set host name. And let's say I wanted to set it to my name, right? I could be able to set it to Tony, for example. I hit enter, and chances are the way we're doing it, because I've already done it once, it's going to say that I want to be able to try probably do it over here. Let's see if we do it in the new one, if that's going to count. Let's try it that way. So let's see. Host name control, so CTL, set host name. Let's try it again. So probably because I've already messed around with it a little bit is giving me this error, but we kind of saw that happening earlier, right? So we can be able to go ahead and change it over. Let's go ahead and let's see if we can at least change it back to Ubuntu. Let's go ahead and see if maybe with sudo, if it'll go ahead and let us do it. It could be because of the fact that I went ahead and already still have it in the file as Ubuntu. I don't think I switched that back. So if this doesn't work, we'll go back and switch that file name back and see if that's the issue that's happening here. So let's see, we're going to go back to Ubuntu. Let's try putting in our password. And let's go ahead and open up a new terminal, see if the effect took place. And there we go. So here, all I had to do was just go into sudo. So that way we were able to get past that authentication problem. So anytime you see permission denied or authentication problems, try using sudo. That should be our first approach, right? And so again, we're able to switch it back to Ubuntu. But notice again, our effect doesn't take, that change doesn't actually happen until we go ahead and start up a new terminal, right? So here it's still referring to itself by the old name. Once I switched it over, now we open up a new terminal, it goes by the new name. So simple fact of the matter is host name by itself will show us our host name. If we go host name CTL for control and then set our host name, we can be able to give it a name of our machine, whatever that is going to be, right? So we can be able to change it that way. Now, how does that help us? Well, inside of our script, little script that we have, right? So if we go into test.sh, I can use this, right? Remember that when I go ahead and I do this $ and then parentheses, I can be able to refer to any command that I would type into my terminal, and it would give me the results of that, right? So if, let's say I wanted to be able to have something referred to my machine, I could be able to go ahead and say inside of here, host name, right? So now, since that's a command that'll give me the name of my machine, it's going to save that output, whatever my name of my machine is, to my variable new name. And so now if we run this, we're going to go ahead and see it prints out Ubuntu. Now, of course, I could be able to add to this if I wanted to, right? I could be able to say echo, and then I could be able to say new name, and then there's a wonderful OS. And if I run this, we see we get Ubuntu, the name of our machine, is a wonderful OS, right? So we can be able to add to that and use it as necessary. So now we've seen two concepts, right? We were able to go ahead and create some data and place it into a variable. And we were also able to get the results of a command and be able to place it into a variable, right? So we have that happening. Any questions with those two concepts so far? All right, then the next thing we're going to take a look at is the date command. So we'll notice if we type in just date by itself, it gives us the day, it gives us the month, it gives us the date for today, and then it gives us a timestamp, right? So this is going to be first two numbers on the left is the hours, then the minutes, then the seconds, right? Then it kind of tells us what is the time thing that it's using, right? The time zone, and then the year. Now, if we look into our man page for dates, we're going to see that there's ways we can be able to tell it to go ahead and display the date different from how that normally is, right? So if we scroll down right here, we're going to see that there are some format controls. Now, this is a little bit different than our normal options, right? Normally our options are dashes, so kind of like that minus sign. But here for our format controls, we're going to be using % signs. So here, we're going to see that if I go % and then lowercase a, then we are using the abbreviated weekday name, which is what's there by default, right? So what if I wanted to use the full name instead? What if I wanted to say Sunday instead of just Sun? Well, then I can go $capital A, right? What if I wanted to be able to use the full month instead of just the abbreviated? I can go $capital B, right? And so on. We go right here. If we go capital D, then it's going to go ahead and give us the date, month first, then the day, then the year, right? So there's a lot of different ways we can be able to go ahead and format this. And you can look at the man page to see exactly how we can do this, right? But one of the things we want to point out is, in addition to the actual date itself, right? Since part of it is the timestamp, what is the current time when we run that command, we can also manipulate that as well. So we see right here, for example, capital H will give us the hour. Now notice it's going to show us that the hour is in military time, right? So it'll go from 0 to 23, 0 being midnight, 23 being 11 p.m., right? Now, if we wanted it to be in our typical AM, PM type of stuff, right, where it's going from 0 to 1, we could go capital I, right? So it'll show us the hour in that case, but it'll go from 01 to 12, right? Now, similarly, if H was our way for hours, then we're going to go ahead and see that if we come down here, you got M, so capital M will deal with minutes. And then of course, we're going to see if we go a little bit further. Let's see if we can be able to hit this. There we go. Capital S is going to be seconds, and it shows us how it's doing it, right? So minutes and seconds are typically going to be from 0 to 60, right? And so we can be able to go ahead and tell it how to format those times. Of course, there's a lot more options. There's a lot more formatting. We're going to see that if we go capital F, for example, let's actually go ahead and just do this so that we hit it. Let's see. Well, it should be right here. There we go. So we have our % F that we were looking for. This is going to automatically put it into this format. So it's going to print it out with a capital Y for our year, followed by the month, followed by the day, right? So let's take a look at how this looks. We can go date, and then if we want to be able to add in those formats, we would go plus, and then we'd be able to go ahead and specify. So we go immediately without any spaces, right? So for example, I'll go double quotes, and then I could be able to go %F, right? And then let's say I just do that. Let's say I just want that to be how we modify this. So now I'm going to close my double quotes. And if I hit enter, notice it gives me just that information. Instead of everything that date normally does, it's giving me, since I said I want to format this with F, capital, that's year. So we see the 4-digit year, dash month. So we see the 2-digit month, dash day. So we see the 2-digit day, right? Now, what if I want to add to that the hour, where I can go capital H, right? So if I do that, notice it adds that underscore, since I'm putting that underscore as part of what I want in this string with those double quotes. And then after the underscore, the current hour. If you look at the top right here, at the top of my window, the time for our machine says that it's 3 in the morning and 11 minutes, right? So 3:11. So the hour is 03, right? And we can continue from there. So keep in mind that that space, we have a space after our initial command of date, right? And then we're saying add to that these format specifiers. But notice after that plus, we cannot have a space. As a matter of fact, if I add a space into there and I hit enter, it's going to say, hey, this is extra information and I don't know what to do with it, right? So after our plus sign, no spaces, right? So that's how we're going to be able to go ahead and do something like our date command. So with our date command, we're going ahead and telling it to print out what is the current date and time. And then we can be able to go ahead and change the formatting as we kind of saw based on those format specifiers. With that, I noticed, Pam, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for this specific command, would we do this under a specific file and it would give us the date and time and etc. for that specific file, if we or under that directory, if we were under that directory?
So let's go ahead and take a look at our man page once more. And if we look right here, we'll notice that it tells us the synopsis is we'll have the date command followed by any particular options, and then followed by here in this case plus, and then our format specifiers, kind of like what we saw, right? And so we see then it gives us an example that we could do something like this, right? But notice after that format, it doesn't say file, or it doesn't have any options for a file afterwards. So this isn't meant to be typically worked with a file. It's just, hey, I want to know what is the current system date and time, and then I can be able to specify how does it display that to me, but that's it. It's not going to show me this particular date and time of a file for when it was created, for example.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions? All right. With that, then we've pretty much covered what should be enough to be able to go ahead and finish the last stuff. But I noticed, Joel, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, Tony. My question is there like a cap to the amount of things that you can do with the date? Like is there like an amount of underscores that you can put?
So whatever we put inside the double quotes is going to take that as a literal string for how we want to display the format of our date, right? So there's not really a limit to how we can be able to go ahead and put that, because it's just going to take it literally as is. The thing that's going to change is going to be what's coming after the percent sign, right? So it's going to take that we want to be able to print out whatever that double quote string is. And then when we see a percent sign, it's going to replace it with whatever it's supposed to represent. So percent sign capital H, for example, we saw was to represent the hour in military time. So from 0 to 24, right? Similar with any other format specifier we might use, like capital S. If we go percent sign capital S, then we're saying replace this value with whatever this current seconds are, right? So it's just going to print out whatever string we provide and then replace those specific patterns with the information that they replaced with.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other excellent questions? All right, then we're going to go ahead and for just 10 more minutes, we'll place you back into your breakout rooms to work on activity 8C, the last one for tonight. And then we'll bring you back with about 5 minutes at the end of class to go ahead and wrap it up and see if there's any questions or difficulties you guys may have had with the last one. But other than that, let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms and have fun.
All right, opening them up now.
All right, so hopefully we were able to go ahead and handle the majority of those issues you may have run into, and it gave us some good explanations for how we can be able to get started in bash scripting. I noticed, Cameron, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
My main issue with this last lab was where's main and what is variable?
Excellent.
I didn't know which one was which, where to put it.
So let's actually go ahead and take a look at the instructions so we can kind of see what's happening there with that. So let me go ahead and pull that up. And then let me share my screen. So coming down to the last thing here. So you see right here, inside of our instructions, it's telling us to first go ahead and revisit our shell, right? And then it's saying to be able to create some variables for our script's target directory. And so when we're editing this, it tells us to create the script into two main sections. So I believe this is where you're having that question. It says, break up the script into our variables and main. And we say this is purely to make it easier to read and it won't have any effect on the script itself. So what does that mean? Well, let's go ahead and let me share my virtual machine and we can take a look at what's it trying to get at with that. So taking a look at my virtual machine, if we go into our script, right? So we should still have our test script here. If I go into edit this, they literally just mean, let's break this up. We're going to go right here and say variables. And that way, any variables that we want here. So right now in our script, these are actually the variables. So we would place any and all variables that we're going to be creating, right? So if I want to be able to have something here, I can be able to go ahead and say test, let's say directory. And set this equal to, let's say, /home/fstack, right? So any and all variables that I'm creating, I put up here. And then down here, I'm going to say this is main. That's literally all that meant. Just break it up into these two parts. And again, by putting these comments, we're not really changing anything because again, these are going to be ignored, right? When we actually run the script, the computer doesn't pay any attention to our comments. So it doesn't change what's happening. But what it is doing is kind of making it a little bit easier to read and a little bit easier to figure out what is our script having happen, right? So if a human comes and looks at this, they're going to realize, oh, these are all the different variables that they were creating for this script. And then this is what they were actually trying to do. This is the main action or what we would call the main function of this script. Any further questions or any further thing I can do to clarify that?
How in this lab, how do you know which one is variable and which one was main?
So it's up to you to be able to create it. So when we go ahead and create this section right here where we name this variables, we would then want to populate it with all of the variables it's asking us to create. So we go and put them there.
In the last lab, it gave us a file that had a bunch of stuff already in it.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure
So-
which ones were variables and which ones were mains.
At that point, we would be looking for that equal sign, right? So typically our variables are
Oh,
always going to have an equal sign, and the left side is the name of the variable, the right side is the data we're giving it, right? And so that's kind of
Alright.
how we would be able to tell typically.
Thank you very much. That
Yeah, you're
clears
welcome.
a lot up.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. All right. Any other excellent questions like that? All right. Then we are going to go ahead, and as Sean has usually pointed out, we'll have a sort of a debrief, a summary, and sort of instructions on what to do next, getting posted to the Slack channel. So keep an eye out for that so that you guys can be able to see what you guys are going to be doing next. If you guys didn't finish the exercises for tonight, so if you didn't finish anything for 8A, whatever that might have been that you didn't get to, or 8B or 8C, try to be able to go ahead and complete it by tomorrow if you are able to, right? If there's any previous exercises from any of our previous units that you guys haven't finished, make sure to go ahead and try to complete those. You could always be able to reach out to Sean or myself, especially when we have office hours, if you need help in completing anything that has been from the past, so that way we can get you up to speed and get you on track, right? If you need that. Otherwise, make sure to go ahead and do the pre-reading for tomorrow's unit, right? We're going to be moving into furthering what we can do with bash scripting, right? So we just talked about the introduction of bash scripting. Now we're going to see bash techniques tomorrow. So go ahead and start reading ahead for that, so you can be able to go ahead and be ready to hear that with what Sean's going to teach us. And then I believe if it hasn't happened already, if it's not in the chat, we'll probably go ahead and post a link as well to our Slack channel for the after class survey, right? So you guys can be able to go ahead and kind of give some feedback for how things are going. With that, Sean, is there anything else you want to be able to add?
No, I think you covered it all. Just to add to your point, please do read ahead. There's gonna be some concepts that we cover tomorrow that we're gonna revisit and spend way more time on. So it might seem a very foreign concept at first, but just try to read ahead, try to get as much sort of knowledge beforehand, so that if you when I go through it during the demo, you guys have some questions to ask, and even if it doesn't click right away, like I said, during the programming unit, we will spend multiple days covering the same concept that we're covering tomorrow. So just FYI.
All right. And it looks like we do have in the chat that link to the post-class survey. So again, make sure you guys fill that out so you can give us some feedback, and that way we can continue to hopefully improve things for you guys. Otherwise, if you have no questions, that's all we have for you tonight. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And if you do have questions, stick around so Sean and I can be able to answer them for you.
Thank you, Tony and Sean, for an amazing session. And as we already said, the survey link is in the chat box. Please give us the comments and feedback, everyone. Thank you all for participating, and thank you all.
Thank you as well, Anusha.
I gotta say, when I was in your shoes, and when the class bell rings, I'd be like one of the first ones to leave. So I definitely appreciate you guys staying back. But do you guys have any questions for us? Or
I have a few non-technical questions, if that's okay. You mentioned before that it's okay for us to go back. Maybe there's an activity like, I don't know, hypothetically, let's say 3A or something. And if we needed help with that, we can come to you. If moving forward, let's say we're in the red team course or the blue team course, are we still able to come to you guys over like a system admin question or a networking question, or like how, like, is that going to be okay, or are we just expected to know everything and we can't really go back that far? I'm just wondering like what the structure of the class will be looking like moving forward.
you don't take that, Tony? Or I think we
Sure.
might have different opinions, but yeah, go ahead, Tony.
So in my opinion, throughout the duration of the boot camp, I'm fine with taking any questions that you guys have. So like you said, if there was one from an earlier portion, like what we're going over right now, that you have any issues with, you want to be able to ask that question and kind of review it or go over it again, I'm fine with doing that, because throughout the duration of the boot camp, I view it as it's my job to help you understand all of the concepts we're going over, right? Not just the one that we're doing currently. So if you still want to go back, or if you're still struggling with some previous concepts, by all means, the sooner you can, the better it is to ask. But even when it's later on in the cyber camp, right? This is still our job to be able to help you understand these concepts. So I would say, yeah, go ahead and feel free that you can still ask those questions and we can still be able to clarify it for you.
Yep. And to add to that point, I believe the way our curriculum is currently set up is we're introducing small sort of Lego blocks at a time, right? So the fact that we introduce a concept, let's say a Lego block, and then after a while, if that concept didn't stick, you're more than welcome to ask us, but then it's going to be like a, what do you call it? Like,
it compounds, right?
It compounds. Yeah. And so it's not going to be just like you get that one concept and everything else makes sense. It's like you're several weeks behind because you've been missing it the whole time, right? So hopefully it doesn't get that far. And it usually doesn't, unless some students just don't participate at all. So what I do want to say is it's better to ask sooner rather than later, so that, you know, before we get to the red team, we sort of understand some of the things we're talking about now. It might not stick 100%, but at least if there's any questions, ask, right? If there's, and the questions that you didn't ask because you didn't know what to ask, I think those are welcome, you know, throughout the cohort. Like, hey, I never thought about this, but can this happen? You know, like, I think those are all legitimate questions, but the only thing I would just recommend is ask sooner rather than later, so that it doesn't compound to the point where it's like, okay, now you got that concept, you know, and then there's like several weeks of content that we got to catch you up on. So that's the only thing that I would sort of add to what Tony said.
Yeah, I get that. Obviously, it's our job as students to keep up with the coursework. Absolutely. But I was just kind of curious how you felt about that. Like, if we can come to you for past questions. So thank you for answering that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, Tony. I was asking you earlier on if there was a part of 7D that I had told you I had cleaned up the activity because I had gotten confused along one of the steps.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be okay with you to maybe set up a session with you on Friday to just kind of review what might have been going on right there?
For sure, definitely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing I wanted to add on, is that I think it would be beneficial to have, I know both of you only have Fridays available, but to probably have a little bit more sporadic, whether it's, you know, Tuesdays and Fridays. I feel like for me, it would be beneficial to have that extra day to reach out and just get that clarification, that one-on-one, or whether it's in a group, just to have that, you know, just refresher, keep going, explained a different way. And that would be really beneficial.
So hopefully within the next 2 weeks or so, I'll be able to go ahead and have time available on Tuesdays. I'll be able to go ahead and make that freed up, so that way I can be able to have some time on Tuesdays to be able to make that happen as well.
Okay, thank you. That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Would that mean you would be available Tuesday and Friday, or just Tuesday?
Correct. So it'll be Tuesday and Friday.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Any
Awesome.
other
Well,
excellent
thank you
questions?
so much.
Yeah, of course. And then
Thank
if you guys have
Tony
any
and
other,
Sean.
What was
you're
that?
welcome.
No, I said thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think to sort of add to that point is, and I think one of the things I definitely appreciate Pam is she asked a lot of questions even offline as well. So if there's something that we can answer, that's not face to face, obviously office hours is, I think, is the most beneficial for both, you know. But if there's a time where it doesn't work for either one of us, but then there is that sort of question lingering, do ask away in Slack. Hopefully we could get that answer. If not, then we'll, you know, schedule something. But you guys are doing exactly what you're supposed to in asking a lot of questions during class and offline as well. So appreciate that.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate you guys so much. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So that's it
Alright.
for me. So have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Alright,
See ya.
good night.
See you tomorrow.
Later, Pam. I had just one other quick question. For the course and project, I was kind of reviewing that a little bit. Obviously, we have a few more things to get to before we get there. But is that supposed to be just a purely like a solo venture or for a project? Or are we allowed to maybe work as a group, or how is that going to be administered?
So for this one, it will be a solo one. At the very last project, it's going to be a group effort. So you guys are going to be formulating your own groups with the common interest and, basically the people that you want to work with that share the same common interest. But for leading up to that, we're going to have several projects or assessments, if you will, but those will be all individual. So you'll have basically your notes and whatever resource you have besides the other students. So it's strictly for testing your knowledge to make sure that you're understanding all the concepts and that you're ready to, like I said, it's going to be like this compound of new sort of concepts and knowledge. So just for both of us, the instructors and the students, to know where you are in terms of the content and how ready you are to move on to the next unit.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, great. Those are all my questions. Seems like I'm the last person in the room, so I'll let you guys have a great night. Thanks for class. And I honestly, on a personal note, I just wanted to say that this course is better than I even anticipated it would be. And I feel like you guys contribute a lot to that. So thank you.
Awesome. That's
Thank
good to
you.
hear. Yep.
All right,
Have a
we'll
great
see you
night, guys.
tomorrow. Have a
Yep,
great night.
see ya.
See you tomorrow.
All right, Alex, you're the last man standing. Any questions from
Once
you?
again, on the script, when I put in everything, it was executing. It said creating directories, copying slog, searching log for fstack. And then at that point, the whole thing just seized.
If you want to share your screen, we can take a quick look at it
Yeah.
and see what we can do.
Absolutely. So it gets to this point here and then it just stops.
All right, let's go ahead and hit Control C and let's look at the actual script itself to see what we're telling it to do. All right, so as we can see, the first things we're doing is we're creating our variables. So we have our variable for our target, and we have our variable for today. We have our variable for our rep route, and then our search term. And then let's see, you're going into your main after that. So we're going ahead and creating our different directories. We're copying the syslog, which that looked like that was doing just fine, right?
Yeah.
And then we are searching the log for, and then we're putting in our search term. And then we're saying, let's go ahead and grep. Let's go ahead and put that over into the search results. And then it should go into listing packages. Now, I believe it doesn't get to the listing packages portion, correct?
Yes, correct. It gets to right here and then it stops.
And I think that's a great point in that you have that echo statement right above it. So you know exactly where it's causing the error. So if you look at right below it, what are you actually grabbing for?
We're looking in the authorization log for entries, I guess, that are by our system name at a certain date.
Right, but if you look
Oh,
at
you mean
that command
underneath?
as a no
I
above
gotcha.
it.
Oh, above.
No, so like right below searching for search terms.
Yeah.
So
The
right
grep
below,
command
so right there.
itself.
Right. If you look at that command as a whole, what is that command doing? Is I think what's causing the hanging. So you're saying grep,
Gotcha.
basically look for something, and then you're giving a path, and then you're redirecting that without giving it what to search for. And so I think that's where it's like,
Oh, got it.
right.
Okay. I gotcha. Okay,
Yep,
cool.
yep.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Excellent.
So we would need to put this right over here and search the auth log for that right here.
So
So
yeah,
depending on what it
whatever.
is you're searching for, we would
Right.
go ahead and put that right after our command of grep before the path that we wanted to search in, right?
Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, it's asking us to grep. Okay. I guess for $ search term.
Correct.
Gotcha. So that should be down here.
Correct. It should be over there. Yeah.
Okay. That explains it.
Nice.
Excellent.
Problem solved.
Let's go ahead and run it and let's see.
All right. Let's do.
And so we see it did get down to listing packages now.
Terrific. That's a eureka moment. Nice. Well, thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely.
You're
Cool.
welcome.
No,
That's
no.
what we're here for.
And the trick here is understanding some of the behaviors. So not every error is going to be the same, but the behavior might be similar, right? So when you see these type of hanging behavior where the terminal just kind of blinks at you, just waiting for something to give additional like parameters or additional
Right.
arguments, it's usually the syntactual error within the command itself. Like it's probably missing some parameters or arguments. It's like, hey, what am I grabbing for, right? Once
Cool.
it knows that, then it's going to redirect to the output.
Cool.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Absolutely. Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, you
Absolutely.
too.
Bye.
Yeah. All right. Well, I will see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good
Mhm.
rest
Yes.
of the night. Yep.
Thank you, Anusha.
Thank you,
Have a
guys.
wonderful night, you guys.
Thank
We'll see you
you.
tomorrow.
See
Good
ya.
night.
Bye.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys. Good evening. Let's give it a couple more minutes for the rest of the class to join. While we are waiting, does anyone have any questions or concerns? Did everyone finish the capture the flag? Yeah, a couple nods. Let's see. Oh, cool. Let me get the chat here. All right, we'll give it just a couple more minutes. I see a couple more folks joining here, so. I guess while we're waiting, I could kind of go over what we're going to go over today. So today is going to be a little bit hands off. I don't know if you have done the pre-reading for today, but basically we're not doing anything technical per se, but we are doing a mock interview. We'll spend the first breakout session for you to look over the questions, answer some of the interview questions on your own so that you can prepare. And for the remainder of the day, we're going to try to group you guys up with different people to do the mock interviews with, right? You'll be questioning each other, evaluating each other's answers, just so that you'll get this sort of out of the system and that we could continually build upon your skill set. Because actually, let me let me see if we have, give me 1 second. There it is.
Hello, Sean.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, good.
Yes, I've given you the co-host access now. Can you check?
Awesome. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
I do. Yep. Give you 1 second. Oh, maybe I can't do this. I was trying to do a quick poll, but it looks like I don't have the ability to edit the question. So yeah, but yeah, the interview process for cybersecurity or tech companies in general is a bit different than other interview processes that you guys may have experienced. So I do also want to spend some time at the beginning of class, just kind of go over that process with you guys, which includes that sort of technical interview where the interviews were asked different questions regarding cybersecurity and try to test out your knowledge as well as your ability to answer some of these situational questions. Again, I'll kind of go over that process with you guys at the beginning, and we'll try to do our first mock interview with the class later today. All right. With that said, I think we have most of our class in. Let's see. Let me do this. Let me try this one. Can you guys see my whiteboard? Yeah, I can see it. Cool. June, you had your hand up?
Yeah, quick question for you. For the prompt or the report that we have to do in the asset and inventory management homework area, when is that expected of us to be completed by? And
Yeah. So going forward, it's going to be a week. So I mean, we haven't technically went over it, but when we release, so basically when we sort of tell you guys to work on the project or the assessment, you'll have a week to do so. So I'm going to talk with Tony when we do the first breakout session to either release that today or tomorrow. And then whenever we release it, it will be due a week from that day. So either next Wednesday or next Thursday, depending on if we release it today or tomorrow. The term release is just when we say we're gonna tell you guys to work on it, but you guys should already see it in the LMS.
thank you for clarifying.
Yep, yep. And I also see a question in the chat where you would submit it. So in the assessment, if you go into that, the last assessment piece, it will say, you have like a button at the bottom to say, that says submit. If you click that, you'll have a place to upload your report, your screenshots. What was the other piece? And the commands that you ran into the submit form. So that's where you do it in the LMS. And then Ryan says he's going to restart your computer. Sounds good. All right, cool. So real quick, let me do this real quick. I can't do the poll, but I still want to see if I could do this full screen. Let's try this. And let's do that again. Let's try to raise our hands if you guys can. Go ahead and raise your hands in the Zoom. We'll use this as like a poll, since I can't have the poll enabled. Yeah, so everyone just go ahead and raise your hands in Zoom. If you're driving, by all means, just drive, Griffith. You don't have to, yeah, just do thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah, but if you haven't, if at the bottom where it says reaction, or you might say more with 3 dots, you'll click that and then click reactions, and it'll say raise hand. So go ahead and press raise hand. You're close. I see somebody clapping. There it is. I see. Okay. There's Ryan. Welcome back. All right. The question is going to be this. For those of you who currently are working, for those of you who are not working, are maybe a student or in a different profession, that's all good. But keep your hand up if you've had an interview process, right? Like if you had to go through multiple interviews for your current job, right? When I say multiple, let's say more than 4 interviews, right? So in order to be in your current position, you had to do, if you had more than 4 interviews, 4 or more interviews, or 4 hours or more of interviews, go ahead and keep your hand up. And for everybody else, keep your head down. There's still quite a bit of you. Okay, now it's dropping pretty quickly. I do see a couple of you with the cameras off, and Balaz, I see your camera on. So let me ask you, if you don't mind sharing what you do currently, and then how long the interview process took.
Sure. So I'm head of IT in an international or global organization right now.
Okay.
So because of the nature of that position, I had to go through many rounds with various stakeholders, and then take 2 trips to the office. I was living on the East Coast.
Yeah. And
over there, it took another 6 hours of literally sitting in front of a firing squad. So
yeah. They're very relatable, but I do want to make sure that everybody else also sort of understood what I'm about to go over next. But thank you for sharing. So to Balaz's point, not every company will do this, but a lot of the tech companies that have technical roles, you guys could keep your hand down now, will have multiple series of interviews just to make sure that you are the right candidate, right? The reason why I say this now and try to share this is because before I got into tech, I worked in the military, and there really wasn't like a whole lot of interview process. And as I was getting, prepared to get out of the military, they sent me to some career counseling stuff, and they said, get your resume ready, get ready for like interviews and, career fairs and all that. And I've went to a couple career fairs and submitted a couple of my resumes. And it was like a real quick, like, hey, do you want to work for us? Let's do it. Like it didn't really seem like an interview process. These are all government contractors and, somebody who needed clearances. So like I sort of fit into the candidate requirements. So I think that made the interview process a little bit easier. But when I decided not to join a contractor and instead go into the civilian or the private sector and into the tech industry, the interview process was completely different, right? So let me just kind of walk you through my experience applying and getting hired at multiple companies. Some of the key similarities that I've witnessed or experienced, And just to kind of give you guys that sort of high overview of what to expect, right? So let me get my notes out real quick. Where is this? Let's do this. Make it a little bit bigger. Can everyone see this? Oh, it's too big. Do you guys also see the black dots in the background? Is it harder to read, or should I use a different? Trying to see if there's like a clear background. We'll continue on. But if you guys, if it makes it harder to read, then let me know. I'll change the background. But let me start from the application. Just statistically, just so everyone's sort of, on the same page. And I say this not to scare anyone off, but it's just what I've experienced, right? And I know some of you asked, like, hey, during when we first started off the cohort, like, if we have this certificate or if we have this certification, like, does it help with the interview process? Does it help with the hiring process? Definitely it will. However, the statistics, I just want to share is that for me, at least personally, I think it's about 10%, right, of all the applications that I submit. I get about 10 to 20% of recruiters reach out to say, hey, we got your resume. We want to learn more about you. Here's a little bit about our company, right? Just that initial sort of contact, the percentage was really low, right? So after my initial sort of, when I was getting out of the military, something that I learned was, obviously they teach you, like, format your resume to fit that specific job description, the specific role for that company, which I think definitely helps. But for me, what helped me more was just volume, right? I would go to, like, every company that I was interested in, go to their career page, search for security, search for cyber, and I'll just apply at any and every company, every job that I could find. Because, like I said, statistically, the number of calls that I would get back was low, right? So, and that could be because of my lack of experience, but I'm just sharing this because I think you guys might also go through that process, because some of you may not have that IT or cybersecurity background, and you're sort of, getting into it. So just be aware and just know that you won't get callbacks on every application, but in order to raise that statistics, just apply for a lot of jobs. That means spending a lot of time filling out applications and getting your chances up, right? Go ahead, Antonino.
Question. How broad of an area did you apply for? Were you hyper-focused in one area, or were you willing to move to another state or another city or so?
Yeah, that's a good question. So initially, I was less concerned about the location. I was more concerned about the company, right? There were specific companies that I wanted to join, which were tech companies, right? So I applied for any and every tech company. And given a lot of the tech companies have their hubs, so that's a lot of cases, West Coast, we got some in the South, like Austin, Atlanta, right? We got the Northeast, right? New York, the DC metro area, the Seattle, right? So there's different tech hubs where all these tech companies would, have their offices in. So for me, it was less of an location, but more of which industry that I want to get into. And for me, it was a tech industry. So anything to do with tech, if they have tech in their application or their, in their software or whatever the case might be, I applied at any and every, right? Some of them aren't even looking, right? Some of them aren't even looking for cybersecurity roles. Some of them are looking for multiple roles, right? So if they were looking for multiple roles, I would apply at multiple roles at the same company, right? So it could be like 5 different roles. And we're going to talk about different fields within cybersecurity as well. So that also broadens your scope as well. If you're interested in like red team, blue team, you could be into like maybe developing tools for security. You could be an analyst, right? Most likely though, your initial scope will be that analyst role within the SOC. But also, if there are different interests that you have, such as like vulnerability management or threat intel, we're gonna talk about all of these when we get to blue team, but there are starting positions for those fields as well. What's more important is you getting, your foot into the door, because at the end of the day, you guys are all going to progress and meet somewhere in the middle, right? So I would say don't worry too much about your initial position. You guys will all sort of get the exposure and experience you need at that company, and move up that ladder and change different cybersecurity fields along with it. So hopefully that answered your question, Antonio. Cool.
Yeah, kind of. Thanks, man.
Awesome. Trying to make this just a box bigger without getting this cut off. There it is. Let's try that. All right, give me 1 second. God, just make it smaller, man. Okay, so you got company career page. You can also do like third-party recruiting sites, right? Like Indeed, Monster, etc., etc. And then finally, you have referrals. If you have referrals, that's the quickest and the best way to get hired. If you know a recruiter, or if you knew someone from the company that's willing to put you in as their referral, usually you'll get at least the recruiter to reach out to you and for you to talk to the hiring manager and so on and so forth. But these are just different ways that I've tried to get the initial contact with the company. And in a lot of cases, it's through their sourcer or through their recruiters. But first process is the application. And you have to treat this as like a full-time job, right? I would submit like anywhere from 10 to 20, sometimes even 30 applications a day, right? And sometimes that's just submitting a resume, or sometimes it's filling out, your information, filling out your, work experiences and all that. But just treat it as a full-time job and try to get as many applications to the industry and to the company that you're interested in. Once you get the call back, like I said, it's about anywhere from 10 to 20 to sometimes 30%, right? You'll get a call back from their recruiter. Every recruiter within that company will have a different team or a different section that they're responsible for. And you get your initial call set up. And again, this is where you talk about a little bit about yourself, and they'll tell you about the company. For this call, I try to get like a quick, a 30-second to a minute sort of introduction, like memorized. So when they call me, I don't have to think about what I did for the last 10 years. Like it was just all like very, well written, thought out, pick out all the unnecessary words, and just 30 seconds to a minute, I told them who I was, why I was interested in that company. And then, then they kind of go over like who they are and their company and all that. So I would say prepare a quick intro, right? And depending on how that initial call goes, what they're trying to look for is whether you fit the job description, well, how you could fit into the company, how whether you meet some of the check the box things that their hiring manager told the recruiters to look for, right? So if you meet that initial criteria, they, sometimes set up another call, or you'll go straight into the hiring manager call. And this is also optional as well, right? Sometimes the hiring manager call. Sometimes the hiring manager would want to talk to you. Sometimes they don't, right? They go straight into what's called the next step, if you will. So if the recruiter likes you, if the hiring manager likes you, optionally, right? you'll go to the next step, which is the screening process. This is what we're practicing today, right? You'll have the initial technical screening or interview. This is like sort of easy, kind of, you know, nothing too technical, just like, hey, you know, what is X? Can you explain what X means to me, right? It'll just be sort of like this definition type of questions, nothing too technical, like I said, but it still is a technical question. They might ask you like, hey, what is a malware? And you have to explain to them what is a malware, right? They might ask you, hey, you know, what's your favorite Linux distribution and why, right? It's not very technical, but you still need to come up with an answer. You still need to understand what a Linux is, what your favorite distro is, right? But anyway, so you have the initial technical screening. This is about 30 minutes to 1 hour. Like I said, not that bad. They might not do this. They might go straight into what's called a technical assessment. This is basically saying, hey, we have this exercise that you can do, right? It takes about about 30 minutes to an hour, where you log in somewhere that have set of questions, and then so it's more like a electronic, you know, digital prompt instead of talking to another human being. But you could do a technical assessment, or I also seen what's called a take-home assignment. This is exactly like what our sort of homework that we've been giving you, right? With the activities. If you haven't finished it, we say, hey, finish it before the next class. It's very similar to that. They'll give you a document with their set of questions, and they'll say, hey, you know, take this document, we'll send it over to you through via email. You'll have a week to submit it. And then once you're done, you know, send it back to us. And then they take a look at your assessment or your the assignment, and then determine whether they want to move you to the next process. Assuming your screening process went well, and a lot of times it goes well, right? They're not looking for reasons to, you know, drop you from that process, but it's more of a, like I said, initial just screening, like that you're not lying on your resume and you know the basics of cybersecurity, right? This is where it gets interesting. The next is called what's called an on-site interview. This changed a lot last couple of years because of COVID. So even though it's called on-site interview, a lot of times the company will just schedule you for a lot of the Zoom meetings, right? So they'll say, hey, we have all these people lined up to interview you. Give me your availability, and then we'll try to schedule you for a Zoom, right? That way, you know, they save money by not having you to, you know, move you around. They don't have to book hotels for you. They don't have to book flights. And it just makes it easier logistically to do it remotely. I don't know if they still do remotely now that people are doing return to office, but or remote. But just FYI, after you do basically the application recruiting, hiring manager, screening process, you'll get into the on-site interview. It's called loop as well, interview loops. And I'll tell you why they call it loops in just a bit. Let's see here. Before I continue, any questions so far with the process that I went through? Seems pretty. I would say up to this point, it's pretty similar, right? You guys apply, then you talk to a recruiter, then you have some sort of screening process, then you go to interview. So hopefully nothing is too out of the ordinary. This is where it gets a little bit out of control, right? So from my experience, you have anywhere from 4 to 8 rounds of interviews. And this was brutal when they did the onsite, because you literally get there the day before, and during your interview day, you start from 9 a.m. till like 5 p.m. You just interview, right? Like even lunch, they'll take you out to lunch, and then you come back and you do more interviews, right? It's just, it's brutal. You know, you take a bottle of water, take some chapstick, because you know your mouth is gonna run dry. But you know, you do a lot of interviews. Where the companies where they did like less than 5, I was very, very thankful. But there were some companies that just had multiple interviews back to back, right? About 2/3 were technical interviews. Now, so that's when I say technical interviews, you know, it's related to cybersecurity. Like, you know, they'll give you like a coding question. They'll say, hey, can you solve this? Or they might say like, hey, here's a network diagram, you know, and something happened, like, how would you fix it? Or how would you go about with this incident response? Again, this might sound all not very clear, but we're gonna cover all these topics when we get to the blue team phase. But they will give you these type of technical questions that's very focused on your day-to-day job, about cybersecurity in general. So basically, they're gonna test you on some of the requirements that were listed out in the job description, right? So that's, you know, security knowledge, some tooling, perhaps. If they say like, hey, we want you to be sufficient in using Splunk. Again, we're gonna talk about Splunk when we get the blue team. They might ask you to say, hey, can you come up with a query to search for this, right? They could, and these are just what I've experienced. Again, sometimes you won't go through coding or any of this as a SOC analyst. Different experiences, and sometimes security architecture and design. Okay, and about 1/3 were behavioral questions. So these are, where did my thing go? Okay, these are what would you do in this situation? Type of questions, right? They'll give you a scenario like, hey, this happened. What would you do in this situation, right? They'll tell you about like, you know, what's your biggest weakness and why? Or, you know, they'll ask you these type of behavioral or situational questions. And a lot of times they say prepare, you know, anywhere from 5 to 10 different stories from your, you know, professional experience, just so that you could answer these type of questions, right? They'll say, again, they'll come up with like, hey, when was the time you faced, you know, difficulty working with your coworker, and how did you overcome it? Well, you need to just come up, you know, the stories that you guys have been working on. You guys have to pull one of those stories out, make it fit into that situation, and answer it to the best of your ability. But if you go in there without preparing any stories, after about 2-3 situational questions, you guys are going to run out of things to talk about, right? So just kind of come up with, they call it STAR method, like situation, task, I think it was action that you took, and then the resolution, right? Situation, task, action, and resolution. So whenever you're sort of thinking about a story that you want to talk about, right? Think of it in those 4 formats, like, you know, situation, like I was working full-time. Maybe the question is like, how do you handle stress, or how do you manage time? You could be like, situation, I was working full-time and working, you know, or studying cyber bootcamp. The task is I need to spend all this time at family, work, and school, juggling, you know, multiple things. Action was I made sure that I had, you know, a solid calendar built out, and I was very disciplined, you know, whatever. And the results will be, you know, I was able to, you know, get promo at work, finish top of the class, whatever the case might be, right? Just think of it in those sort of 4 pillars when you're telling these stories. All right. And after, let's see, after those rounds of interviews, usually they'll ask for about a week for them to go over all of the interview results from their team, and they'll come up with the results. Usually takes about a week. Sometimes they will ask for one more interview, but that's pretty rare, right? Especially if they took those 8 rounds, it'll pretty rare that they'll ask you for additional interview. But if they're on the lower side of the interviews, they might ask you for one more just to make sure. And after that, once you get your results, you get offer or no offer, right? Basically a decision. That's from the company perspective, right? They'll either offer you a contract offer, right? Or they might not. That's sort of at the end of their process. But for you, you have some more, which is negotiations, right? Obviously, we don't have to talk about negotiations for this one, but just know that just because they offer you something, that doesn't mean you have to accept it right away, right? They'll give you some time to think about it. They'll also give you an opportunity to counter offer, right? Like, hey, maybe I should get more base pay, or maybe I should get more stock options, or whatever the case might be, right? Tony, you had your hand up?
Yeah. I've been contacted by a few of the students. They're saying they're not able to see your screen correctly. So.
Oh, okay. Let me reshare. Maybe that'll.
The screen's interactive. You can scroll down to, you guys can move it. I was able to scroll on the screen, so maybe that's probably why.
Oh no. Did I just wipe everything out? Let me see. Let's hope it saves. Whiteboard. Presentation. Open board. Can you guys see my screen? And the whiteboard?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let me go ahead and make this full screen again. Oh no, what did I do? All right, cool. Awesome. Yes, but yeah, you got negotiations to basically talk about, compensation, benefits, starting date, etc., etc. Let me stop here just to see if any of you guys have any questions, or any maybe feedback on what you expected, or maybe how different it was from your previous interviews. For me, it was definitely a different experience. Like I said, military, it's just you sign a paper, you go to basic training, and you're pretty much done, right? But here, they really wanted to make sure that you are the right candidate, and also it gives you, the candidate, the opportunity to see if you want to work for this company and the team, because you're going to meet the hiring manager, you're going to meet all the members of their team that they're hiring for, and you kind of get the sense like, hey, they seem like real nice people, the company seems like real, nice. Or sometimes you get the opposite vibe, like, oh, they look like they work nonstop, and the people that I'm interviewing with, they seem really tired and lethargic, and because they'll give you, when you have these interviews, right, these rounds of interviews, they're about an hour long, but they'll ask about 30 to 40 minutes of questions. The last 10 minutes, they'll say, hey, do you have any questions for us, right? So I get to ask a lot of questions too. And that's when I sort of figure out, like, if I want to work for this company with these people or not, right? So go ahead, Robert.
I was wondering if you could elaborate on some of the questions that you would ask them.
Good question.
why.
So yeah, so once you're hired, they also make you go through some sort of a training, depending on the company, on how to interview other folks, other candidates. Usually, basically you guys will do that today. You'll be given a series of questions and what to look for within those questions, and basically like this scoring metric. They'll say, hey, for this question, how well did they answer? And then you get to say, highly recommend, or maybe you'll say not recommend, or you might say, oh, recommend, but maybe for a different role or something like that, right? So again, when we finish this, you guys will get into the breakout rooms with another individual to say, okay, and you'll get to see that form where there's like a question, and for the evaluation piece, you guys get to evaluate, depending on the rubric, how well they answer, how you would give them, basically a score, if you will, for each of the questions. Does that answer your question, Robert? Or were you specifically asking for what type of questions I would ask?
Yeah, I was just wondering more about what type of questions you would ask, and I guess how that correlates with what you were looking for in your search for employment at the time.
Yeah, so for me, because I did have cybersecurity background, I didn't apply for any of the SOC analyst role, but for the SOC analyst roles that you guys will be applying for, it'll be a lot to do with a lot of the cases, a lot of the alerts that would come in, security alerts, security events, like what would happen if this event came in, or they might ask you like, for these type of alerts, what are your steps to triage them? Or what do you think happened in this case when somebody got their account locked out, or whatever the case might be? For me specifically, I applied for a lot of the engineering roles. So that dealt more with tooling, coding, and different sort of security designs and architecture. So they might, for one of the rounds, they might say, hey, here's a problem, right? Here's a, let's say here's a file with a bunch of IP addresses in it. I want you to write a Python code that will extract all the IP addresses out and, count the unique IP addresses, or whatever. Those will be sort of the coding type of questions. The tooling will be more like, for the specific tool, how would you improve performance, or how would you use this tool to search across, like, I don't know, million log events, right? If it has a huge amount of data set, like how would you parse through the data to get the data that you want? So to better answer your question, it will be broken down into an interview for coding specifically, interview specifically for like maybe incident response, if you apply for incident response roles, or if you apply for like SOC analyst, it'll be an hour long of just your experiences and or what you would do in these type of situations for that specific role. Does that answer your question, Robert? Maybe I'm not.
No, it does. Thank you.
Cool. Any other questions? Again, I don't think there's going to be anywhere. It'll be closer to 4 for when you first start off interview process. But I just want to kind of go over this process. So if they do, call back, but it's just like a recruiter saying, hey, whatever, here's my name. Just expect after that call, you'll get maybe another call from the hiring manager, or you'll get into the screening process with one of the team members for them to say, yeah, let's move to the next process. And usually it'll be, I think for like a security analyst role, it'll be anywhere from like 3 to 4 interviews where they talk about your personal experiences, your strengths and weaknesses, and your security knowledge, right? And then, yeah, offer, no offer, and negotiations. If there are no questions, oh, sorry, Justin, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. This might be too early to ask, but when it comes to somebody who's graduated from this program, is it generally they're going to be a SOC analyst that you've seen as kind of like a trend, or what type of roles do you see people gravitate towards?
I would say majority is the SOC analyst. However, every student is different. I've seen some students come in and they're like really strong in coding. And for those students, they might not go into SOC analyst, but more of an engineering role, right? They might go straight into like security engineering and say, oh, you know, maybe I'll work more on coding aspect of it. For a person like Balaz, who has IT background, they probably won't start from the security analyst role, or you know, if they want to, they can, right? But usually they'll try to do more of a lateral move at that point. Well, they'll keep, you know, that sort of level of responsibility from the IT department, but maybe they'll move over to cybersecurity, or you know, whatever the case might be, or just broaden their scope. So they have IT background and now have cybersecurity knowledge to kind of broaden the scope to where they could apply for. But generally speaking, if you have no cybersecurity background and this is like your first hands-on, and you know, after you graduate, most likely you'll apply for cybersecurity analyst or SOC analyst, because that is not only an entry position, but also a position where you'll get a lot of experience. This is where all the alerts come in, all the logs come in, like you will have the firsthand experience with everything. And anything that's really technical, you could escalate to SOC analyst level 2 or different engineers. But I would also recommend, if you don't have any cybersecurity background, that SOC analyst and cybersecurity analyst is a good position to start from, because you know, like again, you'll have a lot of experience going in. You'll meet different people that you could kind of bounce ideas with, because you don't want to get too high up in the position and kind of feel like, you know, it's overwhelming, right? So, and sometimes you won't get that exposure as well. They might just give you like very specific cases that fits your team. Like if you only work in vulnerability, you're only going to get vulnerabilities. If you work in incident response, you're only going to get incidents. Whereas a SOC analyst, you're going to get all of it. And then you're going to escalate to different teams. However, you still get to see it. You get to see what it is, how other teams solve it, and so on and so forth. Right? Did that help answer your question, Justin?
Yeah, no, that was awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Actually, let me read the comments here. All right, let's see. Let me scroll to the top. Yep. Okay. That some jobs require you some time of certificate like CompTIA. Yes, especially government jobs. They love certifications, right? And this is why when I went to those job fairs, I had a couple of certifications. I gave them a resume, and then I had a clearance. They're like, "Oh, you know, when can you start?" Like it was literally like that day, and they just looked at my. I could be lying on my resume, so that's why I was like, "Are you sure you want to hire me right off the bat?" But yeah, the governments love certifications. Contractors love them even more. So if you're into that part of the industry, by all means, get those certifications. However, even if you're not in the government sector, the private sector will also, at the bottom of the job description, you'll say, hey, we prefer that you have some level of certification, either the Security Plus, CISSP, or some AppSec, like pen test type of certifications. At the bottom, we'll say, hey, it's preferred but not required, right? It will just have that sort of jargon at the bottom of the job description. But yeah, by all means, if you don't have cybersecurity experience, you could always make your resume stronger by adding some certifications to it. Let's see, is there supposed to be words on the screen? Yes, sorry, but yes. Hopefully you can see the screen now, or the words. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, yes. It's when you say, okay. Okay, I think I solved that problem. So is it okay to make up or embellish stories? Ooh, I would not make up stories. However, you could kind of exaggerate a little bit, right? But I won't make up stories, because you don't want to, it's ethically not the right thing to do, right? You just want to make sure that you talk about your experiences and your story. However, you could kind of exaggerate a little bit, right? But I wouldn't make up like something from scratch. That's too much. I'm trying to think personally, if I sort of exaggerate on some of the stories, I'll probably exaggerate a little bit when I was getting out of the military, like, oh yeah, I was doing this for the Army, but I was, right? But maybe not to like, how great of a, probably not as great as I said I was, but I still did it, right? I still know the tools that I was talking about. Yeah, exaggerate, don't make it up, right? Screen text disappeared again, sorry. Hopefully that's fixed now. Good rule of thumb, be authentic. Yes. These people interview a ton of folks that are pretty good at yeah, absolutely. To Alex's point, be authentic, be yourself, right? Because you're going to work for them, right? You're interviewing for the company, but you're also sort of looking at the company as well and seeing if you're a good fit for the company, to the team. You don't want to, there's a saying, fake it till you make it, but you don't want to be that type of fake where you're not even yourself anymore, right? So just, yep, to Alex's point, stay authentic. Min shared some salaries. Yeah, that's a lot of money. With the inflation currently, that's good. That's good money. So go get it, guys. Just thought this is interesting. Yeah, definitely interesting. I love salaries. Hold on. So what are some of the CS positions titles ranging from entry level to mid level to senior? We're going to talk about this probably on our next career prep. We're going to talk about different cybersecurity fields, and the positions and the titles, right? But as a rule of thumb, SOC analyst or cybersecurity analyst, anything with like an analyst is an entry level position. But if this says like senior analyst or principal analyst, obviously those aren't entry positions, right? But if it just says analyst, more than likely it's a starting position. But also check the job description, because they'll say how many years of experience they expect for those roles. Mid, you could get into like senior analyst, or you could sort of get into engineering, or you could get into those specific positions like incident response, vulnerability management, threat intel, threat hunt, and all that sort. And senior, obviously anything with the senior title or principal or staff, those are all senior and up positions. And then Antonio said, Min, where do you live? Okay, cool. Oh, to get those salaries. I think that's national average, or I don't know. It looks like he got it from Google, but again, a lot of these companies are centralizing those tech hubs where the competition is pretty fierce. So to get those talent, they are willing to pay. But obviously, if you're hired at a company where there aren't a lot of tech presence or a lot of competition, meaning there's a lot of you and less of the company, then they'll have the upper hand, and maybe they could kind of, I don't know, negotiate to their favor. But a lot of times, especially during COVID time, like they just could not get enough talent, so they'll just throw paper at you. What I mean by paper, money, right? So to get you hired or onboarded. So, but I would say that's probably West Coast, East Coast type of salary, right? Especially the top earners, 146,000. That seems pretty high for entry, but they're the top earners. Yep, Kelly, there it is, Min. Yes, go Lakers. Okay, COLA is relevant. Yes, cost of living. Yep. Is it easier to start gov job? Yes and no, right? If you have clearance, very easy. If you don't have clearance, it's still not hard, but you have to wait till you get your clearance. So they will hire you. You just can't do anything until you get your clearance. And there are some requirements to get that clearance. And depending on what level of clearance, that time changes. But I would say it's easier to get a gov job than commercial. Just, I don't know, my experience. And it says also, do you get a cert or cert prep in this program? You get certificate of completion, which is different than certification. This is what I tried to explain earlier in the program. A certification, an IT certification or security certification, is what you get from those certifying bodies, CompTIA, SANS, all that sort. They have their own training program. And you'll have to take a test, 3-hour test or a 24-hour test, whatever the case might be. You have to pass that test to get the certification. And each certification you have to pay for, which is different than our program, which is a boot camp. You get certificate of completion. So you don't get an industry certification. For cert prep, I don't, Tony, are we still doing CISA, or is that out? Maybe you have more context.
From my understanding, that's not part of it at the moment.
Okay, so no cert prep. You'll get prep in cybersecurity, not prep in any of the certifications. Balaz, depending on your background, it might be easier. Cybersec is higher. Yep, but you might make better money in the private sector. Yeah, very, very true to what he said. Cybersecurity is high priority anywhere and everywhere, right? Even those companies that are laying off, usually cybersecurity is there, right? You can't, it's already small amount of people to begin with, so they can't lay off more than that they have, and they're always hiring, right? Article on many people lying on cybersecurity. Oh yeah, let's not lie on your resumes. Integrity, please. Yep. And yes, integrity is super important in IT in general. Yes. And also HR screening for these things. So better to be boring but having integrity. Yes. Antonino, Balaz, absolutely. Don't lie on your resume. Be authentic, and integrity matters, right? Funny story, real quick. I had an interview with this person. He said 20 years on the cybersecurity, and he was able to fool the recruiter. And I got the first initial interview with him. He had no idea what I was talking about, and it came out. He literally came out and said, "Oh, I don't really know how to do this, but I'll be, really good at learning all this." But at that point, once I was told that, I can't moving forward in the interview process, because at that point, I don't care how good that person is in his heart, like, the integrity is out the window at this point. So it's yes. So keep it legit. Listen to the latest Darknet Diaries podcast. It's about job interview. Yeah, absolutely. So if you haven't already, there's a lot of great resources on YouTube that I think it's called like Dr. something. But he does like Security Plus, Network Plus type of classes for free. It's all recorded on YouTube. There's a lot of podcasts out there. So if you have time, do tune into some of these just to get some latest news. You don't have to watch from beginning to end, but just to get the latest news. Min says, for SOC positions, do companies ask for a rotating 24/7 shift schedule, like day and night shift, since some system? Yeah, so that's the thing about tech companies. They give you a lot of money, but a lot of times they have what's called an on-call schedule. And SOC positions, depending on the company. If you join a big enough company, they do what's called the follow the sun model. So you just work your hours, right? Like 9 to 5. And then someone from India is going to pick up from their 9 to 5. And then they're going to pass it on to someone from Asia Pacific, like Australia. They're going to pick it up and then hand it off to you at your 9 to 5 again. So you never work outside of your working hours. However, not every company could provide that. So you might do 12 on, 12 off. You might do, 24-hour on-call and then no on-calls for the rest of the month. Every company is going to be different. However, depending on the company, you might be asked to be on a shift, but they will work with you. If you say you can't do graveyard shift, you can't do, whatever shift because of family, because of whatever reason, they will put you in a shift that you prefer. And a lot of times, if it is a shift work, they will say it in the job description. Like, this is for this shift, from this time to that time, right? So just be mindful that it is not out of the ordinary that people are asked 24/7, not from you, but they're operational wise. And you might have to pull on different shifts, but all depends, what works for you, what works for the company. All right, Pam says a lot of these CS jobs say BA is required. Yeah, and I would say this in the job description, and this is again personal experience, but if you meet every single line in the job description, what that tells me is that I am overqualified, right? Even though I met everything, that tells me personally that I'm overqualified for this job. So what I try to do is I try to look for a job that I may meet about 75% to 85 or 80% of the job description. I at least want to leave a couple things that I'm not qualified for, or at least I want to learn more about, so that once I get this job, there's a growth opportunity. If you already know how to do everything from the job description, just personally, it tells me that I may be overqualified. I might get the job, and it's the same thing that I've been doing at my previous job. So why am I changing in the first place? But to your point, they might ask for that bachelor's, especially for government. They might say, hey, you need this or you need that. But you know, I've seen both cases. I've seen a lot of coworkers that never went to college. That's top of their game. Again, I don't know how they got hired, if that's a requirement, right? But I can't really say it because I have a degree. But however, I've also seen a lot of people who have no degrees that are still in the industry doing perfectly fine. So maybe Tony, if you have more context to whether a degree is required or not.
So with that respect, I would say that anytime you're looking at, especially when it comes to companies, because governments are a little bit different, but when it comes to the private sector, when it comes to these companies, and you look at the requirements of the job, that's really more like a desired checklist, right? They're really saying, if possible, we would prefer that they have a bachelor's degree, right? We would prefer that they have skills in this. We would prefer they know how to use Snort. We would prefer that they already know how to be able to have this skill, to how to be able to use Linux and so on. Now, do you necessarily have to have that? Not necessarily, right? So you could be able to go ahead and apply. Like Sean was saying, even if you have only like 75% of the qualifications, 80% of the qualifications, you can still go ahead and apply. And then I would say, let them decide whether or not to then call you for an interview, right? If you get called for an interview, regardless of how many of the qualifications for the position you actually meet, keep in mind that by the time they go ahead and call you for that interview, that means they're interested. They know that you are going to be bringing some value to that position, and that's why they're calling you for that interview. Now, of course, that also ties in with what was being said earlier, right? You don't want to embellish necessarily beyond the point of reason. You don't want to make up lies. You don't want to make up stories because of that data integrity. Because as a cybersecurity, when we're just dealing with security in general, part of that is we're going to be dealing with sensitive information, right? So they want to know that they can trust you. That's why we have that integrity there. And if once you break that integrity, that's what kind of disables you from being a candidate to go further, to be able to go ahead and actually seriously consider whether or not they should hire you. But if they're calling you, if they're already showing interest, then even though you didn't meet all their checklists, right, then they're still saying, hey, this is somebody that looks like they're skillful. They look like they can know what they're doing. And so it'll take just a little bit of effort on our part to be able to go ahead and onboard them, to be able to train them. And so then we want them anyway, right? So I would say, regardless, anytime you see a position, if it looks interesting, if you look like the majority of the stuff that they're asking for is what you have, or you have another way to demonstrate that knowledge, right? So here they're asking for a bachelor's because they want a certain degree of knowledge. But if you're able to show, hey, I don't have a bachelor's, but I have this certificate of completion from this boot camp. I may not have gotten a degree related to this, but I have this certification from CISA, right, for example, right? Or CompTIA or something like that. Then that's going to go ahead and kind of give them another reason to be able to go ahead and say, yeah, let's hire them anyway. So I would say, don't rule yourself out. Let them be the ones to decide that, no, you're not a fit for this job, and apply anyway.
Well said. Thank you, Tony. Robbie, I realized you had your hand up. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. I just wanted to ask more about the certifications. For instance, like if you guys had any thoughts on vendor neutral certifications versus vendor certifications, which one kind of has more value, specifically towards people with like no IT background. After completing this bootcamp, I was looking against getting some of these certifications like Security Plus, Network Plus, or AWS. So yeah, I just kind of was wondering your thoughts on value between each.
Yeah. My take on it is the vendor specific or gender neutral doesn't, did I say gender? I'm sorry, vendor vendor specific or vendor neutral, I don't really care about. However, there are industry-wide sort of top skill sets that they're looking for. AWS, you mentioned, is huge. Whether you're working in security, engineering, or wherever you go, if you have AWS experience, it's great. Not just AWS, if you have any cloud experience, that's great news. Security Plus, Network Plus, they're all great things. I personally like networking, so I went with a couple of Cisco certifications as well. Doesn't hurt at all. It really, at the end of the day, should help you get experience and the knowledge in that realm. But any certification will help out in your resume. Even if it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some certifications that doesn't really require tech. Can't think of anything right now on top of my head, but whatever, all the certificates that you just mentioned are great choices, right? They're good entry level sort of certifications, not too difficult, right? As long as you study a little bit, you will pass these certifications, and they're not too expensive, right? So Security Plus, Network Plus, basically anything from CompTIA should help you out, not only on your resume, but also just help you expand your knowledge, right? Again, if you're into networking, go with any of the Cisco or whatever networking certifications. Cloud, also a big one. Once you get a little bit more experience, there are higher level tiers of certifications, if you will, like CASP, CISSP, CASP, right? There's like even SANS, right? Those are a little bit more security focused, a little bit more pricier, but still industry-wide, they're accepted, as good as a degree, right? If you have a lot of SANS certifications, like they know that you know how to do XYZ, and it's very specific to that certification. Whereas some other certifications are not, right? Like for instance, I have a CEH, Certified Ethical Hacker, one of the worst. I hate that certification. Not only did it not help me with my knowledge, it's just it just wasn't. I just didn't like it. Right? I didn't like the testing of it. I didn't like the questions. And to be honest, nobody really asked me about certifications during the interviews. So that's why I stopped taking certifications. At my point in my career, it didn't help me either way. It didn't really help me with the knowledge part. It didn't really help me with the getting the job part. So I stopped a couple years ago, but until the point where I was satisfied, I took a lot of certifications, and it helped me, more than it did not. There are some better certifications over worse. We're gonna talk about certifications as well on our next career prep, but the ones you mentioned, all great choices. Hopefully that answered your question there.
Yeah, it did. Thanks, Sean.
Cool. Yep. Antonino, go ahead.
Thanks for elaborating on certifications. So, in my case, I had like 4 certifications in project and program management. Some of the prerequisites for PMP require you to have 5 years of experience or 5+ years. But when you're out looking for a job, just to have those certificates, I was just wondering, in tech, the tech certificates, I know in my case, it didn't equate to experience. The key word was experience here. Do tech certificates, are they looked at as having experience, or are they just something that you studied for and passed? And then, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the latter, right? So it's more of
like the latter portion, because you're right, because at some point you can have 20 certifications but not have the experience.
Right. Some certifications in cybersecurity, they will ask minimum 5 years, 10 years, right? Like for instance, CISSP will require you to have some experience in cybersecurity, and they ask someone with CISSP to sponsor you, to back up your experiences. Then they will give you that certification, right? So there are some of those higher tier certifications that go through that process to make sure that you have the experience, not just knowledge, the experience to back it up. But the other ones that we talked about usually don't, right? And sometimes they do have other requirements, like you have to get this certification to better prepare you for the next certification. A good example is Cisco, right? You start with CCNA, then you go to CCNP, then you go to CCNE, right? If you don't have the previous ones, doesn't necessarily block you from taking the upper echelon of certifications, but you're not going to pass. It's just because the level of difficulty, rises significantly, right? So there's that sort of step process, but those entry level certifications don't necessarily equate to experience, but more knowledge. But the higher echelon of certifications you go, it does back up with experience, because without experience, just with knowledge alone, it's hard to get that. With knowledge, with experience, you get that additional knowledge that you need to pass those certifications. So I would say the answer is it depends. But for the entry ones, it's more knowledge focused than the actual years of experience focused. Did that answer your question, Antonino?
Yeah, I kind of did. Certifications are a funny thing, depending on what sector you're going into. I guess another thing is just since cybersecurity is so broad, like a lot of other sectors, you don't want to just take certifications just for the sake of it. At least only take certifications that are relevant to what you're doing currently. That would, if that makes sense. Or else you'll have like 50 certifications that mean nothing.
Yeah, well, to add to that point, the certifications that Robbie mentioned, those are all great entry level certifications. I'll take it regardless. The Security Plus, Network Plus. I think you also mentioned AWS. Really great certifications to get into that doesn't require a lot of investment, right? What I mean by investment is if you guys finish this course and take the Security Plus after reading some of the questions, you guys will pass, right? It's obviously you guys have to study a little bit, but it's not going to be that much of investment. But then once you have the Security Plus, it definitely helps the hiring manager, whoever, let them know, oh, this person may not have cybersecurity background, but at least they have Security Plus certification, right? It just kind of backs up your statement. And to the other point, once you're out of that sort of introductory certifications, it's really hard to go after more and more certifications, because one, you need to do their set of training, and you have to pay them a lot of money, and you have to keep up. Like your certifications expire, so you have to like keep up with all the. It's a headache, and so it's, even if you want to collect them all like Pokemons, it's really difficult. So but to that point, pick the one you really like, have the company pay for it, and then get that certifications if you have that benefit, right? So do some research, and find the industry, find the certification that works for you, right? Cool. Let me get through some of these more questions that came up. So Ryan said, thoughts on AI's impact in the cybersecurity industry. I think it's there's pros and cons. Pro in that it's going to help you answer some questions if you're allowed to use it. However, it also introduces a new field in cybersecurity, because currently there is no security in AI. You share as much information you want, and you don't know what that information or data is being stored at, how it's being, how secure is the interaction with the AI? I don't know. It's a new sort of industry. So I'm sure that someone's gonna get their privacy, jeopardized, and there's gonna be a new incident headline like, oh, ChatGPT leaked out all these social security numbers, or whatever, right? I don't know. And then it's gonna start hiring a bunch of cybersecurity professionals, right? Alex said, was it? Oh no. Okay, so Bilal said helps the good guys, helps the bad guys. It's win-win. So nowadays they're actually putting limitations on what type of questions you could ask. Back in the day, you could ask ChatGPT like, "Hey, I want to create this exploit for this operating system," and it will help you create one. Now it will say, "Hey, that's outside our policy," right? Back in the day, it was wild, wild west. Now there's more limitations on what you could do, what kind of answer they'll provide back. So probably limit the effect of the bad guys. However, if the bad guys were to hack ChatGPT and start collecting all these questions and start using it for their benefit, then there's a whole different problem that we got to deal with. So it just opens another door for potential exploit, potential vulnerability. But that is a win-win for us, because that means more job opportunities, right? Makes having CS skill set more valuable, in my opinion. Yeah, agree. What if I have a BA in something that has nothing to do with the tech field? Would it still be favorable to put in my resume? Absolutely, right? any degree, any certification, any experience, it all helps, right? Put it on there. And this is where you could put in part of the story. Like, hey, I majored in this, but this is why I changed everything and I went into cyber. There could be a great story to tell during the situational questionnaire. Having a BA on there won't hurt for sure, absolutely. Hoping this isn't waste of time and money. Is that related to AI or maybe I'm missing the context? Hopefully we're not wasting money or time. Same. Are you guys referring to the certification, the AI, or Penn, Wilson? Oh, this course. Yeah, hopefully you guys aren't wasting time or money. Yeah. Okay, especially for someone like me, zero tech and no BA. My sister-in-law had no tech experience and a non-tech BA. But it's kind of working in the system. It's like 6 figures. Good for you, Henry. Our sister-in-law, yeah. She started as a desktop support tech and learned stuff on her own. Never too late to learn. Absolutely, totally agree. Totally agree there. And again, the most important thing is getting your foot in the door, not necessarily getting the position or the salary that you want, because eventually you're all gonna meet somewhere in the middle. And the more exposure, the better. So, but yeah, don't worry about the degree. That's when I first started off, I didn't have a degree. I earned it as I went. So don't let that be a showstopper for you. It really is not, right? They're more looking towards your skill set, you as a person, than whether you have a 4-year degree or not. That's just really irrelevant. But some companies might harp on that, but that tells you that company doesn't have the right value set in the first place. So it's just FYI. Don't get discouraged about the no degree part there. Yep. So Irving says, I agree. I have a BS, bachelor's, but not in tech. Yep. Again, perfectly fine. What is the best cert I can take after this bootcamp? There's a lot of options. I would probably start with Security Plus, right? Easy to take, not that expensive. And, I think it was like $100 or something. You could put it on your resume. Antonino said, Cameron, if you type in the specific certification name in LinkedIn, you can find out what cert is being asked by most organizations. Oh, I didn't know that. Good. I find that CompTIA Security Plus reigns supreme right now, especially with the entry. Absolutely. Like I said, Security Plus, it's like a go-to entry-level certification. You can't go wrong with that one. So if you can't make up your mind, start Security Plus. Because even if you fail, it's not that expensive. Like I said, it's like $100. This course, yes. Thanks, Anthony. Yep. This is your entry, need to learn the basics. Oh, okay, so this is going back to Pam. Yeah. With this course, can we bypass the help desk position? Yes, Joel, that is the goal of this course, is not to get you into tech, but into cybersecurity, right? What you will be learning in this course will hopefully be way more than what an IT support help desk are able to do. They are tech, right? They're still dealing with tech, the assets, computers, Linux. So anything that you learned in asset management, they should be able to know how to do it, right? The IT folks or the help desk. But now we're getting into coding. Now we're getting to red team, how to hack. Now we're getting to blue team, how to set up firewalls and all that sort. So the goal of this course is to get you to the entry level position for cybersecurity, SOC analyst and whatever, right? Not into right. So yes, Pam. Yes, hopefully you're not wasting time and money, and that you're getting a lot out of this course. And then Balaz says, our help desk guys know 10% of this, what we learn here. There it is. So hopefully that helped everyone understand what we just went over. Hopefully that helped you answer some of the questions. And we'll have multiple of these career preparations sporadically throughout the cohort. obviously you don't have to wait till then. If you have questions, do Slack me or the channel, whatever cyber related questions or job related questions. We'll try our best to answer them, but try to bring as many questions as you want, or as you please, right? Like, what's the day-to-day job look like, or what are some of the expectations? Right now we're just going over the interview process, but later we'll talk about the different industries within the cybersecurity space, different certifications, and so on and so forth, right? But definitely bring your own questions too. If you're interested in some field that we don't really go deep dive into, we'll try our best to answer them to the best of our ability, right? Cool. Oh, Pam, with that said, I do want to share a personal story. So my wife is also a bootcamp graduate. She's currently working at Amazon, but she did a different bootcamp. She did software engineering bootcamp, but now she's working at Amazon, which is like one of the top tech tiers as well. So, and she did psychology in college, no tech background whatsoever. So hopefully that tells you. And same for me, right? I'm a bootcamp graduate, but technically in the military, right? Military has their own set of cyber bootcamp style thing that I went through, but technically I'm a bootcamp graduate as well. So hopefully that doesn't that helps you understand some of the benefits, right?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure, like, I have zero tech. I don't have a degree in tech. I did psychology, working with children. So it's a completely different field I'm going into. So I just want to make sure that this is definitely the right step in the right direction in working remotely, and just want to make sure.
Exactly. My wife is in the same boat. She did psychology. She was trying to go social work. She didn't like it. And she was trying to get into like arts. And I was like, oh, maybe, if you're interested, I got different options. And, she basically military made her quit her job, and we're traveling all over the place. So she couldn't like settle down and get a job. When I got out of the military, we're thinking about her career, and I recommended a boot camp. And then, like I said, she had no tech background. I mean, she still kind of struggles with the technical background aspect of it, but in terms of software engineering, like she learned it through boot camp. And then, like I said, now she works at Amazon. So I wouldn't say boot camp is the answer. It's the person that's taking the boot camp, right? The boot camp, we could only get you so far. It's up to you to like really study, get all of these knowledge in your head, do a lot of practice. So, because I'll tell you this, right? From my experience teaching folks, some folks come out like strong, like they're good candidates. I would hire them myself. Some just does bare minimum, like they do the minimum to graduate, but it's the person, not the course will get you prepared to a certain point, but it's really up to that person to really invest time to learn, to ask questions, and get to that level. Not only do you know the content, but you're like motivated and you're really into it. I see those people more be successful than the other students who just like that we have to like push them like, hey, submit your homework, and they just don't, right? And then we try to like pull them, but it's the bootcamp is great. But however, you also need to put in a lot of time, not just, hey, here's my completion certificate of completion, hire me, right? You actually have to go through the interviews as well, and you have to practice interviewing and all that sort. So it's the full package. So hopefully that helped.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Okay. There's more questions. Sorry. So let me go through some of these questions, and we'll get into the breakout rooms. It says, Joel said, with this course, can we bypass? Yes, we can. And then it says our help desk. Okay. And then it says, does your company offer entry-level CS positions? Just curious. Yep, Joe. Again, referrals are great. Look at career pages, and like what I did was I basically created an Excel sheet. Every position I apply for, I put it on there, put the link to the career page that I applied to, and it was like hundreds of entries, right? And the ones I don't get, ones I just get like automatic rejections, like, hey, thanks for applying, it's filled, or whatever the case might be. I just wipe them out, cross it out. But it was just a shotgun, right? Just blast my resume everywhere. And But yeah, anyways, keep applying. You could potentially start applying now and just, get some practice with the interviews and just understand how the process goes. But I'll probably wait till we get to the red team or blue team so that you have the knowledge to back up. If you have the opportunity to interview, you have some knowledge as well. It says that's where I want to work. Yeah, me too. Wilson, amazing. Amazon just reassuring things. Yep. Brendan, would you say skill set plus interview presentation are as of more value than credentials? Oh, absolutely. Nobody. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. When I interview someone and I look at their resume, I don't look at their education background. I look at their experience background and I say, okay, what do they do? If they don't have that, then I try to pick it out of them during the interview. Like, hey, like what is SSH, right? What's the difference between SSH? What port does it use? I try to just understand how knowledgeable that person is rather than where did you go to college or what did you study? That to me doesn't really tell me more about their knowledge or their skill set. Like I'm more interested about that person and their technical background or technical skill set, and just the person aspect of it, right? Like if they're going to be a good fit for a team versus not. So the education part, it's really, maybe it's something that recruiters would look for. It's not something that I would, or someone from my team would look for, right? And then my wife just walked in and asked if she can do this. She's not in tech, she's psychology. Yeah, I mean, I did it. I didn't have any tech background. My wife did it. She didn't have a tech background. There's some of you who didn't do it, who didn't have any technical background. It's harder, right? I'm not gonna say it's easier. If you don't have any tech background, you never heard of terminal and you're typing commands away, it's definitely gonna be harder, but it's not, the bootcamp is created for that purpose, for someone who don't have backgrounds to come in with the motivation to, pick up this stuff and use it, right? But yeah, tell your wife she's more than welcome to do it. And then what is it with psychology grads? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like that's all of the questions. And I've been talking quite a bit. So if there are no other questions, actually, are there any questions? Are there any more questions? Certifications, bootcamp, cyber jobs, applications, interviews, whatever. All right, there's no questions. Let me close this whiteboard out real quick. Let me share my other screen and we'll get into the breakout rooms. All right, so for today, it's 9 o'clock. So we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna do interview prep. So what I wanna do is, let's do this. Instead of let me think. 9 o'clock, 10, 10:30. Let's do this. Let's spend the first 20 minutes by yourselves reading over the questions, coming up with short answers or however way you want to answer it. Don't write it down. Just think about how you're going to say it, what you're going to say. If you have time, write down some notes. But I want this to be more realistic, where you're not going in there with a written answer. I want you to practice answering it from your head, right? So let's do this. First 20 minutes we'll spend by ourselves going over the questions, kind of thinking about what answers how I'm gonna answer it. But again, don't write the answers, just prepare it in your mind. And then after that 20 minutes, we're gonna start partnering you with another person, and you guys will answer or ask each other these questions. And the person who's asking the question will evaluate the answer of the other person. And then you guys are gonna rotate the positions. So the other person is gonna ask now and you're gonna be answering, right? And how you'll do that, you'll open this link here. You'll make a copy of this Google Doc. And here it is. So the first person will ask, hey, what does the Linux store its logs? The other person will answer. You'll write, oh, that was a good answer. Or, maybe elaborate on something that you missed, right? And then give them a rating, right? And then once you guys go through all the questions, switch so that the person who was asking is now answering, the other person is going to be asking. And then we'll do that. And when we come back towards the end of it, I have another form that I want to share with you guys with different type of answers, from real good answers to real bad answers, where you guys kind of evaluate, oh, you know, for you to kind of look at and experience, or, you know, kind of practice the good answers. Like how, next time, if I'm given these type of questions, how can I better answer like that looks like this, right? Yeah, so we'll do that towards the end of the class. Hopefully we'll have time to do at least 2 interviews. But yeah, since it's getting closer to time, let's spend the first 20 minutes for the practice part, and then we'll come back for the interviews, right? Tony, if you had the breakout rooms created, or yeah, let's do that. Let's do breakout rooms. I don't know if we could create that many breakout rooms. If you can't, Tony, we'll do the 2 groups, and we'll give them time to practice, and then we'll do broadcasts like, hey, start interviewing now, and then we could do that way. I don't know if we could create like 20+ rooms.
I have a question, Sean.
Go ahead.
Are we submitting this form?
No, this is strictly for your benefit. Just practice. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
How are we looking, Tony? Do you need more time or?
Just a little more time.
Cool. While Tony is working on that, anyone else with any other questions? These are great questions. I usually don't get this many questions, so it's really good that you guys are interested and you have some curiosity within the field, within the job market. I would say this, lately, the tech market has somewhat dipped in its hiring frenzy, right? Because of some of the layoffs that are going on at the very top. But just because the top is not hiring doesn't mean everybody else is not hiring, right? So I'm sure you guys follow the news, but like Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, they did like a big rounds of layoff. Not just tech, right? A lot when they do layoffs, it's usually the recruiters that get laid off first, then like operations, you know, business, marketing, all that, and then it goes to tech. And usually when they do layoffs, it never gets to tech, but this time they actually did manage to go all the way down to tech. So a lot of the tech folks got laid off as well. But again, these are just top companies that have, you know, a lot of employees. So it's you know, just because they're not hiring at this time doesn't mean everybody else is not hiring. Just FYI, right? Because my wife, like I said, she works at Amazon, and she had like a scare when they're going through the layoffs. But you know, obviously she wasn't impacted, but it does happen, and that sort of changes the market dynamic just a bit, but it's not a game stopper, is what I want to say.
I had a random question, Sean.
Sure, go ahead.
What are the difference in responsibilities between SOC analyst or security analyst level 1, 2, 3, 4, senior analyst? Like, what is the actual difference?
Yep. Again, the best answer is that it's going to depend on the company and how they're structured. But in general, what these analysts or security analysts or SOC analysts will do is basically you have this company and you have different assets, laptops, you have different servers, you have different things that you need to protect and secure. Well, they produce what's called logs. We went over a couple of logs in this course. We're going to talk more about it when we get to Blue Team. With those logs, what we could do is create detections, create alerts, basically saying, hey, I see these authentication logs, someone logging in, but let's say yeah, let's say Robbie, you logged in at 2 a.m. when you're supposed to log in from 9 to 5. Well, that's going to create an alert, and it's going to, that alert ticket is going to go to the SOC, and one of the analysts is going to pick it up and say, oh, I got a ticket that says someone logged in at off hours. Let me investigate. Hey, what's going on? Maybe I'll look at your endpoint. Maybe I'll look at your user account and try to just see, like, is this a normal behavior? Is this out of the ordinary? Let's say it was you just, oh, it was me just checking email. Nothing going on, and you could verify it, and you just close out the case. However, let's say your computer was compromised, and now it's connecting to some hacker somewhere. Well, now at that point, usually what would happen is you'll escalate that up. As an analyst, you'll escalate to one of the senior or principal, like, hey, can you come look at this? Like, it looks like it's compromised. I just need like second set of eyes. They'll say, oh yeah, that's like reaching out to some malicious IP address. There's someone coming in. Maybe there's some data exfil that's going on, whatever the case might be. At that point, what you have is an incident. And from that SOC team, you'll escalate it to incident response. You might have an incident response team within the SOC, but usually there's another team that does incident response. So you escalate it there and say, hey, we have an incident. We have Robbie's computer compromised, and now it's leaking data or whatever the case might be. And that's the difference between like an analyst, senior analyst, different teams that are involved, or maybe it's like a threat intel team telling the SOC team, like, hey, we got this report from like FBI or some whatever that Joel's account and Cameron's account, their credentials were leaked in the dark web, and somebody might use it. They might give you that feed, and then as a SOC analyst, you might say, oh, that's bad news. Let me go ahead and change their accounts or change their credentials or lock their accounts or whatever the case might be. So it's a multiple team sort of working together, but within the levels themselves, usually the analysts will triage the alerts, those tickets, and depending on what type of tickets or the severity of it, you will escalate it up to either senior analysts or to different teams.
Cool. Thank you, Sean.
Yep. And if we have time, I might do like SOC lifecycle type of operational, like a diagram, if we have time later. Not today, but later down the cohort. But we shall see, because that does take a little bit of time to explain everything as well. So, but yeah, any other questions?
Hey, Robbie. So this is Min. I think if I understand your questions, I think you are trying to see, right, what's the differences between these various levels. At least the company that I work for, right, they also have this kind of different level, like, a college grad will be associate engineer, right? They will be entry level. Basically, they don't have a lot of like responsibility where they would do what the lead tell them to do. Like in our case, will be like, hey, I need to gather these IP address from this log, and then go figure out how to get that, right? Give a very specific task for those entry level to do the job, right? That will be level one, right? And level one are most of the time need a lot of hand holding. They wouldn't know that, okay, how to write a certain command or certain script, so they would certainly help. When you get to level two, right, basically they now become familiar. The lead can basically give them a larger task, and they will go off and do the work, right? And then when you get to the level three, really the expectation is that you start leading a group of people, even to help them, guide them, right? Make some tough decision, things like that. And then when you get to level four, like you are expected to be leading the project, right? Sometimes it's going to be a multi-million-dollar project that lead need to be leading, making sure all the coordination happens, scheduling happen, interacting with the customer. So, right. So at the different level, they have more and more expectation, and they expect you to be able to know what to do based on your level. So I assume there'll be a similar thing for this kind of SOC role that you're mentioning. So just to share my thought.
Thanks.
Yeah,
man.
absolutely.
I appreciate that. I guess my next question, sorry to hold everybody up, but how long does it usually take to rise through those ranks?
Yeah, that's oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to share, for at least my company, just as a college grad will be level 1, right? Unless they come in with a master degree, they will automatically hire into level 2 with a master degree. So from level 1 to level 2, it normally require about approximately 2 years or so to become level 2. So from level 2 to level 3, they require additional 4 years of experience to become a level 3. So from level 3 to level 4, you need another 4 or 5 years of experience. So, to get to level 4, you're probably looking for around like 10 to 12 years experience, approximately.
Cool. Thanks. Sean, were you going to say something?
Yeah, well, I was just going to add to that. Min, thank you for sharing the company's expectations. I would say this, that again, the best answer here is depends. Some companies, if you're on track to fast track to the promotion, you obviously go through a lot faster. And a lot of times the promotion in itself is a whole different sort of strategy. Like I've seen some people that try to look for projects that have the most impact. I've seen some people that sort of, do the minimum. However, they get promoted as they're switching jobs, right? They'll do like, as they're switching jobs, they look for the next level up position because it's easier to switch jobs to get a promotion than to stay at a position and basically get promoted within that group. So there's a whole different strategy that you could go with. But to Min's point, whether you get promoted within or you get promoted outside externally, you do need to pass the interview loop. You need to get that experience. But the years of experience, I think it definitely varies between company to company. I've definitely seen some young folks at a high up positions. But just know that even if you get to senior, that is what they call like a terminal position where you can stay as senior for however long you want, or you could go up the chain, if you will. But at that point, you're basically a very self-reliable, analyst that could handle your own projects, your own work. So it really depends on your career goals, but the promotion life cycle or the timeline, it really depends on the company, the team, and the position itself as well. So, but I think Min share definitely that sort of good standard. But there's some
variation.
Gaps. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for
overlap.
sharing.
Yeah. Absolutely. Any other questions, guys? Again, thanks for sharing, Min. And Belaz, I also saw you answering a lot of questions. So again, if you have some experience in this or just have something to share, please do so with the greater, with everyone, because it's definitely helpful and it's going to help some of us who are not in your position or in the company or in that industry with the questions that we have. So in class through chat as well as in the Slack channel, ask questions and answer if you have relevant answers as well. So I appreciate you guys answering and sharing your stories as well. All right, if there are no other questions, Tony, are we ready to go?
Yep. So
All right,
just
sounds
as a
good.
reminder, guys, when you're in the breakout rooms right now, as you can see from the screen sharing, if you're in section, I believe it's 1.17, right, for our career prep, part 1 has those 9 questions. That's what you guys are going to be doing right now in the breakout rooms. So just, you guys are going to be on your own for about 20 minutes. Look over those 9 questions, think about it, analyze it, come up with a response on how you would go ahead and answer it. And then after 20 minutes, we'll come back and we'll go ahead and pair you guys up to be able to go ahead and actually do interview questions with each other. All right, rooms are open. Go have fun thinking about these questions.
All right, I'm gonna be in the staff room taking a break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Well, Myra, if you have any questions, feel free to be able to either unmute yourself or you can type it in the chat. Otherwise, if you wish, you can go ahead and go into your breakout room and be able to go ahead and focus on the 9 questions that we have for our interview prep.
Welcome back. So how did it go the second time around? A little bit easier? About the same? Thumbs up from Brendan. Awesome. The idea here is that, oh, yeah, the last thing is, yeah, thank you, thank you. The idea here is that the questions will get harder and the questions obviously would, we'll build a list of questions as we learn new concepts. But the nervousness of, speaking to somebody one-on-one about some, new field that I'm trying to get into, we're just trying to get that sort of out of the system so that your knowledge that you're gaining, you could easily express them when it actually matters in a real interview, right? Just to verify, can everyone see my screen? Awesome. I just want to go over not all the questions. I'm going to share this doc with you so you guys could go back and read through all the questions and all the answers provided. But there were 4 sort of grade that you could give an answer, right? I don't know if the document that you had actually went into the details of what each of these meant. Again, you could read this on your own, but what I do want to go over with the last couple minutes that we have is go over some of these questions and answers, right? So the first question here, it says, where does Linux store its logs? Let's start from the developing, right? So a lot of times the developing answers are 1-sentence answers. And, like I said, you definitely don't want to answer it in one-sentence answers, but, but a lot of times we do because we don't know the answer, right? But if we know the answer, we want to add a little bit more context or maybe a story behind it, right? Again, it says Linux stores logs in a directory. Not a false statement. However, it doesn't really answer the question in a detail with context or with a story, right? The approaching is Linux stores logs in the var log directory. I would say that's like bare minimum answer you got to prove. It says where does it store it? Well, it stores in the var log, but does it always store in var logs, or is there any exceptions, right? So I think the meaning expectation here is that Linux logs are stored in the var log directory. This is where you'll find syslogs or message logs files containing most of the logs sent by the systems and applications. Again, they specify most of it. They also specify different examples like, hey, I know where it's at. I also know that this is where I can find syslogs or messages or authentication logs or different application logs. So this is, I would say, a good answer, right? You sort of answered the question, but also gave out examples, more context. Now let's look at the exceeding answer. This is going beyond, right? So it says Linux stores logs in the var log directory, though not all applications need to abide by this soft rule. Most, if not all, applications will write logs to var log directory, including the var log syslog or the var log messages files. You can also find auth logs in this directory to help identify any successful and failed authentications and privilege escalation attempts. Great answer, right? Not only do you answer where the logs are, you give it an example. Like, hey, I know that most of the applications store the logs in var logs, but I also know, in my experience, I've used the auth log that's in the var logs to look for successful and failed authentication attempts to investigate privilege escalation attempts. You don't have to tell the full story, but that small example really just overwhelms the interviewer, saying, "Oh, wow, not only did you answer the question correctly, like I know you worked, on something that dealt with the logs. I know you've, looked at some of these examples that you've mentioned, right?" So, again, and the example goes pretty much the same for all the questions. Again, I'm going to share this doc with you so you guys could spend a little bit more time on looking over the answers. And however you've answered your questions, I do want you guys to sort of practice answering it in a more thorough manner, such as this, where you answer the question, but also you try to add a little bit more context or a story or an example, so that really makes your answer not just meeting expectations but exceeding it, right? I know we're at time. Is there any questions that you guys have? If not, if you do have questions, please stay back. If you don't, I'm gonna put the summary and the link to this doc in Slack. You guys are good to go. Have a great rest of the night. I'll see you guys all tomorrow for the end unit project. We're gonna go over it tomorrow, and so the expectation is that we're gonna go over it tomorrow. It'll be due the following Thursday before class, right? So I know you guys been asking me on Slack, like, when is this, when is it due? But we're gonna go over it tomorrow, and then the expectation will be due the following week, right? But yeah, if you guys don't have any questions, have a great rest of the night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. For those of you who do have questions, please stay back, and Tony and I will stay back as well and answer any of the questions. Good night. Yep. Thanks, guys.
So my only question is about the course end project. Is when we turn it in, is it all screenshots, or are we using the Ubuntu terminal?
So we'll go more into detail about what exactly is going to be happening tomorrow. But to quickly answer your question, you will be going through the terminal, and you will be going ahead and providing some screenshots about what it is that you did and how were you able to get to the solution.
Okay, great. I was just wondering because, again, with doing these projects, like I can't save anything. So I was like, how am I going to save this? Okay.
So yeah,
cool.
so it's going to be a document you're going to be creating, and then screenshots showing how you get to the solution.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Well, I still see a lot of you in here. You guys have any questions? Or just waiting for the other person to ask, and you guys don't want to miss out. All right, let me go. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I kind of do like to hear other people's questions, actually. I know it's kind of weird, but I'm just curious what other people are thinking. But random question though.
Sure.
Something I just didn't want to ask because we were running out of time, and I want to keep everybody from the breakout rooms. But what is the difference between an architect and engineer in security?
Yeah, so architect, just like how, like if you have a civil architect, how they like architect like and design basically how a application or system works, or a security architect will basically do that in terms of security concepts. So imagine if you have an application how is the data being stored? How is it being secured? How does authentication work? What type of tooling do we use? Like that architect will basically design out an enterprise or an application to make sure that it's secure. So if you ask me, architect is at like the highest level, right? Because they're not only building it, they're designing the whole thing, right? And they're saying, hey, we need to have these policies in place to make sure these are secure, you know, and they're also looking for unforeseen kind of topics as well, right? Maybe somebody brought up AI, like how would AI fit into all this? If our enterprise or company deals something to do with AI, as an architect, you should be thinking about, okay, if we incorporate AI systems in our application or environment, how does cybersecurity play effect? You know, where do we need to look at to make sure that we're securing these areas? So that's how I, view architects. And you said engineers. Engineers are the builders, right? So an architect will design everything out, but doesn't necessarily one person can't build everything. So you need a team of engineers. And engineers, same thing, just like how we use it in like the real world, cybersecurity or security engineers, they actually build stuff. They either build the data pipeline for the applications to send the logs, or they build the tooling to ingest those logs, to build detections. They might build automations, scripts. So basically they engineer a solution to the problem, right? Different sort of roles, but you also have analysts. So it's a different tier. They all have, it's all of those, like, what do you call it? Like those gears within a bigger system. They all have their role. They all do their work. But if you're strictly trying to understand different tiers, I would say they'll probably go from like an analyst to an engineer to an architect, right? So I think those are the, what I mean by this, you can't be an architect if you've never built anything, right? And vice versa.
Okay. So who in that hierarchy, who are the ones that actually communicate with the C-suite?
Well, technically everyone. Maybe not analysts, but even engineers, like team of engineers will have their sort of engineering pipeline or their chain to report up to the C-suite. Like to say, like, for example, if you work in security, some teams might do incident response and they need to respond or report up to the C-suite, like, hey, how many incidents did we have? What was the average time that we took? What was the net loss, or whatever the case might be. If you're an architect, you might have to report up to say, oh, these are the new designs that we're coming up with. These are new implementations. Even if you're an analyst, even if you're a stock, you still have to report up to the CISO, right? Saying, hey, these are the number of cases we've had. These are our turnovers or our operational costs. These are our plans for the next fiscal year, or next quarter. Like everybody technically needs to report up, at least to a CISO, and then the CISO will report it up to the C-suite, the rest of the C-suite. But every security component will have something to report up.
Okay. Okay, cool. And one more question. Sorry, I kind of feel like I'm bombarding you with this whole class.
No, ask away.
What actual value does the CISSP provide? I know it's kind of like the industry, you are official security professional brand, like, right? But as far as employment, what type of jobs does that get you? Specifically management jobs or?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So CISSP is they also have different pillars of security. So you're gonna have to learn about all the different pillars of security. However, and this is just personal experience, a lot of the folks that I met that do have CISSP weren't as technical, right? They weren't like hands-on keyboard. They're more like policy, like you said, management. So they understand the cybersecurity space. But just from personal experience, I just haven't seen them like building stuff, or it was more of a higher echelon. And to your point, unless the job is specifically looking for CISSP, people with CISSP, I don't know if it actually helps out with the employment, unless the job requires it, right? I think there's a lot of certifications out there, and as long as you know the information from the CISSP, the actual certification itself is, to me, irrelevant. I don't look at resume and say, oh, this person has CISSP. I don't really care, right? I would ask a question from that certification. What I care more about is them knowing and how to answer that question than the actual fact that they hold that certification. If that makes sense.
Okay, so it kind of sounds like those upper echelon certifications are more oriented towards like, if you want to get into like consulting or like some sort of like business aspect of the industry, as opposed to like a full-on tech job, like a technical job.
Personal experience, yes. Maybe Tony has a different experience, but for me, that's how I see it.
Okay, cool. Cool. Those are all my questions. Thanks, guys. Thanks for class.
Absolutely. Yep. Have a good night.
You're welcome.
You as well. Have a good night.
All right. I think Pam, Wilson. Oh, there. Oh, okay. All right. Wilson, Amira, are you guys?
If you guys have any
AFK?
questions, feel free to unmute yourself or to type it into the chat. Otherwise, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and remove them real quick. All right. I think that's it, guys. Yep, have a good rest of the night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah,
We'll see you
thank
tomorrow.
you. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. Thank you, Alex, for confirming. The trainers haven't joined yet. We'll wait for them to join and then get ahead with the session.
Yeah. I could lead until Tony gets here. Anusha.
Hey, Nate. Yes.
Oh, Sean. But yeah. Hey guys, how's everyone doing? You're all doing good. Let's see. So we're just gonna wait for Tony. He's gonna help us go over the final project, go over the rubric and how to submit it. Different logistical pieces when it's due. So yeah, while we wait for Tony, I guess any questions from anyone regarding anything that we covered so far? Hey, Tony.
Hello.
I was just asking if they have any questions. So far, no questions. But whenever you're ready, you could take it away.
Sounds good.
All right, while we wait for Tony, how's everyone feeling about the Linux or the asset management unit? Everyone feeling comfortable or okay? Thumbs up from June. Awesome. Looking back, hopefully it's makes a lot more sense now than it did the first day. And going forward as well, right? We'll be using what we learned in the first module as like a foundation, and we'll add additional commands and additional concepts on top of that. So if there's any unit that we cover didn't stick, or you guys need a little bit more time working on it, try to schedule office hours with us on Fridays. I think Tony has some availability on Tuesday, but I think that's still kind of in the works, or through Slack, right? So you have different resources to ask for help as well. All right, I think
Can I ask a
Tony's
question,
ready.
Sean?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so the document that you said you're gonna share yesterday, what did you get a chance to share?
Oh, was it not in the update? The update.
If you look in what he posted as our after class summary, I believe it's there as a link in there.
Oh yeah, it says what do we do? It will say like 1.17 career preparation, mock interviews, and link to example answers.
Okay, thank you. I'll
Yep,
take
yep.
a look.
Excellent. Any other good questions like that before we begin? All right. So we're going to see that today's going to run very quick at the very beginning because we're just going to set up the scenario for what's going to be happening. And then you're going to have time in class to be able to go ahead and work on it, or to, if you're confused on anything still or have any questions, to be able to go ahead and be able to ask those questions of us, be able to go ahead and kind of run through the difficulties you might be having, so we can be able to go ahead and kind of get you guys on the right path, right? So for this, we're going to be working on the last assessment. So if you guys click on the link to the left of our LMS, you'll see that assessment section, right? When we are done, what you guys are going to be working on is the permission problem there at the very end, right? So with that in mind, when we go to our self-learning, we are going to be on 1.18. So here on the right, we're going to click on where it says you are hired. And then 1.18 will take us to here. It will say career simulation 1. So this is what we're going to be focusing on for tonight, right? So it says, congratulations, you're hired as a level 1 SOC analyst at Stackful Software. It creates cybersecurity software to help businesses gain visibility into their networks. They deliver solutions that can efficiently address a range of IT needs, from security to communications to systems and networks to software applications and cloud services. Our level 1 SOC analyst is an operational role focusing on security monitoring and incident investigation. In this role, you will monitor networks and systems, detect security threats, analyze and assess alarms, work directly with end users on remediation and support, and report on threats, intrusion attempts, false alarms, either resolving or escalating depending on the severity. So then you'll see a list of responsibilities, right, of what this role would entail, some qualifications as well. Read through those, pay attention to that so that you know exactly how you guys are going to be approaching this, because we're going to see for this exercise, the main focus is going to be writing a report on what it is that you find out, and then how are you going to handle it, right? So you want to be able to take it as if you're already in this position. The responsibilities listed here are what you're supposed to be handling, right? The qualifications, this is what you're supposed to already know. And so you want to be able to kind of show that in the report. Take it like if you're actually already working out on the job. And so professionally, how should this report look, right? Now, in addition to this, if we go back to our self-learning and we go over to from 1.18 to 1.19, it'll give us some hints, some pointers on how we can be able to go ahead and write up that report, right? So we see here, it still says career simulation 1, but these are going to be pointers with effective report writing. So we say in your future career in cybersecurity, it's safe to say that you'll be writing a lot of reports. Effective report writing is therefore a valuable skill that will help you to evaluate a problem or a project, to be able to document lessons learned and opportunities for improvement, and to be able to add to your organization's knowledge base. Now, management teams will then use these reports to therefore make their plans and solve complex problems. So you want to be as insightful and as detailed as possible, right? Now, they're going to go ahead and then from here with documentation, everyone can be informed through the written form versus having to rely solely on verbal communication. So you want to be able to remember that if you're out in the industry, if you're doing this for an actual job, one person like your supervisor is not going to be the only one to see this document, right? They're going to probably share it with a team so they know exactly what went on and what they can do about it. So you want to be, again, sharing as much information so that even those that were not related to the incident, they're not working on that incident, would have complete knowledge of what happened and how to handle it, right? So we say the following steps will help you to write a technical report for management teams. Number 1, you need to determine the objective, right? What's the whole point of what's going on? What we're trying to have you do? What is it that you're trying to be able to create with this report? So we say, take the time to think clearly about the purpose of what you are writing. Are you trying to describe something? Are you trying to explain something? Are you doing a recommendation? Are you trying to persuade? Identifying the problem from the beginning will help you to stay focused on how you're structuring your reports when you begin writing. Second thing, you want to know your audience, right? So writing a formal report for external stakeholders, for example, is very different than writing a report on the same topic to internal team members who have the knowledge and the vocabulary to understand what you're talking about if you get very detailed, right? Now, each group has different levels of understanding, both with our technical concepts and not so technical. Also, they have different understanding of the different needs for data and visuals, such as images, graphs, and charts. So you want to tailor your language, you want to tailor any visual aids, any way you're presenting the data, so you can be able to build rapport with your audience, right? Knowing more about your audience is therefore crucial. Number 3, we say we want to collect the required facts and data. So when you are analyzing a problem and identifying solutions for your management team, you need to be able to support these solutions with engaging in facts and data. These facts can include relating to your previous experiences and conducting further research, or it could be able to be on what's worked well for others, right? And we also say, don't forget to cite any third-party works, right? So any articles, any blogs, any case studies that you're referencing, you should be citing those appropriately. And then finally, now that we kind of understand that, we got all of our data, we have our understanding of the audience and everything, then we can actually start to begin to write our report, right? So we say the 4 main elements when we are writing our reports is 1, we want what we call an executive summary, right? If you're popular with Reddit, this would be like the too long didn't read, right? Just a quick summary that if we read this, we have at least a general understanding, right? Like an abstract, if we're talking about a more scholarly type of paper, right? So your report will begin with a summary. However, this is actually the last thing you should write, even though it's the first thing they're going to see, right? Since the summary appears first in your report, it is going to be one of the most important sections. Now, some readers will dive into your full report in detail, while others will just want to read this section just to get a general understanding of your findings, and that's it, right? So it's got to be important that you're describing it, but condensing it to just what is needed. After the executive summary, we have our introduction. So we say to start, you need to provide some context. So why are you writing this report? What problem was being presented? What are you trying to achieve? You want to identify the scope of your report and the problem that you're presenting with it from the very beginning. Then after we have our introduction, we get our body. So here's where the bulk of our work begins. This is going to be the longest section of your report. So it's important to break it up, especially with providing different headers, different visuals to support the information that you're providing, right? Topics should include a background analysis, details on the process that you took to solve your problem. You want to have anything such as discussions with team members, the solutions that you guys came up with, and the facts and data that you collected in step 3 to support them, right? The graphics here are therefore going to be crucial to display that information or to present that data. So we say, is there any data that you can create graphs for or pie charts to be able to go ahead and display? What about a flow chart or screenshots from your virtual machine to prove what you're describing, right? And finally, the last thing for your report is the conclusion. So here you want to consolidate your findings and present them to the reader concisely and engagingly, and clearly identify the next steps and any action the reader needs to take. So for example, if we finish being able to solve a problem, well, what's the next step they need to do to take so that way they can tighten security so it doesn't happen again? Or what are any future recommendations that you might have, right? Things like that. So now that we have that, we then say step number 5, after we've written the report, we want to make sure that it's readable. So we say, read your report again and again. Are you making word choices that are appropriate for your audience? Or are you using too much technical jargon that they may not understand, right? Is it engaging so that we're actually wanting to be able to read through? Or is it very difficult because it's very dry to be able to actually understand what's going on? Are there questions the reader will have that you can anticipate and already answer in the report itself? And of course, be sure to break up long text with different headers and visuals, or of course, try to be able to break up your paragraphs as much as you can, right? As appropriate. And then finally, number 6, edit the report. So if possible, have a peer review your report, edit it for spelling and grammar. Of course, if you can take a few days away, then come back and look at it with fresh eyes, right? And we say, are you ready to put your writing skills to the test? The biggest hurdle is getting started. Follow these steps and find your unique voice as you dive into the world of report writing. And then we have some references for where we got that information from. So with that information, again, you can look at 118, 119 to be able to see what we just went over. You guys are then going to go to our assessment, right? So instead of the self-learning now, if you click on assessment and go down to the permission problem, this is what we're going to have you work on for the remainder of tonight. And as Sean mentioned, we're going to go ahead and give you guys a full week to complete this. So we want you to make sure that you turn it in sometime before class begins Thursday next week, right? Now, could you turn it in earlier if you complete it early? Yes, right? But at the bare minimum, at the very latest, you should be turning in before Thursday's class next week, right? So we see right here, again, is giving us that information that, hey, you've just been hired on, you're working as part of this team, right? And so then it says right here, Alice grants you access to Splunk, where you can view all of their various logs. Unfortunately, it appears that you are unable to search anything due to an odd configuration issue within Splunk. So she establishes an SSH connection to see what's wrong. It looks like James, another level 1 SOC analyst, has inadvertently changed a configuration file. That file is named config.conf. This is what's preventing you from looking at the logs. You don't know exactly where the file is, but you know that Splunk stores all of its files within the opt Splunk directory. You will need to modify this particular configuration file so that then you can properly view the logs within Splunk. So what do you got to do? Well, first, we're going to click right here where it says to download the complete document. Click here. So you're going to click there. It's going to give you a PDF describing this assignment, right? So we're going to see right here that asset inventory management. You can go ahead and read through it. A lot of it's kind of what we already saw in those other areas that we talked to you about, right? It breaks down the scenario to you, and then it tells you what you're supposed to do. So right here, here's the problem, right? We have 9 different steps we want you to do. So step number 1, you're going to access our virtual machines like you guys have been doing, right? And then you're going to try to locate that file that we just mentioned, right? config.conf. You're going to try to find that file that needs to be modified, the one that your fellow SOC analyst accidentally messed up, right? And of course, there's a number of ways through the various commands that we've discussed over the past few weeks that you can use to be able to find this file, right? Once you find this file, you're going to go ahead and change directory to be in the same directory as where this file exists, right? Then you're going to go ahead and check the permissions of config.conf. And there's going to be something particular about the correct file, right? So when you look at them, you might find there's more than one file on your machine with this name. One is going to stand out. One, when we look at the permission numbers, is going to be a little bit different than the rest. Now, step number 5 says we're going to want to then check the MD5 hash of the file. If you recall, Sean showed us how we can be able to go ahead and do that, right? We were able to see an example of how we can be able to go ahead and take the hash of something and be able to get that hash value. So we're going to want to do that with our file here, see what is the hash value we get, because then we're going to modify it and we're going to want to compare it against this original one later on, right? So we're going to say edit the file by adding the following. Now, I know that right here, this is probably a typo because we see that it tells us that we want to be able to put in admin and then this dash, and then all the way over here to the right, we see Alice admin 1. You can assume based on the way you open up the file and you look at the contents, it really should only be one particular space, just like we see here with the second one. So it doesn't have to be all the way to the right. It should just be a dash, space, and then that Alice admin 1. Then a second line with a dash, and then it's going to be whatever your actual name is, right? I shouldn't see this whole bracket, your name. It should literally be what your name is, right? And then followed by admin 2. So you're going to put those lines into the file and then save it. Once you've modified the file, you're going to go ahead and check MD5 hash of that file one more time and see how that hash value has changed. Then you're going to create a backup of that same file, that config.conf file, by copying it into your home directory, right? So in the end, we should have a copy of that file inside of /home/fstack, right? Now, once you've done all of these things and you've made that backup file, you're going to write your reports, right? So it says your manager, Jamar in this case, would like you to write a report for this incident that will be shared with the executive leadership. So you're going to describe the problem in your own words. You're going to describe the steps that you took to solve the problem. So in other words, I would like to see everything you did for doing 1 through 9 here in the problem, right? So describe, and if you need screenshots, provide screenshots, right? So once you got into the machine, how were you able to find the file? What did you do? I want a step-by-step description, right? If you were going ahead and putting in certain commands, show me what those commands are. Show me what the results, what did you get? Where did you go? How did you find the file? Once you change directory, again, what commands did you enter, right? I would like this, if you've ever played video games and you know what a walkthrough is, it's going to be a step-by-step instruction of like, this is how you get through it. So that way somebody else can be able to get through that portion of the game, right? Same thing here. I want it to be that you can assume that like me or Sean have no clue what to do. But if we follow your instructions step-by-step in what you write in your report, that we would be able to get the same solution. We'll be able to get the same results that you did, right? And that there's no question. I don't have to wonder at one point, what did they do next? Or he says he did this, but how did he do that, right? It should be in your report. You're being detailed enough that somebody can follow along even if they have no clue what's happening, and get to the same solution you did, right? So again, what did you do through all these 9 different steps to get to finally having that backup file, right? So when it says, how did you solve the problem? That should be your detailed walkthrough, right? Then how can Stack Full software improve its confidentiality of the Splunk configuration file so that this doesn't happen again in the future, right? So what can they do as a recommendation so that somebody doesn't accidentally modify this file, preventing other people from having access to the Splunk server again in the future? And then finally, how does our MD5 sub command help us to monitor the integrity of the file? So once you took a look at from the before and after, analyze what's going on, and then try to describe how this allows us to know whether or not our file integrity is still there or if it's been modified, right? And then again, you want to see what we just read over with our effective report writing to get an idea of how you should be doing this, right? We want this to look like a professional report. Once again, like if we're out in the industry actually working already in this position, right? Any questions on what you're supposed to do for this assignment?
I have
All
a
right,
question.
so
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
With on the effective writing, or excuse me, effective report writing, down at the bottom it says references, then it says next. Is there any additional information? When I click on it, it just scrambles and kicks me out of there.
So I believe that that's probably just left over from a previous thing, but there is no next
Okay.
after that.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Henry, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, so is there going to be like a sort of like a pseudo practice setup that we're going to be running in order to get that scenario and the VM set up?
So it should be just in your regular VMs that you guys have been working with. You guys should be able to go ahead and log into there and then be able to go ahead and find this stuff as appropriate.
Okay, so I mean to SSH into the let's say Unit 2 VM. I mean, is there like an IP that it's because I don't believe it listed that, right?
Correct. So there's not a thing that you need to SSH into at the moment. That was just part of the setup for the scenario, right? What you
Oh, I
need to
see.
do is just the actual lab VMs that we've been using for the past few weeks. That's going to be your VM setup. So just straight away from there, you're going to be looking for this file and then seeing what you can do to be able to identify that you're using the correct one. And then how can you modify it so that way it has those lines for admin that we specified, and then taking that hash before and after, and then making sure to do a backup into your fstick home directory.
Okay, so it's not exactly the Unit 2 name of the VM, right? Because I know for Academy 4, like the IP address that we used last time when we did the other exercise to capture the flag. And so once it sets up the SSH and connect to it, but once we shut it off, the connection is lost and we can't SSH back into it because it shows that there's no route to host. So it's lost, and whatever information that was set up previously, that's lost too. So it's kind of like to do this all at once. I mean, instead of like one part of it one day and then another part of it the next day.
Right. So you're not going to fall into that problem with this one.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
Any other excellent questions like that? All right. So again, document every step that you're doing, right? We want to be able to go ahead and be able to follow what you type in there as your solution. So that way we're going to pretend, Sean and I, that we have no clue what's going on, that we're just going to follow your instructions and see, do we get to the solution that you guys did? And that's what we're going to go ahead and be focusing on when we look at your reports, both how does it look professionally? How much detail did you provide? If we were to assume that we have no clue as we're running through this, are we able to go ahead and follow along and get to the same solution, right? And then were you able to go ahead and correctly get the appropriate file? Were you able to go ahead and modify it and all that? So screenshot, right? Once you go ahead and show us that, or you assume that you got the right file, screenshot, so you can be able to have that as evidence for your report, right? Once you've edited it, go ahead and screenshot showing us that edit so we can see that you actually got that information in there, right? Things like that. And that way we can be able to go ahead and take a look, and just based off of your report, can we see that you were actually able to go ahead and do all 9 steps, correctly solve it, correctly identify it, what the file was, and be able to go ahead and do that modification, make the backup and all that, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create the breakout rooms in a little bit. You guys will be able to go ahead and work on this. Keep in mind that you have all the resources at your fingertips except for each other, right? You should be able to go ahead, and if you need to Google search something, like if you're saying, oh, I know that there's a command that allows me to do this particular action, you can Google it, right? If you have it in your notes, you can look at your notes. If you want to go back to previous sections of our self-learning areas, right, where we have the sort of like a rundown of the different commands or examples of them or something like that, you're more than welcome to go back to that as well, right? The one thing we want you to do is work on these individually, right? We don't want it to be that you guys are, one person is just giving everybody else the answers, for example, right? So you shouldn't be using each other, but every other resource you have available, you're more than welcome to use. And then as Sean explained last time, when somebody asked, how do we submit this? Well, let me go ahead and share my screen once again. And if we go ahead and go back to our learning section, we clicked on that little download arrow right here, right? Next to click here to be able to download that PDF that we took a look at. But if we click right here on submit, it's going to see that this little window is going to pop up. That's going to go ahead and allow us to be able to add up all of our different stuff, right? So where's the write-up? So that's going to be our document, right? You can be able to go ahead and add that in. It says screenshot, source code, and stuff like that. Typically, what we're going to prefer is put everything into like one document, right? One like Word document or one PDF, and then just add that in as an attachment here to the write-up. And then down at the bottom, you can be able to submit. If you want to express any additional notes, right, you can be able to go ahead and put it right here for any additional notes or comments you want us to be aware of, and then just click submit project, right? So that's how you're going to be turning it in. And then, as we mentioned, you can be able to turn it in any time between now and next class on Thursday, right? If you finish it before, you're more than welcome to turn it in early, right? If you want extra time to be able to polish it up instead of turning it in early, as long as it's turned in before next Thursday's class, right? So you guys will have a week to be able to go ahead and kind of finish on this. Let's see, in the chat, Cameron says, what kind of document is preferable? I would say, at least in my preference, I would prefer a PDF document, right? So you can be able to go ahead and get everything together in type of some word processor, like Word or Open Office or something similar. And then once you have that, there's various tools even on the internet that you can use to convert it to a PDF and then just submit the PDF, right? June, she's asking, what kind of screenshots do we need to provide again? I would say use your best judgment, right? Imagine you're on the job. What do you think would be a good visual to kind of show that you've done something, right? So for example, when it says, take a look at the MD5 sum hash of the file before you start messing with it, that'll probably be a good screenshot to show that, hey, yeah, we did that and here's that value, right? When we go ahead and then edit the file, it'll probably be a good idea to take a screenshot showing that, yeah, you edited the file. And so therefore the contents that we told you to add, those little 3 lines or whatever it was, that, yeah, that's now in the file. And we have a screenshot to show that, right? So it would be using your own best judgments on where are you going to need to have that sort of representation, right? That picture to show that, yes, I did that step that it's asking me to do, or I found this and this is how I know, because if you look at this visual of my screen, then we're able to see that, yeah, this is the file, or this is what we're looking at, right? Let's see, Dylan says, when citing additional information, what is the preferable method of citation? I would say go ahead and stick with something like MLA is fine, right? We're not going to go ahead and go any particular fancy way. The standard MLA should be just fine for that. June says, thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Are there any other excellent questions like that, or any other things that you guys want to be able to go ahead and clarify before we go ahead and open up the breakout rooms and let you get started? All right. In that case, we're going to go ahead and get the breakout rooms open for you guys. Keep in mind, if you guys get stuck or if you're having technical difficulties, you're more than welcome to be able to ask Sean or me questions. You can reach out for help. Now, we won't be able to answer all of your questions, right? Because we're not going to be able to help you to be able to actually solve these problems, but we can guide you, right? So for example, if something is similar to a previous exercise that we had work on, right? So like, let's say if you wanted to know how to be able to use a particular command, and that was in a previous exercise that we had gone through, we can go through that previous exercise so you can be able to see how that command is used. And then if you need to use that for this, well, now you have an idea of how to use it, right? So we won't be able to directly answer anything that's a question on here, but if you're having technical difficulties or issues, or if you want to be able to go over previous stuff that can help you with this, we can more than welcome go through that, right? Let's see, Brendan says, are we still meeting for class on Monday and Wednesday next week, or are we just meeting on Thursday? So as far as this assignment isn't due until Thursday, but we are still going to be having classes to continue on. So on Monday and Wednesday of next week, we're going to continue on with teaching you new stuff, right? We're going to be advancing to new units, but this assignment will still be sort of asynchronously, right? We're giving you time to work on it in class now, but after today, you're going to have to complete the assignment on your own outside of class. But we will still have class on Monday and Wednesday, continuing on with new stuff. Any other excellent questions? All right, Sean, if you have the breakout rooms available, let's go ahead and open them up. And again, if you guys get stuck or are having difficulties, feel free to be able to reach out to us and we'll try and jump in and see what we can do to be able to help you out.
Hey, Tony, I think we could join 15.
All
Oh,
right, sounds good.
just real quick. They are working on this by themselves, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Cool. All right, I'll see you in room 15.
All right, see you there. All right, I believe everyone should be coming back if they're not already back at the moment. So we're going to go ahead and continue on with the rest of our evening. We gave you as much time as we felt we could, so that way you guys will be able to go ahead and work on that assignment, be able to go ahead and start completing it. If you haven't finished it, no worries. Keep in mind that you don't have to complete it and submit it until next Thursday before class begins. Now, just to clarify, while the assignment isn't necessarily due, you don't have to turn it in until then. We are still having class on Monday and Wednesday, right? So just to kind of clarify that once again. So what's going to happen is this assignment kind of closes this course on asset management and inventory, right? And being able to kind of do our Linux commands and being able to move around and do stuff inside of our Linux environment. What we're going to see is starting Monday, we'll move over to course number 3, right? And so in that one, we're going to be going over networking. We're going to see a little bit more about just how networks happen in general. How do they communicate? And then different concepts that we want to be aware of, such as how does our port communications work and stuff like that, right? So we'll continue on with our next lesson on Monday, and we'll advance from there. But keep in mind, asynchronously, so outside of class, you'll still be able to having time to be able to work on this assignment and turn it in. And then, of course, the deadline is next Thursday. So with that, we're going to open it up to, were there any questions you guys may have had or any difficulties or any problems you guys had that arose while working on this assignment while you guys were on your own in the breakout rooms? All right, Henry, I see that you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe I'm overthinking this, but so are we, for this particular assignment, are we supposed to keep it simple within the scope of what's being asked, or should we kind of think of more of a cybersecurity expert and trying to go above and beyond kind of like what it's asking for, kind of like thinking what other liabilities or other possibilities are beyond, with the scope of it?
So I would say stick to within the scope of the assignment, right? So for example, it asks, what can we be able to do to go ahead and kind of prevent somebody messing around with the script in the future for that config file? it'll be good enough to just think about like, hey, this is what we could do. We could change the permissions. We could do this. We could do that. But you don't actually
Right.
have to go and implement them, right? So just stick within the scope of what is being asked and the stuff that we need to be able to discover and then write up about. But while doing that, right, while going through and doing the stuff in scope of the problem, try to do it as if you were already a professional in the industry and trying to be able to go ahead and make your report as professional and detailed as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions? All right, now, Brendan, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Hey, Tony, sorry, just to kind of go off of Henry's question, I guess for the report writing, it sounds like you, I guess to fix everything, you want to be as detailed as possible with those commands and such, like make it very thorough, exactly what you want to do without actually having to do it with the problem itself. Is that correct? Or what we should aim for?
Correct. So for example, that first part that like tells us, hey, this is the file we're looking for, find it, right? And then it gives us some like hints as to which one would be the correct file. Then you would want to kind of write in what are the commands that you entered and the thought process you were following that took you to find that file, right? And then you can be able to, if you feel necessary, take screenshots showing that like, hey, I entered this command, this is what it showed me, this is how I was able to find the file, right? And then continue from there, so to speak.
Cool, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. All right, June, go ahead.
Just to clarify, for the actual report writing, we want to be writing the report in a lot of detail, assuming that the reader does not know about the processes we're enacting, correct?
Correct. So we're assuming that this report will ultimately go to like management, and they don't know the same level of details on computers as we do. So we're assuming they don't know the details, they don't know this information. So we want it to be as detailed as possible while making it as easy for somebody who doesn't know to be able to go ahead and kind of follow along with what was happening.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other excellent questions? All right, so if there are no questions related directly to the assignments, we're going to open it up if there's any type of exercise from any of the previous nights, any of the previous units that we were doing that you might have had difficulties with, or you have still questions about, or any of the previous commands in Linux that we were learning about that you might want to go over right now. So if you have any questions related to anything we've gone over previously, we're going to open it up to that right now. So is there anything you guys want to go over again? Any examples, any clarifications on any commands or anything like that you guys would like to go ahead and do? All right, then in this case, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and we're going to see in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and answer Antonino's question right now, but in a little bit, if there's no other questions, if there's nothing else related to it, then we're going to do something surprising. We're going to go ahead and end a little bit early for once instead of a little bit late, right? So let's go ahead, let's real quick answer Antonino's question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question with the awk command. When
Mhm.
you do awk and then single quotes and then curly braces and you put print, and you know whatever delimiter you want, column, you know, you go $1. I remember in one of the activities you put $1 dot and then $3, 4, 5, you know, so on and so forth. What is the dot in between the two columns that you're wanting to print?
So I don't think that it was a dot that I had put. If I remember correctly with the example that I gave, it was more like, let me actually go ahead and share my screen. So let's go ahead. Let's see, let's go into our demo. All right, so let's see. Let's go ahead and cat out some file. So we have this right here in some file. And if I were to go ahead and say, let's say cat some file, and we're going to pass this over to awk. So the beginning of what we want our awk to do is what we have with our single quote, and then our curly bracket. And with the curly bracket, we're going to tell it to print something. If I go print and then $1, This is simply telling it to print out that first column. So we see that we get just the first column. For example, I don't have after on that first line edit, we don't see 1 because the space is kind of our delimiters, kind of marking where our next column is. If I were to say print $2, it'll just be the second column, which only our first line has a second column, right? So we only see the 1 and nothing else. Now, if I wanted more than that, I could go $1 and then $2. Notice that it prints them without any space in between. So what I had done was more of, I think I did a thing like that, right? Where I went ahead and I put double quotes inside and then I put a space in between. And so when I did that, we're going to see what it does is it's telling it to print out the first column, but then put a space between that and the second column, right? Now, typically when we're dealing with our bash scripting, if instead of ... we just have ... like that, we're going to see that in this case is giving us a syntax error. Awk doesn't know what to do with that because that's more of a thing for our for loops. So Sean kind of showed us how to be able to do that for loop when we went to bash techniques, right? And that's kind of saying that we have a range. So we're trying to go from one thing to another, from this starting value to this end value. That's more of a for loop though. That wouldn't be done in awk because as we can see, if we put ... there, it's going to go ahead and give us this error. If we try 3 dots, we see it still says it's a syntax error. So chances are what you saw me do was more this double quotes and a space. And this is saying in between my 2 columns, I want to print out a specific string, and we could specify anything in this string, right? I can be able to say something like hello, and you'll notice that it prints out my first column and then hello, and then my second column, right? And we see that hello happening in every single line because we're telling it print out the first, hello, and then that second column, right?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, any other excellent questions like that? All right, so if there are no further questions, and if you guys don't have anything from the previous units that you'd like to review, or you weren't experiencing any particular difficulties with this assignment as it is at the moment, we're going to go ahead and end it there just a little bit early this time. So I thank you guys for your time. Thank you guys for showing up. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you guys on Monday. We do have class on Monday still, right? So we'll continue on to the next course, starting to get into networks and just how networking works in general. So we'll see you guys on Monday for that. If you do have any questions that you guys want to ask and you just were waiting to be able to be a little bit more on one-on-one, Sean and I will stick around for a little bit longer and we'll address those questions. Otherwise, see you Monday.
All right, thank you.
All right, Robbie, go ahead.
Thanks, Tony. This is a little bit off topic, but I was just kind of curious. Are we going to be going over compliance in this course as well? And like regulation?
We'll go ahead and discuss a little bit of regulation and a little bit of how the laws apply to us. But for the most part, we're more concerned with just what are the tools and the commands and software we need to be aware of and how can we use them, right?
Okay, cool. Thanks, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great night.
You too. All right, Antonino, I saw your hand go up first. Go ahead.
Yeah, as we progress through the course and we're moving on to other topics, you know, we're not doing Linux as much, and we may be compounding Linux fundamentals into Python, so on and so forth. But to keep the basic fundamentals of Linux as we go on, or Python as we go on, what do you suggest that we do to keep that fresh in our minds? I was thinking of maybe instead of using Windows, use a Linux distro just to keep it going, or, you know what I mean? You kind of lose the information as you go on.
So yeah, that's definitely one approach we could take, right? You can be able to go ahead and start just using a Linux distribution for a little bit so that we can continue to be able to practice that. Or you could sign up. There's a lot of websites out there that allow you to be able to go ahead and practice things like Linux or stuff like Hack the Box, which will tie into what we're doing in the future, right? And still have you use a Linux distribution to be able to go ahead and do that. So you can be able to go ahead and start practicing those. And that's an excellent sort of resource to build up like something to show your skill level, right? When you go with an employer, you can say, oh, well, I have a skill level of such and such, whatever the value will end up being on Hack the Box or something, right? And then they can be able to go ahead and verify that, be able to see that, so that way they can see that, hey, not only is he saying that he has this knowledge and he got that certificate of completion, or he has this certification from like CompTIA, right? But he's also got this account where it's showing this score level that shows that, yeah, he had to do a certain amount of work to be able to get to this, right? And that could be a wonderful way to be able to do it as well. Or just something as simple as just going back to our previous units, right? And then every single one of them, for all the exercises we have associated, we can be able to go ahead and clean up, which will reset it, and then do the setup again to kind of start it fresh from the beginning. So you could always just, at the bare minimum, go back and just practice through those over and over and over again, right?
Just go back to the ones that you may have forgotten. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yep. All right, Dylan, go ahead. Seems like you're muted for me at least. All right, just in case you're not able to get your audio working, you could at least type it into the chat, and then I'll go ahead and answer your question from there. All right, so I see in the chat, for the MD5 sum command, was there a way to see if the file was edited before I accessed the terminal file? So the only way we can really do that is if there was a record of what the hash value was beforehand. If we have that record, then when we go ahead and take an MD5 hash of it ourselves, we can compare. If there's no change in the value, we can kind of rest assured that it's unchanged, right? That it's hasn't been modified. There has been no alterations to it, right? However, if we have a record of what it should be, and then we take that MD5 hash and it's different, then we know somebody's messed with it, right? All right, so can I organize the body like my explanation and command line screenshots into a 2-column table to show it side by side, or would that be deemed unprofessional? I think that'll be fine, right? And so I think it'll be just fine where you're having your explanation with the figure right beside it. That'll be pretty excellent. All right. In case anybody has any other concerns or comments or any other questions in general, feel free to be able to go ahead and unmute and ask, or to be able to go ahead and ask it in the chat, and I'll go ahead and see if I can be able to go ahead and answer it appropriately. Otherwise, if there are no other questions, then have a wonderful night, everybody. And again, we'll see you guys on Monday.
All right, have a good night. Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, Sean. Good luck with that. All right, for those of you that are still remaining, either unmute your mics if you do have a question, or you can type it into the chat. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and for the sake of the recording, so that way it doesn't continue going on longer and that we can get processed and you guys can have it available, we're going to go ahead and end it right here if there are no other questions coming up. All right. If you guys do have questions, or if you guys get any questions later on, please make sure to be able to go ahead and either send a message to me or Sean through Slack, right? Elmira, I know you've been asking what is our email. It would actually be better to go ahead and just send us a message through Slack. That's going to be what we're going to check more often and what's going to be more visible to us. So if you do have any questions or if you need to communicate with us, send it to us through the Slack channel, right? Do you have access to the Slack channel?
Hi,
All
Tony.
right. Hello.
Yes, looks like every learner has left the chat, session. So yeah, we'll go forward and end the session.
All right. Sounds wonderful. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Yes. Happy weekend and good night.
All right. Good night.